Oh, yiggity, and we are back. Man, it's going down. They got Ben Crump on the team. It's some more investigative reporting coming out. They trying to play in our face like we don't know what we're talking about. Everybody know what we're talking about. But there's a couple things that most people don't even know. So, I'm Jay Lava. I scour the internet so that you don't have to. I was usually waiting for these little notifications to come on and kick in before we get started. But I'm going to just go ahead and kick it off real quick because we got to get into this. It's actually pretty heavy tonight. Go ahead, bust it down for him real quick, sis, because we got to get the updates.
Breaking news. Nolan Wells' body was found by a park ranger on his standard Monday morning rounds. The ranger said the body appeared that it just washed up on shore and the body was not waterlogged, which means forensics point out that there was no fluid in his lungs, which means he likely didn't drown. And it's indicative of his body being deceased before he was placed in the water.
Uh-oh.
Why is this not going viral? Because it explains why the friend group has lawyered up and made all of their accounts private. And even with this information, a sheriff insists that there's no foul play. It was a drowning accident.
Right.
However, he was deceased before his body was placed in the water, and there were already reports that Nolan Wells' body was beaten and bruised. It is also known and documented that there was an intense physical fight. Nolan's friend group was fighting him, and the fight moved from the beach to the boat, and the boat sped away. And this was all in the 4 to 5 o'clock time frame. And when the boat returned and docked and continued to party, and was seen partying at 7:30 with the same friend group minus Nolan, who was nowhere in sight, and they acted as if nothing happened. Nolan Wells was only identifiable via dental records and DNA, which meant his body, clearly his face, was so badly maligned that they didn't know it was him. You don't need dental records for somebody that supposedly drowned but was not waterlogged 24 to 36 hours ago. The cover-up seems to be in place. It's time for all of the videos from all of the people on the boats who watched Nolan be beaten. And there is one post on social media that says, "Nolan fought back. I promise you he did." This is awful. And it's eerily similar to what happened to Carmelo Anthony. And had he not been able to defend himself, he likely wouldn't have survived as well, because a mob attacked him while he was isolated. Let me know your thoughts. Thanks for watching What She Said Sports.
Yeah, shout out to her, man. She really broke that down. And yesterday, I also went over the fact that not only, are they telling us to calm down and not make any waves, this, that, and the third. He had to take the whole body out of the whole state to go get a autopsy because of no trust of anybody in Mississippi, which is the thing. But even beyond that, let's talk about briefly the media manipulation in all of this, because I think they played a part in public opinion the way that they covered it. And I think she broke that down on part number 1 from yesterday. But she came back with a second part and more receipts. Go ahead and tell them, Ma.
Day 2 of how we're being gaslit by the Nolan Wells coverage through a media literacy lens, starting with how the official narrative has already shifted. Share this video so others can learn to better consume news.
Authorities say Wells' friends left the island and he stayed behind and was supposed to take a different boat back to the mainland Saturday, but never did.
The friends' version of the story is now authorities' version of what happened, and the reporter is repeating it here. There's not an ounce of skepticism, not even consideration that the friends, the last people to see him alive, may not be the most credible source of information. Now, listen to how this next line is worded.
Investigators say they have no information at this time to indicate a crime was committed.
This is gaslighting.
Right.
This isn't about whether they have information to indicate a crime was committed. It's about a death under suspicious circumstances. This framing serves to make you second guess whether it's even possible a crime was committed before it's been determined that there wasn't. This isn't about the reporter. This is about the news organizations owned by corporations committed to controlling the narrative and maintaining a specific narrative. Tag your favorite information-based content creators and independent journalists. The more people talk about this and share, the more we understand how media can be used for manipulation, and we can better consume the news. I'm Janae Norman. I used to do the news. Now I just report the facts and uncomfortable truths.
That's why I let her go ahead and spit that out. Y'all need to go ahead and mess with Janae. Janae Tierra. She really dope. Matter of fact, I forgot to like that joint. I'm already subscribed to her, so you know what I mean. But I'm talking about, we got some intelligent folks asking some very intelligent questions, right? This one, I'm scouring and I'm getting the people in the case that's looking into the case in a different way. Check my man's out. Shout out to Lyric.
Ashley Cole released a statement about the Nolan Wells situation, and how about we just go through it together, shall we? I'm going to go ahead and put this up on the screen, and then I'm just going to read through it because I think it's best for you all to see the exact words that Ashley used before I add my comments to it. Our family, along with the community, grieves the loss of Nolan Wells. Our thoughts and prayers are with Nolan's family. Our son, Warren, loved Nolan dearly. Unfortunately, I feel that it is appropriate for our family to dispel some rumors with facts based upon the social media attention that is being diverted away from the Wells family and their loss. Yes, I deactivated my Facebook given the very heightened emotional state of social media right now. I fear for the safety of my child and my children. My husband and I have 6 children and we covet their privacy. We do not believe it is appropriate for our minor children's photographs to be circulated through the internet, presenting potential threats to their safety. I graduated high school with Christine. We are from the same community. I have the utmost respect for her and all of the Wells family. We mourn the loss of Nolan with them. Our prayers have been and will continue to be with them. My husband and I were not at Horn Island at any point on the 4th of July. No one in our family is trying in any way to impede with the investigation by law enforcement or to otherwise hamper the family and law enforcement's quest for answers. Warren was interviewed by the Jackson County Sheriff's Department and cooperated fully. He saw Nolan last at around 3 p.m. on July 4th. They left around 4:30 p.m. when the boat was taking on water and they had an issue with the bilge pump. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island and return inland with another group of friends. Yes, I am a judge. I also value transparency. I apologize if anyone was offended that I deleted my social media. There were no nefarious motivations in my deleting my social media. Social media has a lot of positives, but a whole lot of negatives. We live in a world of clickbaiting, sad but true. My family is hopeful that this information will help to redirect the attention to the Wells family, their grief, and their need for our community support. So Ashley, you mean to tell me that you all love Nolan so much that during the 48-hour search window, your family, instead of amplifying the missing poster and doing everything you could as a connected local family to the situation, your documented act was to be silent, delete your profiles, reactivate your profiles to post a statement after your deactivation became public? That seems a little weird to me. You also mentioned that you and your husband were not at Horn Island on July 4th, and I would just be curious to know what mainstream reporting placed you there or even asked that question, because a denial of an allegation that nobody made begs the question that, did you anticipate someone saying that you all were there? And if so, what made you anticipate that? Right. You also mentioned that Warren was interviewed by the Jackson County Sheriff's Department, and if that is the case, there would be a logged entry, date and time of you all walking into the Jackson County Sheriff's Department to hold that interview. There would be an interview log, there would be an interview report, and there would be footage of you walking into the building to conduct that interview. So I think we're going to have to see that. Now, this next part feels like new information because I personally haven't seen it in any reporting, but you mentioned that the group leaves around 4:30 because the boat was taking on water, and you specifically mention a bilge pump. So that implies two problems. That implies that the boat was taking on water, which would be hull damage or bad fitting. And then that implies that the system that is designed to remove that water is also broken. So That is something that physically exists. So do you have pictures of the issue? Do you have pictures of the hull damage or the bilge pump being broken? Do you have a scheduled appointment with pictures of the things that are broken? Do you have a repair receipt for when the boat was fixed, if it has been fixed? Do you have a VHF assistance log or a tow dispatch call if you had to get the boat towed? Because see, the problem with a bilge pump issue is that that's mechanical. It's also visible. So you're going to have to produce a little bit more than that information.
Exactly.
You also claim that Nolan Wells made a decision to stay and that he would get a ride with another group of friends. So can you tell me why your assertion contradicts what Katie McCormick has told investigators, which is that Nolan returned to the boat with the people that he arrived with? And can you also explain to me why you decided to put that in a Facebook post, whereas Katie McCormick is in a situation where lying to an investigator is a crime? So there's a little bit of asymmetry there. Which one do you think holds more weight? Also, by the way, if he left with another group of friends, that implies that there is another boat. That implies that these people run in circles where Warren was probably familiar by name or by face with those other group of friends. So why didn't they turn up in the 48-hour search? Where's the boat? Where's the second group of friends, Ashley? And while we're on that timeline, let me walk you all through 3 potential doors of what this sentence means. Because see, Ashley said that Warren last saw Nolan at 3 o'clock. And then at 4:30 p.m., they left because of the whole bilge pump issue. Now, we've covered this, but I do have 3 doors that are the only options that this statement would imply. You see, door number 1 would be Nolan having told Warren that he was going to stay at or before 3 p.m. But see, I don't think that's what happened, because if Nolan told Warren he was going to stay at or before 3 p.m., then the sentence would have been Nolan told Warren he was staying. But instead, Ashley said Warren last saw Nolan at 3 p.m. So I don't think that's the right door.
Right.
Door number 2 would mean that Nolan told somebody else between 3 and 4:30 p.m. that he was going to stay and not return with the group he came with. But see, let me tell you something about black folks. If we arrived with you and you are our ride, we are making sure we are going back with you, or at the very least, you know that we got it taken care of. Right. So I don't necessarily think that that's the door. And if it is, that means that there is a person out here who is a material witness to a statement being made by Ashley, and that should be easily verifiable. And then the final door would be that he told no one, in which case this is all speculation. But in my opinion, this is secondhand information being given to Ashley that she is communicating. So it's already speculative in the first place.
Right.
And see, you focused in on that 3 to 4:30 time frame, but you conveniently left out everything that happened in the evening. And so another question I would have is, when exactly did Warren find out that Nolan never made it back? But at the end of the day, I'm not a fucking lawyer, so what do I know?
Right.
All I can tell you is that this statement don't make fucking sense, and that a lot of the stuff that's said could be easily verifiable through real hard proof, instead of just people collecting information and then posting on Facebook. So, yeah, I don't think this statement did what you thought it did, Ashley, because it seems like a whole lot of bullshit to me. Peace.
And there you have it. Man, did y'all hear? Now, y'all know, y'all heard about the drug theory, right? There's supposed to be some sort of kind of drug theory. Not only that, they didn't brought the KKK in the mix, which, you know, I'm kind of side-eyeing. But I want you. Y'all got to see what I'm seeing out here in these streets. You know, I'm scouring the internet. Check this out.
Direct knowledge and contact in the area of Mississippi near Horn Island, where Nolan Wells went missing and then ultimately was found deceased, reached out to me with a theory that I hadn't heard before. I thought long and hard about not sharing it, but it's so credible that I decided that I wanted to share it. I'm going to work tomorrow to confirm these details. But apparently, there's a young era of KKK members, like a new generation of KKK members that were on Horn Island at this time. And the young people in that area are talking about whether or not they played a role in what happened to Nolan Wells after watching him talking to a white girl. Now, again, this is not confirmed, but it is the theory, and it is one of the theories that the young people who are there at that place are talking about currently. The reason I decided to share it is I don't know whether or not that is true, but I do know what is true is the young people that are there in that area are absolutely talking about this. And there is some sort of a newer generation of KKK members that are active in the Mississippi area. Now, if you're black and have ever been to Mississippi, that part won't surprise you. Right. But there are these ideas that maybe there was another group there who witnessed this young man, this young African-American man, even though he has Asian grandparents, his grandmother's Asian, but this young African-American kid is talking to a white girl in this very kind of youthful, celebratory event, and they may have played a role in what happened to him. I'm going to do a little digging tomorrow. It's late here tonight, but I'm going to do a little digging tomorrow and see what I can find related to this. Some people have been reaching out to me throughout this whole process, so I'm going to share what information I have. Of course, I found this very, very troubling, but at least I want to keep you guys updated. These are the things currently being talked about.
Dang, I ain't know about about that little aspect, but let's get to that. Let's get to the tea on that judge though, because it's a little tea on the judge though. I don't know if y'all know yet.
So we all know Ashley Cole, the judge, and the stepmom of one of the boys who killed Nolan Wells. Well, I got some tea on that host. Sit back. Okay, so boom, a few years ago, allegedly, Ashley Cole was over a huge suicide case that happened in Ocean Springs where a mother lost her child, and she told a grieving mother that she could not post nothing about her child on social media. Can't even post RIP, rest in power, nothing about her child on social media. Horrible fucking person. And not only that, it was another incident that she had took as well, where the mother said that she did not feel safe picking up her child from the father, and could they meet at a police station, and Ashley Cole told this person no, and guess what happened? The dad ended up shooting and unaliving the mother. And that's not it. Y'all know Nolan's friend Wyatt that was out there on that boat with him? Why his brother on Snapchat talking shit about black people? I'm gonna put the messages up here so y'all can pause, screenshot, or read yourself. Let me know what y'all think about this message in the comments. Let's talk about it. Yeah, this is getting a little suspicious. Don't
A little suspicious. Yeah, it's getting real deep. It's a lot of stuff going on out there, but then if we talking in terms of that boat again, check this out. Right. I just wanted to play that though. Like, ain't nobody in the history or niggerdom said I'm finna stay back, and go down with the ship, especially if it wasn't their ship. Like, come on, man. Ain't nobody doing that. Ain't nobody doing that. Ain't nobody doing that. No, I ain't. This dude right here, I ain't really want to play that, but since he actually popped up, I guess I can use this as a teaching moment. So, because sometimes you got to hear, what they saying on the other side and how they trying to justify it. It's pretty cringeworthy, but check it out though.
Yesterday, I made a video about Nolan Wells' disappearance and how they found him deceased, and there's a bit of information I want to add because I think it's relevant to the case. This is the island, Horn Island, and they say the coast is strong along the tips, here and here. But just for context, it is around 10 miles away from the mainland. 10 miles. Williams, a friend of Wells, said he was supposed to go on the same boat, and they ended up not being able to go on the same boat because it was crowded, but when they got to the island, they met up and hung out. And then both men left their phones on the boat that Wells rode out on, and then Williams later retrieved his phone while Wells' mother found her son's phone through the location services. And then this picture was going around, and it was based off of a video, which I'm going to show you in a second. But I was looking at it, I said, maybe an altercation, something happening, everyone's facing this way, but I realized not just that, Everyone was facing this direction. And I said, I don't know what's going on. This could just be a separate incident, but I just figured if we're going to talk about this picture, let's talk about the full scenario. Take a look at the clip. But then you're going to tell me that, oh, so Nolan found no ride home, was left by everyone on the island without his phone, and they said, fuck you, we're going to leave without you. No ride, no nothing, no help. Call SOS, call God. And he said, no, you know what? I was on that boat for the 10-mile drive. You know what? I think I'm going to swim that shit back. And that's the story we're going with. Really? So I'm supposed to believe that Nolan asked his friend, say, hey, man, leave me behind. I'm going to go with somebody else, right? Williams takes another boat. No problem. That's how they got there. Didn't get a ride back home with Williams. No, not with his girlfriend, not with his friends, no nobody. Not even the last boat. He didn't say, hey, man, I have nobody else. You're the last boat here. I need a ride home. No. And even so, the last boat didn't say, hey, is that guy by himself? Who the fuck is going to take him home? Nothing. You went to that island and all those people could not even help you and you had to swim back? Oh, but then you were on the boat and then maybe fell off, right? Let's say you did go on the boat and then you fell off. That close to that you were able to be brought right back to the shore? That fast the next day? So your friends must have seen you fall off the boat, or no, they didn't know, and they just kept going, and they said, fuck it, we're not going to search for you? So you were on the island, left alone by yourself, is the real story that we're going to go with, and you swam back. Ladies and gents, too many red flags. I don't think that's the case. I'm sorry. I really don't think that. Yesterday.
Even my boy, like, he surprised me on that one, real talk. Like, I really couldn't argue with that. He had a point. I mean, tell me when he was lying. Was there some lies there? Man, y'all thinking we being harsh by saying what we saying. But look, let me show y'all something. It's not just us. Peep this mom right here. Now, obviously she got some skin in the game and she gonna tell you, but listen to what she got. Just listen real hard.
But this video is about an epidemic of a problem that is happening throughout the country right now. Multiple people have been found unalived by rope in trees. Carmelo Anthony and everything that happened with him defending himself, which he had every right to do. And now this situation that's happening with Nolan Wells. I am a mom of 2 black men, and I'm going to tell you something that I've had to know for a really long time.
What's that?
Number 1. Do not be the only black person in a room.
Damn.
Ever. If you are a parent, do not allow your babies to be around a bunch of people my color alone. Do not.
Damn.
At all.
Damn.
If they're going on a school trip, you either be a chaperone or make sure that other people of color are chaperones and make sure it's the right kind of people of color.
Damn. No tethers? Damn. She's spitting.
Make sure they voted for her, if you get what I'm saying.
That ma'am, don't. See, I'm gonna let her cook because I ain't gonna get her. Just go ahead.
Do not let your children be alone with a whole bunch of people my color.
Damn.
Don't do it.
What?
I am speaking from personal experience.
Damn.
Okay? I promise when I tell you that they are unaliving our babies.
Shit.
They are.
Damn.
Okay? I am a white lady telling you this.
Dude, she almost want to cry. Like, she don't even really want to just tell you. Look, that was like that. It was in the inside. That was like right there.
They are. Okay? I am a white lady telling you this. They're not safe.
Damn.
They are not safe. Do you understand? They're not safe. I am a white lady and I would never allow my kids to be the only person of color on like a school trip or around a whole bunch of people that are white alone.
Damn.
I just wouldn't. And that's me being fully honest.
You got to respect the honesty. Y'all don't like that. She a mud shark and all of that over there. I see y'all. You know what? Y'all really kill me when I be having y'all folks on here busting it down for you, saying the realest of the real, and y'all just reject the real messages. That's how y'all, this is how you gonna grow. I be trying to soften it up for you a little bit by having your people bust it down for you. Y'all don't want to grow. Y'all don't want to get the real. Y'all, it just ain't in you, huh? You think I'm not playing? Listen, man, she ain't the only one. Listen to her.
You know what breaks my soul about what happened to Nolan Wells?
What's that?
Is that as a white mother, I've been in the rooms with other white parents as they make excuses for the shitty behavior of their children.
Damn. Oh, God. Oh. You been there? Tell me some more.
I've sat at the table with white mothers as they placate and avoid and ignore the shitty behaviors that their sons do.
Damn. You like the ones that's not being monitored over in my chat right now, spitting gibberish, like them ones? Go on.
I have been in the rooms with other white families as they make excuses and constantly invalidate the experiences of others.
Damn. You been around? Straight up? Damn. Boy, this make y'all sizzling. Y'all start bursting into flames like a vampire in the sunlight. Soon as one of your folks start talking real, huh? Y'all over there sizzling in your chairs and shit. She's saying some real shit. Ah! She's saying some real shit. Ah! Y'all are ridiculous. Soak it up. Try to learn something. Go ahead, Mom. Finish. Go ahead.
Completely unwilling to see a reality that doesn't even exist for them. What breaks my soul about what happened to Nolan Wells is that we don't teach our white children how to stand up for what's right.
Damn. Is that what it is? Is that why y'all can't resist coming all over here, jumping all in my chat, doing all of this and that? Is that what it is? Jeez Louise. Tell it, sister.
We don't teach our children accountability.
Damn. God damn. These is like, shot to the heart and you're too late. She giving white people a bad name. And y'all over there dying. Shot to the heart and you're too late. Oh my God. Oh shit. Go ahead, Ma. Go ahead, cook. Finish it out.
Because if it's one thing that we really, really, really can't tolerate within white culture,
what's that?
That's accountability.
Damn.
And that has to change with us white mothers. You know what breaks my soul?
Damn. She's saying basically you got to go to the source. Did y'all mama teach y'all to come over people chat and do stuff like that? Is that what Is that what happened? Did y'all mama teach y'all this type of behavior? Y'all keep messing with me. That's why I always got a video for y'all. When I'm doing my thing, all y'all should do is come over here and learn something and kick back and just be cool. But see, y'all be starting with the mess, and I got to give you the mess. Is what I'm trying to tell you. You understand? All you had to do is chill out. Matter of fact, I got some more for you real quick, because y'all hate this guy. Y'all call him White Guilt Sam? Tell him, Sammy.
For Nolan Xavier Wells, and some people have posed some interesting questions to me. Who are these other friends?
Who these other folks is? How are they so anonymously evading everybody's? Who is these other peoples? Where they at though?
Why is it that everybody else has been identified except these other friends?
Where they at, though? Very good question, Sam.
The girl he supposedly went after was identified, and she said, yes, he went back with these other friends.
Right.
Do you think these other friends actually exist?
Right.
Because, like I said, everybody else has been identified,
Right.
but the other friends. It makes no sense to me at all. Now, somebody said, look, about the phone, when you go to this island, you leave your phone on the boat, right?
I heard that crap.
Because sun damage, if a plastic bag, you could drop it in the water, whatnot. I can buy that. But my question is, once he then decided to go off with these other friends,
right,
you would go and get your cell phone and be like, hey guys, I'm going to go with these other friends.
Right.
Let me get my phone.
Right.
Nobody in their right mind in this day and age is ever going to leave their phone behind, especially on an island. So that's just my question. Do you believe these other friends exist? And if so, why have they not been identified? Secret Service Sam out, Samson for president of the world. Secret Service Sam here.
I mess with Sam, man. Sam be coming with them thoughts. You dig what I'm saying? Y'all hate Sam, don't you? Hit the like button. It's free. What up, Mike? Money Mike? In Hampton? That cracked you up over there? ADHD Mac, do not recommend channel. It's not for you, fam. It ain't for you. Don't nobody care what you recommend, little buster. You a buster. That's all it is. Let's just worry about being a buster and learn something, boy. Anyway, matter of fact, since you're making me mad, let me just bring all your people up to the front. Let me bring all your people up to the front that got some real stuff to say, because you're not a representative of real people out here, and I constantly got to make you look better than what you type. But somebody was in the comment section talking about, because I played her on the previous videos, because she always been coming dropping the real dimes, because she keep it real. She said somebody kept pointing out her saying lynching and the fact that there wasn't any trees on this island. I don't know if y'all remember what the island is, but real quick, that's the joint right there. Juanita, thank you. I appreciate that. That's the island right there. They was all the way, just for a reference real quick, they was all the way over here on the far side, this little curved side right over here. He was found all the way over here on this side of the island by a service dude, no water in the lungs, but they couldn't identify him. Everybody talking about his mama seen the body and all that. Mama ain't seen nobody. He couldn't be identified because he was beat to a pulp. They couldn't even identify cuz. You understand? So we way beyond the speculation and all of that. This was a lynching. But go ahead, bust it down. Matter of fact, I didn't use her a couple times. I'm going to go ahead and give her a like and go ahead and hit that follow. Thank you, Total Hypocrisy. Go ahead and spit that.
Reference to the Nolan Xavier Wells case out of Mississippi, the young man who turned up dead on Horn Island about 10 miles off the coast of Mississippi. His 3 white friends took him out on a boat and then returned with only his cell phone. I have been using the word lynched. I'll be honest with you.
That's right.
This bot or person, I don't really know and I don't care, says you say lynched when also you said there are no trees. Lynching is not exclusively a hanging. Let's, I don't know, use the internet and figure out what lynching is. Okay, this is from the NAACP. If you prefer to look it up at like Merriam-Webster.com, be my guest. But I think this is a really great source and they explain it in detail. See, you don't have to hang someone to kill them and have it be a lynching. You also don't have to torture them to death and then hang them up in a tree for all to see for it to be a lynching.
Thank you.
A lynching is simply a public killing of an individual who has not received any due process.
Cyrus Carmack Belton and so many others, modern day lynchings I like the way she broke this down, like just so you can. It's modern day lynchings, fam, and y'all want to know why we so upset about it, why we so at arms, because we see modern day lynchings all the time. This is what it is. Why wouldn't we be upset about it? Why wouldn't we be up in arms about it? Why wouldn't we go hard about it? Because y'all sure would. Yeah, I know y'all would. So stop with the hypocrisy.
Killing of an individual who has not received any due process, meaning we don't know if they've committed a crime or not, and in most cases, they have not.
They did.
These executions were often carried out by lawless mobs, though police officers did participate under the pretext of justice. The only critique I have of this NAACP definition is that they put it in past tense.
Right.
Were often carried out? No, it's still happening.
Thank you.
Lynchings were violent public acts that white people used to terrorize and control black people in the 19th and 20th centuries.
And it's still going on.
Again, it's still happening.
Right.
Particularly in the South. Lynchings typically evoke,
I don't know, like maybe like Mississippi? You got me on my you got me on my finesse 2 times. I don't know, like Mississippi? Straight up though.
images of black men and women hanging from trees, but they involved other extreme brutality, such as torture, mutilation, decapitation, and desecration. Some victims were burned alive. So now let's go back to what I was talking about yesterday in my video, which is the very intentional language used by journalists for this case.
Is this a white lady saying the same thing the black lady was saying that y'all was dismissing earlier? Do tell. Go ahead. Tell me some more.
They say things like, however, the identity of the person found is pending confirmation from the Jackson County Coroner's Office. ABC News, Nolan Xavier Wells, whose body...
But actually, though, she right in what she's saying, but now, as we all really actually know, it's pending identification, because if it was him and he just had died last night, they should be able to look at the driver's license and ID and see that it's him. So what they're telling you is, it was all messed up. They had to get some DNA, or they had to get some dental records, or they had to get some something. They had to get something else because the license and the ID didn't work. And don't give me, he wasn't out in the water for that long, because they found him right away the next morning. Wasn't even barely daybreak, and they found him.
Body was believed to be recovered after going missing over the weekend. This is telling us, without saying it blatantly, that they are needing to do either DNA testing, or they need to do some sort of, matching of dental records, or something like that. This body, it implies on many various news outlets, both major and smaller local publications, that this body was physically unidentifiable. Black men and women hanging from trees, but they involved other extreme brutality, such as torture, mutilation, decapitation, and desecration. Some victims were burned alive.
Come on now.
It means the body is unidentifiable. That is a lynching. Multiple people attacking, torturing, desecrating, possibly burning a body, and then just leaving it for dead, whether that body is raised by a noose or not. This is in reference to the Nolan Xavier Wells case.
You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. How, if she know it, but I'm just saying though, who was that? Stewart 2004. If she know it, why you don't know it, bro? What's wrong with you? Is that low IQ you got over there, sir? Huh? Is that low IQ at work? Who is that? Huh? Is that low IQ at work, famo? Is that you? Is it? Because we not dumb. What you need to do is just stop. Just stop with the shenanigans.
The young man's phone was on the boat when it docked, and he wasn't. Can we stop?
Come on now.
Can we stop with people saying, oh, y'all speculating? The young man's phone was on the boat when it docked, and he wasn't.
That's it.
He's not allowing somebody to leave him on an island without his cell phone.
That's it.
Come on, y'all. If that was your child, you would know that. If that was a white girl, if that was Allison, you would know that. You would be saying the same thing. Yeah, it's about race. It's always about race. Because you have this thing where you believe that we are never supposed to not feel safe around white people. And you're offended by that. It's the reason why you say things like, oh, well, you're more likely to be killed by a black guy. That might be true. But you're likely to get killed by some white people too, if you're not careful.
Straight up, if you being the token all by yourself, you say you smarter than me in every way. Well, you know what doesn't look smarter than me in every way is the fact that I'm creating the space to speak to my people, and you over here spitting gibberish like anything that you say, anybody's gonna take serious. You don't look too smart intervening in spaces that ain't got nothing to do with you. That's not smart, bud. Bucko. I know that's that low IQ kicking in. But my man say it's a plot. And you got to hear him out, though. He say it's a plot, though.
I guarantee you that there is a white racist man behind the plot and scheme of the murder of Nolan Wells.
Damn. What you say, bruh? You said what?
I can guarantee you.
You can guarantee? He ain't put the guarantee on there, did he? My man said he can guarantee
that there is a white racist man behind the plot and scheme of the murder of Nolan Wells.
Damn. God. Woo. He said he can guarantee it. Well, bust it down for me.
I can almost guarantee it that
he put the double guarantee on there.
Somehow, all of those teens that was involved connected with someone who put the plan and the plot together. Someone was the brains behind that operation. Someone in Mississippi was the think tank that made it happen.
Damn.
I can guarantee you that's what's going on with this. See, some older person wanted to get back because they felt like that whole Carmelo Anthony case didn't finish the way they wanted it to finish, because ultimately they wanted him unalived as well. So this is their get back.
Okay. Now we know white supremacy do not like taking L's. That's not far-fetched, you know. He didn't go too far out on a limb. Now, you know, I can hear. Listen, I'm gonna do something a little bit different, right? Usually I ain't really with the metaphysical whizzicles in the stars, moons, and quasars and shit like that, right? But I was watching this sister. Shout out to Tammy. Shout out to my sister Tammy Woodruff. I do what I do. If I feature, I gotta follow and I gotta like. But she had came with some spirits, like she said she could read like the spirit or something of the situation. We gonna let it play a little bit, because I want to see where she was going with it. I want to give her a chance. Now, we doing this together. This is something new for me. We doing this together. You said dude needs to stop. Listen, this is the P is for the people. And the people, there's a lot of different thoughts. We're not a monolith. Everybody thinks different. But Shorty said she did the metaphysical, whizzical, grand whizzical on it. So I want to hear what she was talking about. Go ahead, lace me with a little something, Tammy.
Hey, my beautiful people.
What's up?
So today I want to give you information about Nolan Wells' killer. If you are not caught up, you do need to go watch my channeling that I posted yesterday, because in that channel,
it's a channeling. So my bad. I didn't want to disrespect what she do. She said she finna do a channeling on the killers of Nolan Wells. So it's not Nolan Wells, not the dead subject, but the energy surrounding the killers of Nolan Wells. Go ahead, proceed.
channeling, I said that Nolan's mother, Christine Wells, was familiar with his killer. So when I look into the killer of Nolan Wells and what happened, the description that I see based off of how the hair looks and the build of the body matches Warren Hudson. Warren Hudson was one of the friends that he was with.
Yeah.
And also his mother, Judge Ashley Cole, made a statement saying that she graduated with Christine Wells, Nolan's mother, and they grew up in the same community. One thing that y'all got to understand is that the incident that happened with Nolan Wells on July 4th was not anything new. There had been racial tension. This did not start now. This started back in high school. Now, Nolan and Warren, they both attend community colleges that are rivals. I told you that Southwest Mississippi Community College had a lot of racial tension. It was that good old boy system, and Nolan stood his ground against that. The reason that they wanted to do something to Nolan is because these games are fixed, and there was somebody in that athletic department that did not want Nolan on that team anymore. They had a huge problem with the way Nolan spoke up for himself. This person would have been somebody that was like responsible for the equipment. They had some type of high stake in this game in this college. Also, Judge Ashley, Warren's mother, she has a high stake as well when it comes to these community colleges. Now, Judge Ashley has to save face. There is a male individual that is giving her play-by-play and telling her how to handle this situation. This individual is calling her and getting her through this.
That's crazy, because I got some other things lined up that I had questioned what they said in the video. I don't know if y'all know, but it was reported that all the families of all the friends went and sat down to dinner, like 15, 20 something deep. But go ahead, Ma.
It is a male figure, somebody she looks up to and somebody that she works with very closely. Now, the way Warren kills Nolan is he hits him in this area right here with this steel pole that has an open end. Where I see the incident happening, it looks like it's some type of separated shed or garage. The main thing that I see is that it's this door, and in the middle of the door it has rectangular glass squares. And then on the inside it's just complete dark. That's where his body was stored until they put him back on the island. I keep seeing a boat that is covered, looks like it hasn't been used for a while, and that's where the body was stored until they took him back to the island. There is a circle around him after this is done. There is a group that saw Warren do this. They also urinate on Nolan. Now let me go back to how I told you about the good old...
Now hold on. Now I think it's these two people is not related. When a girl broke down what a lynching was and the purpose of it and the disrespect of it and the degradation of it and the desecration of it, how is this lady channeling this through that? Right? You know what I'm saying? I just listen, some things we don't know about. So, you know, just because it don't sound like, you know, but she cooking. Go ahead, Ma.
Boy system with the school. The reason why I know this, because in my channeling, I saw this hate coming from a long line of their lineage. This
would that be like the KKK? Go on.
This made them feel okay to do this. This is ritualistic, and I'm gonna tell you why.
Like a lynching?
Anybody that is channeling this, anybody that's just trying to figure out what's going on, specifically the Black community, you need to be very careful. This is something different than I saw with Nolan's channeling. This is how they get the energy to be able to do this again. So if you're not a person that can fight spiritually, if you're not a person that can ward off energy, you need to back away from this story. Because anyone that looks into it, they're going to attack you and your family. When I did my channeling, I had to do two things. One, I had to take off the haunting of the energy from Nolan. I told y'all about that.
Right.
Two, there was an entity that I had to fight that represented this energy, and I gave it judgment. If you're not able to do that, if you do not know how this works, please remove yourself from this storyline and just sit back and listen and watch. This is how they're getting in to continue this long line, this lineage of this ritualistic thing that they're doing to these black men.
So is that what y'all doing over there in my chat? Is y'all gearing up to go do something like this to some of y'all black friends or something like this? This is y'all gearing up. That's what y'all doing. First it starts verbally, like verbally amongst each other. Then you outwards, you go start jumping in chats. Then you're gonna like try it out in the street, or you gonna have like a potluck one day and invite the black coworker and do them in. What are y'all doing? This is amazing. She's busting this down. But go ahead, Ma. Go ahead, Ma. I'm gonna let her go ahead and cook out because she's cooking.
These are the words that I specifically heard from the ancestor of this lineage, and it was a woman. She said, we're not going to keep letting these no good men come in here. This is not a game. This is nothing to take lightly. I bring truth. I see all, and I can tell you what's happening on the other side. Black people, stay away from this mess. Mississippi had the largest number of incidents when it came to Jim Crow. Mississippi is the reason why they had to do away with Jim Crow, because it got too embarrassing. Mississippi is dangerous.
I don't think it was no lies or no. That sound about like facts and truth to me. Straight up, Mike. For real. That sounds straight truth to me. Hey, I'm telling you, I ain't never really dipped on the metaphysical side before, but from the other things that I heard and what she just explained, and I know that they're not related at all, she was kind of hitting on all the cylinders right there. Like it kind of went together though. Like you can't rule it out, man. Some people know more than you know. Some people feel more than you feel. Shorty, she on to something. I'm gonna have to keep my eye on her. I did subscribe and hit that like button. But shout out to SJ Candid too. I be featuring her. She has some very good questions about this situation, man.
This is an update on the case of Nolan Xavier Wells, because there have been some developments and I got questions. Now, of course, as we thought would happen, the Jackson County Sheriff's Department and the coroner, Bruce Lynn, said initially that they thought this was an accidental drowning.
Right.
Like I said in my last video about this, I knew they were going to try to frame this to be an accident. However, the case is getting interesting because some things are not adding up, and this is making it so the investigation is not only still open in the Jackson County Sheriff's Department, but the family of Nolan Wells have also lawyered up. And they have gotten Ben Crump, who is a prominent civil rights and personal injury lawyer.
Right.
Ben Crump don't play. And this is exactly who they need to be on this case. Now, the Jackson County Sheriff's Department said that they did not suspect foul play, but because there is so much information out there about a possible altercation and when people were where they said they were, they are asking for any information that anyone may have.
Right.
May this be any type of videos or photos or any type of documentation showing Nolan or the friends or the altercation or the friends at 7 o'clock. That's going to be important because I'll get there in a minute. But they want anything that anybody might have. Now, Ben Crump, by request of the family, is going to launch his own independent investigation because they want to investigate the exact circumstances of Nolan's death. Now, the judge, who has a son that was with Nolan on that trip, she made a statement. This is Chancery Judge Ashley Cole. Now, she had deactivated her Facebook account when all of this got started. Almost as soon as Nolan's body was discovered, she shut down her account. Now, she reactivated her account and made a statement. In the statement, she said she wanted to dispel some rumors with fact. And she said that her son was very devastated because he really loved Nolan. She also said that she herself graduated high school with Nolan's mother, Christine Wells. She tried to clarify that she shut down her account because of the social media climate, and said that she has 6 kids and didn't want her minor kids to be plastered all over the internet. Which, if she put them on Facebook, they already are. And she could have just made her account private.
Right.
But she decided to deactivate the whole thing.
Strange.
But she claimed that she didn't do that to mess with the investigation because people were saying that they were trying to thwart the investigation by shutting down their accounts. She said that that was not what she was doing. And she said that her son has been cooperating fully with the investigation since they returned back from the island.
Really?
Which is interesting to me that she would use return back from the island rather than since Nolan was reported missing. It's very small detail, but I feel like that matters. For some reason, I feel like that matters. When they returned back from the island, essentially there was no case yet to cooperate with. Or at least there shouldn't have been.
Right.
But maybe it's just phrasing and I'm looking into it too hard.
No, you're not.
But then she goes on to say something to the effect of her.
Hold on. No, hold on. We can't just hop over that. They did say, like, right away, immediately, we complied and all. Ain't even nothing had got on the way. The body was fresh out the water. That's crazy. Go ahead, Ma. She cooking.
And her husband were not on the island. But then she says that her son last saw Wells at 3 p.m.
Right.
And the friends started coming back at 4:30 p.m. because their boat started taking on water because they were having some type of mechanical issue with one of the pumps in the boat.
Okay.
Now, she said after that Nolan decided to stay on the island and come back with another friend group.
Yeah, right.
Now, this judge is stating this because she is trying to dispel the rumors with fact. She is saying this as a fact. She said that Nolan decided to stay on the island and come back with another group of friends. Now, not only is this hearsay, that's not something that she herself witnessed because, as she said, she was not on the island. But therein lies another problem. If they came home at 4:30,
right,
because they were having an issue with the boat,
yeah,
and the last time they saw Nolan was at 3 o'clock when he was with a girl,
right,
how did they know that Nolan made the decision to stay in the island?
Because you can't have it both ways. Damn, hold on. Let me rewind that and let's make sure we heard that correct.
To dispel the rumors with fact, she is saying this as a fact. She said that Nolan decided to stay on the island and come back with another group of friends.
Okay.
Now, not only is this hearsay, that's not something that she herself witnessed because, as she said, she was not on the island.
Right.
But therein lies another problem. If they came home at 4:30,
yeah,
because they were having an issue with the boat,
yeah,
and the last time they saw Nolan was at 3 o'clock when he was with a girl,
yeah,
how did they know that Nolan made the decision to stay in the island?
Right. So basically, like, okay. So they out there, they chilling, they taking on water. He supposedly left his phone on the boat to go chill with the girl. They had to go because the boat was taking on water, so they never even checked. If that's the case, y'all didn't check. And that don't make sense. That don't make sense. Y'all just took off with cuz phone. Yeah, man, the boat taking on water, man. Forget him, man. We got to go. Nah, fam. That don't make no sense. But go on.
Did they speak to him as they were about to come home at 4:30?
Right.
Did they tell him that they were going to have to go home early because they were having a boat malfunction? If the last time they saw him was at 3 o'clock, I'm not sure that they would have had that conversation at 4:30.
Right.
Yet this judge is speaking this to try to dispel the rumors and replace them with facts. So she's saying this as a fact when that timeline does not work out.
It don't.
On top of that, she wasn't the only one who deleted her account. All of the other friends deleted theirs as well. Now, she said she did it because of her children. What was their excuse?
Right.
And almost all of them decided to go with the drastic measure of completely deactivating their account and not just setting it to private. Not only that, but they lawyered up before the body was found, which may or may not be standard practice for well-off families, especially a family that the parent is a judge. But that further goes into my suspicion with her saying that they were cooperating with authorities since they got back to the island, not since Nolan was reported missing, which they got back to the island before, hours before, Nolan was reported missing. Now, the girl that Nolan met with was named Katie McCormick. She too has lawyered up, but she is cooperating fully with the investigation. Now, Katie McCormick is the person who is considered to be the one who last saw him alive. But something bothers me a little bit about the whole Katie McCormick thing, because Katie McCormick said that they hung out for a period of time and then he went back to his friends. What bothers me about that is that nobody is reporting how much time they actually spent together. Not even her. At least not publicly. They have all of these other timestamps. They last saw him at 3 o'clock. Someone saw an altercation at 5. Someone saw the boys partying at 7. The mom is now saying that they came all the way back home at 4:30. But there is no set time as to when Nolan left Katie, because that would really help in knowing whether or not he was with Katie when he was supposed to have been in that altercation at 5 o'clock. If he left Katie before that, then the whole altercation thing could also be a little bit more plausible. Also interesting about that is that the altercation thing was supposed to be at 5 o'clock, and the mom conveniently has them leaving at 4:30. 30 minutes before the altercation was supposed to have taken place.
Right.
And hours before their 7 o'clock party appearance. Now, another thing that bothers me about this case is the phone. Now, one of the friends, Javon Williams, not sure which friend that was, but somebody named Javon Williams told authorities that he and Nolan had left their phone in the boat. They left their phone in the boat in order to go to the beach and have some fun. Now, if they knew that Nolan had left his phone in the boat with Javon Williams' phone, why didn't they go attempt to give him his phone back? Obviously, they knew it was in the boat. At least one of the friends knew that that phone was in the boat. Also, did he just run into Katie and decide to just hang out with her? How did they communicate?
Right.
How did he communicate with his friends that he was going to stay where he was if he didn't have a phone? Now, somebody that had said that they witnessed the altercation said that they heard Nolan demanding his phone. Now, none of that has been substantiated, but it would make sense if the phone was on the boat and Nolan wanted his phone back. But that would mean that both the boat, the kids, and Nolan were all together around 5 o'clock, which means that they didn't leave at 4:30. It is also not clear with all of these timestamps exactly when they made it back to the mainland from the island. It only takes about 30 to 45 minutes to go the 10 to 12 miles from Horn Island back to the Mississippi shoreline. So if the judge is correct and they left at 4:30, they would have been at home by about 5:15. Yet there are people saying that they saw them up until 7 o'clock that evening. Now, what is being reported is that whenever they did get back, it seemed as if they grabbed a bite to eat and then they communicated with their own parents before giving Christine Nolan's phone. It is unclear whether they talked to Christine on Saturday at all, but we do know that around 12 o'clock in the morning, she filed a missing persons report. And we know that by Sunday, she announced on Facebook that she had his phone. Something does not sit right with this timeline. Something is missing. Somebody's lying. So this is an update on the case of Nolan Xavier Wells, because
man, the cat's out the bag. The cat's out the bag. Everybody know what's up. But we got some very smart, intelligent black people that is putting this thing together. Man. So the water in the lungs thing, that's already known. Everybody on that. But what you say though, sis? Go ahead.
Flew his body to be for the autopsy. And there's a Brian Thrasher, which you'll see back here, and he's saying that the body wasn't waterlogged. So he didn't drown. There was no water in his lungs, so he didn't drown. Also, he was identified by his dental records because he was so bruised up. So he's so bruised up that he's unrecognizable, just taking a picture and put the next to him. He had to, the dental records had to identify him.
Damn.
And I didn't even know this information until this morning. But I mean, I spent last night arguing with you-know-who folk that want us to just forget about this and want to believe the narrative that he wanted to stay. And he was going to go with some other friends. Without his cell phone, how was he going to be able to accomplish that? How was he going to be able to get in touch with those people and find another way home? It's asinine. And people want to say don't make it about race, but y'all made it about race. And it became about race when 4 boys went to that island and the black one didn't return. That's when it became about race. And the fact that the other race is so in support of the gaslighting and the covering up right now is sad. It's sad, but it's also, we're not surprised. We're not surprised. Black bodies are not safe. They act like our lives don't matter. And so we're just chalking it up. But I'm hoping that these new findings are going to get those boys arrested. Also, they returned back to the island. There's a video, and if somebody finds this video for me, please. There's a video of a bystander videoing the entire argument and how the racial slurs were being thrown and how they jumped him and then sped off in the boat. So he was in the boat with them fighting. He was fighting. They said, you know, he get put up a good fight, and they sped off in the boat.
Damn.
Then when they returned and docked their boat and was there at 7:30, still partying or whatever, Nolan wasn't there. So that whole thing, they went home at 3 is a lie. Nobody's stories are adding up. And I just want this young man to get justice. Good morning.
Damn, man. It's getting thick. It's getting deep. It's getting thick. It's getting another Emmett Till. That's right, Darius. Straight up, though. Straight up, though. But how we gonna react to it is the thing, though. You know what I'm talking about? How we gonna react to it? You know what? I hate you, professional victims over there. Maybe you know what? You only feeling so bad because we talking about your folks, and you feeling like we shouldn't be looking at all of y'all the same way because of the actions of your folks. And that's something that you're gonna have to take up with your folks. You know what I mean? Don't get mad. We go through that all the time. That's what you do. You look at us all the same way. But this one right here, this is really for my bros. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to kind of put this message out there because it was heavily coded. But he said what needed to be said. And I want y'all to really listen to this. This ain't for you, little buster.
Self-preservation is the first law of nature. It's the first law of survival. Why are you saying that, Miguel? I'm saying that to say this. If law enforcement is not going to protect you, it's your duty and your right to protect your life at all costs, to protect your kids at all costs. You don't need anyone's permission to protect yourself, to protect your life.
You heard?
See, we're giving these people permission to govern over our life. We're allowing these people to tell us what's a crime and what's not a crime.
You heard?
We can't allow these people to tell us Nolan Wells it was an accident, drowning, would we just go for that? We can't let someone tell us that a crime has or hasn't been committed. You notice every time black people end up hung, we had a hanging in Mississippi on the college, and they told us that young man killed himself. Well, that's on us to go for that. See, we have to start being our own investigators.
Right.
And after doing our investigation, if we find any foul play, we find anybody negligent, we have the right to render justice ourselves if the law enforcement and the DA isn't going to do it. Simple and plain.
Simple and plain. What's already said ain't got to be. You heard what he said. You heard what he said. That's all I'm saying. You heard what he said. Hit that like button. Subscribe if you have not already. Because I'm cooking them over here. Now listen to this, though. Let's just get an update on some real facts. I like how he said we got to be investigators. Well, my man investigated the crap out of what he about to say right now.
Mr. Wells and Wyatt have been friends for a long time. They've been friends since grade school. The judge knows Mr. Wells' mama. They went to high school together, so they've been in this area for a long time. Right. Allegedly, there were other people, other black friends that were supposed to be on the boat with Mr. Wells.
Yep.
Now, allegedly, they were told at the last minute that they couldn't come and the boat was full. Yep. Now, while they were out there on the island, there was a fight that took place on the island, allegedly. There was a boat with majority black folks on it, got in a fight with a boat with some white boys on it. They got in a fight on the land, not in the water, allegedly.
Right.
Now, the girl, Katie, allegedly, the boat she was on and the boat that Nolan came on, they were both parked side by side. Now, allegedly, Katie's family came and picked her up and took her home.
Right.
Now, the story is being told that the boat took on water and they told Nolan that they about to bounce because the boat taking on the water and they need to get the boat towed out the area. Allegedly, Nolan told them that he was going to stay there with the girl, so the boat got towed away. But allegedly, no one ever seen the boat get towed away. People seen them leave. Now, allegedly, the boat is owned by somebody else, but the boat ended up at Wyatt's house. While the boat is at Wyatt's house, they got his phone, Nolan Wells' phone. They did not want to give the family back Nolan's phone.
Right.
They weren't able to report Nolan missing until the next day because they refused to give his phone. They thought he was there at his house the whole time, at Wyatt's house the whole time, allegedly, because the location was on and it was common for him to be over there. But the family, allegedly, Mr. Wells' family had to come and get the phone from them because they didn't want to give him the phone. Right. Now, allegedly, somebody rode past the residence and noticed that 4 people was out there cleaning the boat down from head to toe, allegedly.
Yeah.
And also, they were partying the same night while the boy was missing. Allegedly, they were at parties, multiple parties. The next day, they were seen out eating. And they told another unknown source that, well, we didn't report it because you guys are already going to say we did it. Allegedly. Now, the unknown source, a.k.a. the mole, also revealed to me that when they went out there to go look for the body, they found the body in the first place that they were looking for.
Right.
Allegedly. Also, I was told that they've been asked to do a polygraph, and all of them have declined and said no. Allegedly. Now, for all the boating experts out there that say the boat was taking on all this crazy amount of water because of the waves and the current and up, that wasn't happening out there. That was not happening out there on July 4th. The water was very, very calm, from what I was told. Now, that information is facts. That's not allegedly. The water was calm. That was factual information. Now, that was told to me. That you can stamp it. You can. I'll certify that the water was calm. So I don't know why all this swells and waves and all this current and all this stuff, y'all. None of that need. Mr. Wells and Wyatt have been friends for a long time. They've been friends since grade school. The judge knows.
That's all the facts that we know up to so far. That I mean, whoo, my boy laid it down. That's all the facts. But my man said he got the young speculation, and from that reading that we got from Sis, who kind of broke down that reading, I'm not ruling nothing out because obviously, y'all know when y'all be watching them when y'all be watching them murder shows and all of that, you be already knowing what happened, and you be like, damn, how the damn detectives didn't know that? Like, we would be perfect investigators on any crime for sure, because we use common sense. That's first off. But hold on, my man's got a theory. I just want to hear the theory. He said what I think could have happened to Nolan.
You know, I have a speculation regarding the Nolan Wells case.
Okay.
This is just my speculation. This is just things that I'm thinking of. This does not mean it is true.
Yeah,
I'm just thinking about this.
That's right. Go ahead.
What if they all went to that island?
Yeah.
Everything was cool. But what if that girl that Nolan left with, one of those boys actually had a crush on?
Ooh.
Or could be an ex or have done something with one of the boys.
Right.
Just saying.
Okay.
Not saying it's true, just saying.
Okay, I'm with you.
What if the argument was because Nolan wanted to go off with the girl, but the other guy was saying, dude, I dated her, dude, or something, whatever. Or he liked her himself, and he wasn't able to get her because, according to everyone, Nolan was the likable kid, the athlete, you know what I'm saying? The ladies' man.
Did you see the shoulders on Nolan? You see what's them traps right there? Did you see Nolan's traps? Nolan had boulder shoulders. Did you see that boy got mega traps? Boy looked like a damn cobra. So let's not rule that out. Go ahead. Oh, I'm with you.
So say he got jealous because of it. Alcohol is involved, and Nolan and the girl go off.
Right.
Well, the guy goes in a rage and he goes looking for him.
Okay.
Well, he finds them and they get to fighting.
Yeah.
Or Nolan gets on the boat and they get to fighting on the boat. Okay. Nolan falls off, or they're close enough to shallow land where they stand, and he chokes them and drowns them. And the girl doesn't want to come forward or don't want to say much, or she simply didn't see that part. She might not even seen the initial argument. She might have already walked away when he walked up to Nolan and said, hey, man, you a piece of crap, man. You know I wanted her. And the fight ensued.
Okay.
But for sure, somebody seen him take his last breath. Somebody seen him alive and then deceased. Because everything about this case screams something happened.
But listen though, let's refer back earlier in the broadcast when old girl did the reading. She did the channeling. I'm sorry, not the reading, but the channeling. She did channel said unalivers, and she did say that it was 3 of them. They looked over the body, tinkled on it, and everything. She did say that. Is all I'm saying. She said that.
Whether an accidental drowning, as they're going to say, because we know that's going to be the main thing. And then they're saying marine life got a hold of them.
Nah.
Not that fast. It can, but they're going to use that because it's going to be bruises and stuff on that man. It's going to be a cover up of those bruises and things like that. But
yeah, because you already know they coming with that because they trying to get the rip. It was the rip tide. It was the rip tide, the tumble and the rip tide. There was no damn rip tide.
I think the fact that you leave an island without your friend,
right,
and there's no way you do that, especially when you know he's one of the few black guys there, and you know how things could look, you know how things could go. It's you already have a red flag in your heart. You know what can happen.
Yeah.
He's intoxicated. He's chasing the girl. You know what could happen, but you don't leave. And then
But not only that though, we be getting video after video of people saying they know they people. So if that's your homeboy and you know what your people is capable of doing, you ain't finna leave him out there vulnerable, and you gonna make sure he get home safe. So then that brings me back to the other video we played earlier. Like, it seems like it was a plot, because we also keep hearing that there was other black people that was supposed to ride but couldn't go all of a sudden, like it wasn't enough room.
The fact that you leave, you'll drop his phone off, and as soon as he come up missing, instead of being a concerned person, y'all run and go get lawyers. You don't go out there to go help. You don't put up posts to say, find my friend, we hope to find you, or we hope you're safe.
Right.
You don't put up nothing like that to say we're concerned. When he's found deceased, you don't put up RIP this. You don't put up we're sorry. You don't put up, hey, my friend is gone. Y'all.
And another couple things too. There's another caveat for that, because I'm even try to give a benefit of the doubt. Let's just say that they was arguing on the boat, and see, I can't even. I can see they argue on the boat, and I was finna say slip off, but it ain't no damn slip off. You purposely hurled his ass over the thing. So all in all, somebody did something. I can't even really make up a scenario in which it was an accident or the fumbles or the ookity ooks or something like that. No, you pushed them off. Y'all killed them before it was over and left them there, or had him in the boat, circled back around, went back, dumped him off, something, but it's foul. Go on.
Y'all don't put up nothing that shows any kind of sympathy or any kind of empathy towards the family or nothing. Y'all don't put up anything about it. Everybody deletes their social media posts, but then all of a sudden the mother pops back up with one and says, well, my son loved them and all this and that. What happened was, when you seen all those posts delete,
right,
that's when you seen everybody getting their story together.
Straight up.
I think something happened out of a jealousy and rage. Alcohol was included. You're already a minority. I think it involved that girl. I think it involved jealousy. I think that, this is my opinion, does not mean it's real. I think it possibly could have happened. You could have ended up deceased. I think they got back, told their parents, since one of them is a judge, and she immediately said, shut down all accounts, don't talk to nobody, call the lawyers, boom, 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 lawyers called. Hey, this is what's going on. Hey, we need to take care of this. Don't speak to nobody. Deactivate everything. You don't go silent like this. Like, when have you ever seen people go silent and immediately go lawyer up in the defense? You usually go.
Only somebody who guilty on something that they're trying to protect themselves real quick from, and who has the resources and the wit and the know-how to do it. Just so happened his mom was a judge. Now real talk though, that part I'm not even really mad at. Like, if you got the knowledge and the resources to do so, you would automatically expect them to do what they know how to do. But the foul part is like, they thinking about protecting themselves so much. Like, they didn't do the regular things. Oh, I'm sorry that happened. Oh, I wish my friend, blah, 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 blah. But because they got the judge mom, she know the implications of any of that type of stuff, so she shut it down. And that's what's crazy.
Lawyer up immediately when you feel like you're in the wrong, or it's a possibility you're going to be convicted of something.
Exactly.
You don't see the transition happen that fast, where he's missing, and by the next day or the next 2 days, you're lawyered up already. The body ain't even been found 48 hours yet. You lawyered up already when that's your friend, and you never show any concern.
We already know what's up.
I'm just saying, I think it's about jealousy. I think one of the friends was already jealous, and I'm willing to bet it's one of these two in the middle.
On all
the one to the far left and the one right next to Nolan. I guarantee it's one of those. I can see it a mile away. But anyway, this is just my speculation. It's all alleged. Nothing is real. I'm just putting it out there. I'm just trying to fish. But I think it definitely has some jealousy.
I think it definitely, of course, it has some jealousy in this situation. You're right and correct. Brussels, he is fortunately no longer with us. Yeah, so you ain't heard about this, right? See, you should have been. If this your first time, I'm gonna give you some slack. But we cover all of this. This is like video probably number 4 about the situation. But because there's new stuff coming out. But yeah, man, he went on the island, man, with his friends, man, and didn't come back. So his friends really wasn't his friends, man. And they trying to make us follow this story like it is what it is, and we ain't going for it. As black people, that's like the long and short of it, right? You know what I'm saying? Like here we go every time. You know, we got to be try to forced or gaslit into accepting a false narrative. But my man say it's all in the cell phone. You understand? He said the cell phone is it. Let me hear him out.
Y'all do know the Nolan Wells thing ends at the cell phone.
Come on.
Like, in this world today,
right?
Nobody, and I mean nobody, leaves with somebody else's cell phone unless they're in a conflict. That's y'all know that. Like y'all know that in this world today, especially on the 4th of July celebrating, there was going to be some recording. There was going to be some communications and all these different things. There's no way that this party of people.
Wait a minute. He just brought something to my attention, y'all. No phone. So wasn't nobody finna be recording no fireworks or nothing like that? Oh no. You talking about y'all was all out there on the little joint with no fireworks or no? Is fireworks illegal in Mississippi, first off? That don't matter. Fireworks was illegal in LA and they was all across the city. I mean, that don't make a difference. Nobody wanted to take no pictures of no camera, no fireworks. That seems strange in itself, though. Now that you think about it, though, when you really, really, really bust it down, though, that's hella sus. And then again, how you communicate with your girl, how you jumping from boat to boat. We hear the boats were side by side, if that was the case. Blah, 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 blah. It's a lot of fish sticks going on. But my man say he done with the fish sticks. He done with it. Go ahead and tell him, bro.
See, the topic of discussion today on Facebook is that 18-year-old kid, Nolan. It's the same old shit every other month, every other year. Everybody on their keyboard madness, they're mad. They want answers. Why don't society come together as a whole and actually start doing something this time instead of being keyboard warriors trying to figure out what happened? Let's go force accountability on people. How about that? That's how I see shit. Everybody got their opinions of what happened, what they think happened, and just blaring it all over online, but nobody's actually doing anything. Like, so what's the point?
Man, that is all messages, man. If you can't listen, you can't hear. He said what he said, what he said, what he said, what he said. You understand what I'm saying? Sometimes it don't gotta be out forward. If you can't read between the lines, then I don't know what to tell you. But come on, man, cook it out about this cell phone thing, bro.
People had this individual's phone and there was no conflict. There's no way.
No way.
And that tells you that at the very least, we got suspects. Y'all do know the Nolan Wells thing.
I gotta agree with him there. At the very least, that's suspectual, I guess. I was trying to make up a word, but it just didn't come out right. Yeah, that is very suspectual. I like how Mom break this down, because we all kind of come with this common sense approach. You know what I'm saying? And she got that little accent too. Go ahead, tell me what to do, Mama. Shout out to Lisa. Hold on, let me make sure I get the follow and the like. Go ahead, Lisa.
Flag after red flag in this Nolan Xavier Wells case. Their family's attorney has put out now that there was text messages actually being deleted from his phone.
Yeah.
Come on, sip a little tea with Auntie. Let's talk about it. They want to put it out there that there was no foul play. Like nothing happened, y'all. But so many things are still just not adding up, and I'm so glad that this family has his attorney to look further into these details. First and foremost, y'all, a main thing that has came out, Nolan had some type of workout or something he was supposed to, a big workout that was supposed to happen on Monday. So he was told his family over and over again, along with some friends who heard, that he was not going to consume any type of alcohol, anything else, because of this big workout that he had planned, y'all.
Yeah.
Not to mention, they said he left his phone and he went off with this girl. The girl saying that he left her and went on back to the boat. So
hold on, but see, if y'all we can't let that skip over though. He was the athlete. He did have the super trapeze muscles right there, right? He don't really strike me as the guy that was getting high, getting belligerent. You know what I'm saying? That don't strike me, right? It's starting to, yeah. Come on now. I ain't want to skip over that real quick because when we begin to hear a lot of things, you gotta snatch the jewels from out of where you can hear them. Ben Crump actually alluded to that about his collegiate prowess and what he was doing athletically, and yeah, she kind of hit that on the nail.
not to mention, they said he left his phone and he went off with this girl. The girl saying that he left her and went on back to the boat. So which is it? Which person? The children on the boat, or was it the girl on the island? Who saw him last?
Right.
That's unclear. Not to mention, the phone that they took back to shore had text messages that had been deleted. What exactly did those text messages say? For one. For two, why did they delete them? Red flag after red flag.
So second of all, hold on, y'all. This is another thing. How everybody got their little biometrics, whoop-de squab squam squingle, usually on iPhone. I'm assuming cuz had an iPhone, and he probably had the facial recognition. How you open the phone though if you ain't got the body? Either the fingerprint or the face. Then are you I don't know. I ain't never had an iPhone. Can the iPhone open from a picture of a face, y'all? I'm just asking. Cause I'm like, you had the body. So y'all opened up the phone first with the body, then gave the phone away. That's how the body conveniently ended up back on the thing for them to go do the investigation. Or how, come on now. That just hit me. Y'all, any of y'all get that? Mike, you got that? How y'all how they get text messages off these brand new cell phones? I know I got my fingerprint on my joint. My backup is my little pattern. Then my backup is my numbers. How y'all get the phone open? Okay. Go. I mean, these phones is super duper. These phones is Fort Knox. How? Y'all got the rich kid kit that we don't know about? Like, what y'all fix iPhones in your spare time? Like, what are we talking about?
Like, there's no reason you should have touched anything in that young man's phone after you already knew what hadn't happened.
How they get in it though? You tell us. So
First of
hold on. Wait a minute. So now y'all trying to tell me that cuz before he left his phone on the boat, he's like, hey y'all, I'ma just leave my phone open So, you know what I'm saying? If y'all just want to use my phone, or, you know what I'm saying, I'm going to leave my phone open right now. He ain't do that. Don't nobody got an unlocked phone. Not even kids. No, he ain't had a phone when he was with his girl. Gonna be. Nah, because he left the phone on the boat. Remember? He's supposed to have got off to go. It's customary to leave your phone on the boat to get off and go have fun and kick it on the lake. Yo, all right. Cool. Whatever. The phone was on there. You telling me he left his phone on the boat open? Because we still ain't talking about how these text messages is gone. Unless you got the body. That's all I can come up with. I might not be the sharpest knife in the joint, but I would think you got to have the body for that. Jeez Louise. Anyway, keep cooking.
You should have touched anything in that young man's phone after you already knew what hadn't happened. First of all. Second of all, what 18-year-old you know is going to leave their phone with someone else while they on an island? Don't you want to be able to have access to your family or somebody to be able to tell them where you are to come and get you in the event that these children start acting crazy and leave you, or anything that goes to your mind, stealing out, strolling and taking pictures and everything else? An 18-year-old would not want to go without his phone, y'all. It's a whole lot that's gonna come out in this case. His body is being taken to get an independent autopsy. I'm so thankful for that as well, because Mississippi has that real bad with saying that there's no foulness to the case or whatever. There's no foul play. They're quick to say that, but I'm pretty sure when that autopsy comes back from that independent autopsy, something will come out, y'all, because something still is just not right. What really happened to Nolan Xavier Wells? Thank y'all for sipping a little more tea with Auntie. Bye, y'all. Red flag.
I ain't say. I like Auntie. I like how she busts that down. There is dangers of being that only one, and I thought this sister right here, she had a cautionary tale about being the only one, being the token black person, aka the token Negro. It's a cautionary tale, y'all. It's a cautionary tale.
Very transparent. We're going to talk about being the token. And when I say the token, I'm talking about being the token black person in an all-white space.
Okay.
Now, how am I qualified to speak on this?
Yeah.
I'm qualified to speak on this because I have almost my entire life been the token black person in an all-white space, starting from the time, basically, that I was born. My parents were very affluent in the 1970s, which was unusual if you were not a celebrity or in sports. And so I grew up starting in Beverly Hills and went from there on into very affluent white spaces, prep school, so on and so forth. And I want to talk about the mental toll that can take on a black person.
Right.
When you are the token and you are the only black person in that space, you are literally representing the entire black race for that group of people and what their opinions are on black people. And I've done a lot of talking with white associates and white friends that I've had over the years, and their opinions, especially when they are in spaces that they have intentionally created that limit the amount of black people that they come in contact with, are often from what they see on TV, what they see, like in TV shows, what they see in movies, and then more often than not, the behavior that they see of black people at Walmart. Believe it or not, it's how it goes a lot of times. And the pressure that you feel as a black person becomes internalized. Often it's there 24/7 and you don't even realize that your body is suffering under this pressure. And so it becomes extremely important when you are that one black person, when you are that representative, to vet the white people that you are in these spaces with. You need to make sure that these white people are conscious of your safety and that they care about you and your feelings, especially when you correct them or redirect them. Are they just going off of their feelings that they have, or are they actually listening to you and then making the appropriate adjustments based on how you are feeling?
Okay.
Being the token, we know, is a social experiment. And that experiment, unfortunately, if you have judged wrong, can cost you your life in white spaces.
Right.
You need to know, when you have no other representation around you, are these people going to close ranks around you when you are in a situation that may be dangerous or sketchy, or are they going to close ranks amongst themselves?
Wow.
Oftentimes, being a token can mean, in certain situations with certain black people, people see them as black on the outside but white on the inside. Think Carlton in Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and also think of our Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas.
And if I gotta keep it 100, I ain't disparaging the brother or nothing like that, but it don't look like he had too much pro-black teachings at the crib now. Say what you want now, but don't look like, you know what I'm saying, nobody was pulling this coattail on the real out there. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe they have, and maybe he rebelled, and like, oh, y'all don't know what y'all talking about. That's old. You know, people don't get down like that no more. Cause let's keep it real. Kids feel like they're invincible and feel like elders and stuff don't know nothing, and they know it all. And no, not my friends. My boys wouldn't do that. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta look at that like you know, we gotta look at it. You know, it's real. But go ahead, Mom. She cooking.
It is very important, if you are going to be in the spaces, and that if you are going to be the only black person in your white friend group, that you maintain a sense of autonomy, that you remember at all times that you are black and you are representing black culture, and that you do not fold into the white culture requirements that are often asked of you or expected of you. And this is something that each black person must work out and figure out for themselves. How am I going to retain my black identity in the face of what these white people feel I should be, and how I should act, and how I should speak? My best friend is white, and I can tell you that it is very important that you establish boundaries and you make sure that you are respected in these spaces at all times. And if you cannot get the respect that you deserve, and if these white people are only able to see you as a black person before they can see you as a person, then those are white people and white spaces that you need to make sure that you stay far away from.
You know, that's you know, another thing I see the problem of, you know, when I hear people talking, that was very good, solid advice. There's nothing to take away from her perspective or any of that. But also, we got to think about the fact that when we talk about kids, like Cuz was, he ain't got the wisdom and all the ability and all of this discernment, you know what I'm saying, that we try to put on them. Now, it's supposed to be taught to him by the parents. But if it's not taught by the parents, man, he got a slim chance of figuring that out, you know, based off his environment and where he is and what he's doing and the people that he's surrounding himself with. He's not getting that sound racial self-esteem type violent, that type information that he really needs. He needs somebody pulling his coattail on the racial self-esteem side of the game, and make sure he good out there. But if you ain't getting that from your mommy and daddy, then he kind of lost out there, man. He kind of lost out there, and that's bad, man. That's pretty terrible. I like her perspective, but also I did want to highlight the racial bias. Oh yeah, yes, I see a lot of y'all done piled up over there. This one's just for you, y'all. Y'all come at a great time, because I got some information for you. I know y'all hate facts. I know y'all finna be over there in the chat burning up like vampires in the sunlight. Oh no, it's facts. Oh my God, it's the truth. Ah! I already know how y'all finna do it. So come on. Let me get these facts in you real quick. Said Nolan Xavier Wells proves racial bias of U.S. crime stats. You want to know why? Because you can't go here. Let him tell you. I'm gonna let him tell you.
The death and obvious murder of Nolan Xavier Wells is both more proof and another reminder that U.S. crime statistics are flawed and racially biased. And like my initial video debunking 1350, I will thoroughly explain this. Many sources with criminological research and justice system data indicate that having greater socioeconomic resources increases any individual's ability to conceal or hide their offenses to protect their reputation.
Now let's stop because he lays it on pretty thick, but I want to relate it to what we're talking about right now. So he's saying when you got that paper, it's easier for you to hide your BS. And we know it's even double dog dare easy when you do some BS to a black person. By history standard, by history show, most of them folks get off for doing something to a black person. But go on.
While race does not dictate a person's morality, deep disparities in systemic treatment, wealth, and media representation in the United States result in different legal outcomes across all racial groups. Non-Hispanic white Americans make up approximately 56 to 57% of the United States population, but still hold roughly 84% of this country's wealth. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, the average salary of white households being almost $300,000 a year. Now bear with me while I play devil's advocate with what I'm about to say, because if I didn't know any better, with all of this known information and the audacity of some Americans to still tell me and others that black people commit more crimes and black people are more likely to be violent, whole time wealthy white people are more likely to cover up their own shit. And when I use the word wealthy, I am not just referring to money. That includes connections and resources. So if you're friends with a guy that so happens to be a cop, and he's friends with a guy that so happens to be a lawyer, and that lawyer knows a guy that so happens to be a judge and owes him a few favors, that's a connection all on its own. Or you can already be related to one of the three. Within 24 hours of Nolan's body being found, all of his so-called friends deactivated their social media and have rumored to already have lawyered up. And the most disgusting detail after all these boys went MIA is that the first one to speak up for them was one of their mothers that so happens to be a judge, claiming that, oh, he chose to stay on that island while leaving his phone with y'all. Really? They are already trying to plant a narrative before the autopsy is even done. I'm going to take this time to reiterate and remind everybody that according to the United States Sentencing Commission, the University of Michigan Law School, the Equal Justice Initiative, the Innocence Project, and the National Registry of Exonerations, that black people are 7 times more likely to be wrongfully convicted of murder, 8 times more likely to be wrongfully convicted of sexual assault, and 19 times more likely to be wrongfully convicted of a drug crime. And at the same time, black men receive on average a 13.4% longer sentence than white men for any crime. This is exactly why white people do not lead in exoneration rates, despite being the majority in this country. Because 1, they actually did it, and 2, they are being released from prison far sooner than any black inmate that might be innocent, because the sentences that they are serving are so damn short. And despite all of those factual disparities, someone will still look you dead in your face and try to say that black people commit more crime just because the numbers for arrests say so.
Come on, I'm waiting for this to go over here in the comment section. Come on. Y'all know y'all over there melting. What y'all saying? Come on, what you saying? I want to see what you got. Come on, what you saying? Oh, y'all letting him cook. Oh, y'all learning something over there. Is that what y'all doing? I'm surprised. Crew, what up? B1? Yeah, y'all over there learning something. Oh, okay. I'm surprised. Big up for y'all. I'm starting to rub off on y'all a little bit, huh? This black empowerment thing starting to rub off on you, huh? It's just justice. It's just righteousness. Don't be so afraid of it. It's coming. It's coming. Justice and righteousness is coming. You should just embrace it now. Just embrace it now. But anyway, let me let him cook out because the boy's on fire. I'm gonna even bring him back a little bit because I like the way he hit the table when he said 19 times. I'm gonna bring it back.
Be wrongfully convicted of murder, 8 times more likely to be wrongfully convicted of sexual assault, and 19 times more likely to be wrongfully convicted of a drug crime. And at the same time, black men receive on average a 13.4% longer sentence than white men for any crime. This is exactly why white people do not lead in exoneration rates, despite being the majority in this country. Because 1, they actually did it, and 2, they are being released from prison far sooner than any black inmate that might be innocent, because the sentences that they are serving are so damn short. And despite all of those factual disparities, someone will still look you dead in your face and try to say that black people commit more crime just because the numbers for arrests say so. Majority of black Americans do not have the connections or resources to even get a fair trial, whether they're innocent or guilty. Whereas white Americans throughout history have used their own connections, their resources, or wealth to protect their own violent children, their businesses, their corporations, and their reputation, and all around move heaven and earth to save their own ass and avoid accountability.
Operation Save the White Boys is in full effect right now. Shout out to Tory and Rain. Shout out to Tory and Rain. Operation Protect the White Boys is in full effect right now. They're doing everything in the universe, the parallel one, and all that to make sure you save the white boys. Save them. They might have killed a little black guy. He might have been a good kid now, but we got to save them now. They can't go to jail. They cannot. My boy, he kind of broke this down because everybody, you always hear that. What about black on black crime? What about y'all selective outrage? You hear that all the time. I had to play this one because I like the way that he broke this down.
What about black on black crime? I'm glad you asked. Seemingly every time race gets brought up in scenarios surrounding situations where we are unalived by white people, y'all be in the comments throwing that phrase out or asking that question like it's supposed to just end the conversation.
And it do not. It makes you look like exactly who we thought you were. That's why I let y'all stay up in the chat and spit all your gibberish, because people would think I'm lying if they couldn't look right over there or right in the video. You know, when I chop these videos up and play them back, y'all be featured all over them. And they be looking at the content a lot, but a lot of the times they be commenting on the little ignorant stuff y'all be saying in the chat, just so you know. But go ahead, bro, bust it down.
But this is the problem. Y'all are comparing 2 completely different things. Black on black crime is simply violence happening in the same community because of proximity.
Right.
Yeah. Most black people are unalived by black people. It's no secret. Most whites are unalived by whites, Hispanics by Hispanics. And that's because people generally live around, work with, date, marry, and interact with people who look just like them.
Right.
The majority of homicides are intraracial.
Yeah.
Okay. But historically, white on black violence in America isn't just a crime. It is absolute terror. Think about it. Slavery, Jim Crow, lynchings, race massacres. Black people have been targeted forever, and not because of a personal disagreement, but simply because we're black.
Damn. When it all boils down. I mean, we know it's a little deeper than that. Us is a little bit more woke and wake. No, it's a little bit more than that. We know about y'all little weak little genetics. We know what that is, but Go ahead, speak, bro.
I know you hate to hear that, but sit with that for a second.
It's their little genetics. We know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Needing fertility clinics. You know what I'm saying? Hopping over to Asians because your little Becky Wombs is decrepit and all of that. But I get it. But go on.
Simply because we are black, y'all use violence as a tool to enforce segregation, to suppress voting rights.
Well, but that's because they can't love one another. They can't be happy, kumbaya with everybody. Because if they do, then the big black scary black man with the big old phallus is gonna come knock all the white girls down and turn them into little mixed nigger babies. That's why it's really plain and simple when you really get down to it. It's really plain and simple. They want to keep the poor white man, and we can't love the niggers. If we get the niggers around, it's just I don't know, the niggers can't do the niggers. And I understand y'all, you know, but like I say every episode, y'all, think about this for my viewers. This is a jewel I'm gonna drop on y'all. It's all about the yin and the yang of this, man. You know what I'm saying? Just as much as we speaking about love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, you know, they gonna be speaking about chaos, disorder, hate, evilness, and devilish stuff. That's it. That's it, man. Just y'all gotta chalk it up as the yin and the yang, fam. Just as much as we, you know, trying to fight for love, life, loyalty, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, they fighting for chaos, destruction. You know what I'm saying? All type of madness. You know what I'm talking about? It's the yin and the yang in that. Don't let that go. Don't let that go above y'all head too. If you know, you know. Shout out to my brothers on the 5 and the 6. If you know, you know. We coping? Nah, this ain't coping, man. This is what we do. This is that's what this platform is designed for, to communion with my people. You just happen to be over here on foolishness with your little devilish energy. And we understand you. We know where you come from, fam. Little Daryl. We understand, fam. We know you're a little cornball dweeb with nothing else to do, and you want to flex your little digital nuts over here on the black chat. You know what I'm saying? Hoping you say something to get somebody to react. I get you. I get you. Because we obviously know you have nothing else better to do on a Thursday night than texter Dexter all in my chat. I get it, broski. It's all good, though. Family. And I ain't gonna hold y'all, but I'm a let me see. I could keep it going. Y'all want me to keep it going? Because I'm running up on my little 2-hour mark, man. Give me 25 ones in the chat, and I'll keep it going because I still got more people, more videos to go to. Plus, there was some breaking news and some stuff that happened right now while I was scouring on the internet, so I keep it going. Let me know. It's a bunch of y'all up in here. It's like all these. Shout out to all the channels. If you're watching on the J Lava channel, subscribe. If you're watching on Keep It P Podcast, subscribe. If you're watching on Keep It P Podcast Raw, subscribe. Make sure y'all hit them like buttons. I come on now. He said, okay, that's all right. Proud FBA. If my FBA brothers say keep it going, I'm gonna keep it going. My man, but let me let him rock out though, because I did cut his wisdom. Matter of fact, let me bring him back. I ain't want to cut his wisdom like that. Because I went off on a tangent. My bad. Go ahead, brother. Chop it down.
What about black on black crime?
Right.
I'm glad you asked. Seemingly every time race gets brought up in scenarios surrounding situations where we are unalived by white people,
right?
Y'all be in the comments throwing that phrase out or asking that question like it's supposed to just end the conversation. But this is the problem. Y'all are comparing two completely different things. Black on black crime is simply violence happening in the same community because of proximity.
Right.
Yeah. Most black people are unalived by black people. It's no secret. Most whites are unalived by whites, Hispanics by Hispanics. And that's because people generally live around, work with, date, marry, and interact with people who look just like them.
I agree.
The majority of homicides are intraracial.
Yeah.
Okay. But historically, white on black violence in America isn't just a crime. It is absolute terror.
Yeah.
Think about it. Slavery, Jim Crow, lynchings, race massacres. Black people have been targeted forever.
Right.
And not because of a personal disagreement.
Yeah.
But simply because we're black.
Damn.
I know you hate to hear that, but sit with that for a second. Simply because we are black, y'all use violence as a tool to enforce segregation, to suppress voting rights, ultimately to destroy wealth, to intimidate entire communities, to maintain a racial hierarchy. And that's fundamentally different from two people in the same neighborhood within proximity getting into a dispute and one person ends up unalived.
Right.
Even today, the FBI defines a hate crime as a crime motivated by bias against someone's race or another protected characteristic. So when people compare black on black crime to America's history of racially motivated violence against us black people, they are comparing ordinary criminal violence to violence committed because of race. Those are not the same conversations. Right. So if we are serious about reducing violence, let's reduce violence. But if we are talking about racism, keep the main thing, because motive and history both matters. So to the white folk and some of my skin folk in the comments are trying to change the subject, stop it. Shut up. If the conversation is about homicide, let's talk about homicide. But if it's about racism, let's talk about racism because it's prevalent and it's not going anywhere apparently. What about...
I totally agree. I totally agree. I love my chat, man. I love my chat when y'all be coming to get down on them folks over there and they be running and squiggling and hiding from questions. And then they want to N-I-G-G-E-R. What's your them? You little dweebs. Y'all some little dweeb busters. I'm gonna make some t-shirts that say busters for the busters in the chat. Y'all to get the t-shirts and get y'all buster t-shirts. I mean, y'all might as well put the jersey on. Would y'all get the buster t-shirts? I'm gonna make some buster t-shirts for y'all. Yeah, silence like a mug. Crickets. I see you over there giving them that work, proud FBA. I see it. Crickets. You ask them one question. Is get super Riri. Anyway, my man's like, man, can y'all at least give us a story that we believe? Like, geez.
So Mississippi talking about stop spreading speculation of what we think happened to Nolan Wells. Well, autopsies don't take that long. Investigations don't take that long. You know if the body died from a drowning, if the body was already dead and then was brought to that location. You already know. You're trying to figure out how you're going to tell the public with the least amount of resistance. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to figure out a story that black folk gonna believe.
Come on now.
So Mississippi talking about stop spreading speculation of what we think.
Come on now. Now, we heard in that one video that old girl was saying about the athlete thing, and I know when we hear things from ourselves as people, we don't believe it as much, but I wanted to go ahead and back it up because Ben Crump said it himself. I want y'all to go ahead and take a listen to this about the boy Nolan. Oh, hold on. My bad. Hold on, I ain't switched to the video. See, I caught it this time. Usually I let it play for a couple seconds and be looking stupid. I'm here.
Happen in training, and so they know that he was very focused on moving to a Division I program, and so they're just shocked that in 48 hours of one of the most consequential days of his life, this would happen. They are just in disbelief. And the reason that's so relevant, Don Lemon, is, there was an alleged argument, and people say that was over things about he was being very clear to not have anything to do with anything that might get in his system, because he knew he had his big workout coming on Monday. And so that's why they're like, just not accepting any of this, Don. They are not accepting that their son just died by coincidence or accident.
Ben, do we know what that argument was? Do we know specifically if it was Nolan and people with him?
Well, we have an investigator talking to some of their friends, and we're gathering information. And we get that information, we will share it because we want to be transparent. We don't want to speculate, but we want to investigate. And that's very critical here. That's why, Don Lemon, we are having an independent autopsy done on top of whatever autopsy was done by the state of Mississippi. We're going to have him flown to a medical examiner in Washington, D.C., where his body will be preserved to do an autopsy to study every aspect of if he had any physical injuries to his body beyond drowning.
Yeah.
And where are you in that process now?
The body is going to be flown today. We expect to have the results of that independent autopsy on Friday.
Ben, what does the autopsy show? Have they given you any information from the autopsy they did? What is that showing?
They haven't given us any information. Obviously, they are saying it's an investigation going on. And, at this point, I believe the sheriff said that they believe that he was left on something. We don't know what the story is, but they're saying it was an unfortunate accident. They're not telling the family anything about whether it was foul play or not. And so that's why the family is so desperate for answers, because they're saying, we don't want you to just wrap this investigation and say, oh, well, it was just an accident, and sweep it under the rug.
Are they saying anything? Are they declaring it a homicide, or they're declaring it accidental? What's the official cause now? And I know that can change, and that's why you're having your own independent autopsy and investigation.
As far as we know, his mother, Christine, and his father, Elmo, say they haven't gotten any answers. They, have been asked to turn over his cell phone to the Mississippi law enforcement authorities. But even that is troubling to them, because they're saying messages that were deleted from his cell phone. So they want to try to dot every I and cross every T and investigate everything. They said it's very improbable that Nolan would not have wanted his cell phone with him if he was going to stay on the island.
Period.
The deleted text messages on his phone? His parents found that? Who found that out?
No, well, they got his phone, so they're trying to figure out. There's deletions on the phone, and they're trying to look at what is that about. There's so many inconsistencies going on, and so we're going to have, with our investigators and our associates, we're going to list all the inconsistencies down. We just got onto the case yesterday, so we have been staying up late with the family, talking to friends, talking to people who were there
on that 4th of July trying to piece together what really happened to Nolan Wells, what caused him to be a healthy young college athlete and then to end up dead, washed up on the shore on Monday morning after 4th of July weekend.
Just to clarify, you said you're doing your own independent autopsy, and Ben, you and I have been through, sadly, similar situations like this. But you have your own independent investigators too. You're independently investigating this, I am sure.
Absolutely, Don. We are leading this investigation from the parents' perspective. The parents want to know objectively. They don't want to rely on the state of Mississippi investigation to be the end of the story here. And so, as you reminisce, Don, there's so many cases that we worked on that it was our independent autopsies, our independent investigations that got us to where we were able to get some measure of justice, whether that was Breonna Taylor, whether that was Ahmaud Arbery, whether that was George Floyd, and all these number of tragedies where young black lives were taken from this earth far too soon. And now here we are yet again. And I know it's challenging because when we look at the history of the state of Mississippi, it has not been what we call equal justice for black people in America. When you look at the history of Mississippi, this is the state where Emmett Till was lynched.
Mm-hmm. Look, I'm from one state over in Louisiana. So trust me, I know. And that said, Ben, there have been people who have been pointing out on the internet, some prominent people saying, imagine if the situation was reversed. If it was 3 black boys or young men who went out with a white young man and the white young man ended up dead, imagine the outrage and the news coverage and the demands of investigations as well.
Yeah, and that's the crux of the matter, Don Lemon. That's why I'm so grateful to you and your network for, at the very beginning, covering this matter. So often when black lives are taken, it is the media of people who have compassion and care for our community that make mainstream media pay attention. And I think this is one of those situations. And if the crux of the matter, if these were 3 black kids with a white kid and that white kid ends up dead after they claim they left him, they can't remember anything, but they have their cell phones, you have to ponder whether they would be treating this as a murder investigation or if this was what they call just investigation into accidental death. You have to ponder that. You can't be being honest with yourself if you say they would not have treated this investigation differently.
Mm-hmm. Ben, was he a strong swimmer?
His mother and father say he was a strong swimmer. He was an athlete. He was about to be a Division I wide receiver, Don. Athletes have to maintain their physical prowess. Their bodies are in extraordinary shape.
Right.
And that's what they believe Nolan Wells was, an extraordinary athlete.
Oh yeah, so yeah, you just jumped in there. Well, he couldn't swim. Of course he could swim, fool. Dude, I learned how to swim at 5 years old at the park down the street, all by myself. Black people know how to swim. I don't know why there's some black people don't there's all type of people that don't know how to swim. That's a dumb one. Just like I love watermelon and chicken. What are you talking about? Like, you would never be able to get us with that. So shut up. We'll stop being busters. Anyway, all right, hold on. Let me put it into language that y'all can understand, because it seems like soon as the black people start talking, that's when the chat starts ramping up. Let's put it into Caucasian for you.
Trying to put this in terms that I would understand, right? Because
sometimes it's really hard to relate to cultures that are different than yours. So let me put this in like regular, like city dwelling terms, okay? So let's say I go to a party with some friends, and that party is like exclusive and hard to get to, and like we all have to Uber there, right? We can't just drive there or walk there. We all have to like take a shared Uber together because it's expensive or it's far out. Okay, so let's just say that that's the scenario. And, you know, if you've ever been to a party with a bunch of friends, sometimes there's one friend that just doesn't want to leave with everybody else. Totally fine, right? Normal, totally normal. But in that situation, when that's happened to me, I don't walk away with my friend's phone. That's strange, right? Like, if I'm leaving a party that's really difficult to get to begin with, and one of my friends is staying behind and doesn't want to leave with me, I've never left with their phone, okay? Maybe that's unique to me. Maybe I hold on to my devices a little tighter than most people, I guess. So let's just put that aside, right? Well, after I leave my friend at the party, before I know whether or not that friend made it home, considering I have their phone, I wouldn't deactivate my social media account. Because if I wasn't sure if they got home, but I was concerned about it, I would for sure post it to social media and be like, yo, has anybody seen my friend? We went to this party together. We have all these pictures together, going to this party together, but I haven't heard from him. Like, is he okay?
That's all we saying, man. That's all we saying. If you could just put it in these simple terms, like with these simple terms, you don't understand the simple terms. These are simple. Thanks, Casey. I appreciate this, bro.
I wouldn't deactivate it. Also, it would be strange if I deactivated mine and on the same day, all of my friends who just so happened to be at the party with us, except for my friend whose phone I have also deactivated their social media accounts. Like, that's never happened to me. I've deactivated my social media account before. But all of my friends at the same time haven't also. So we go to an exclusive party, friends leave different times, cool. I very rarely have ever left with my friends' devices, leaving them no means of contacting anybody, cool. And then deleting and deactivating my social media before I know my friend is okay. Do you see what I'm saying? Also, my mother has never released a statement letting everybody know that she is a judge and that I've cooperated and given them every piece of information I know, except for why I left with my friend's phone, why I deactivated my social media account. Can someone please explain that to me? Because I cannot relate to it. Okay.
Thank you over there, Proud FBA. I'm glad that you put demons don't use common sense. And I'd like to divert everybody's attention real quick while I got you here. I'm trying to run this Facebook up. So go on over there to Jay Lava's Facebook, and you won't be disappointed because I got him in a tizzy right now. Y'all know, you know the judge prom that he talking about? Boy, I just made her a devil, and this video is probably sitting at about 200,000 views right now. As y'all can see, hella comments. But this song, though, Devils by me and TZ Von Savage, got them real tight right now. Let me play a little bit for you.
You're some damn devils. It ain't no other way. FBA on code and switching up the game.
That's it. That's all I could do because I don't want them to give me the little striker shit. You know what I'm saying? But I'm turning them into devils. Nobody's getting spared. You understand what I'm saying? Look, the new devils for today. Your boy done gave it to his wife and his daughter in the headpiece. Devil. You understand? Your boy, 70 counts of touchy-feely crimes. Devil. You understand what I'm saying? Rick Chow had to get him. Devil. You understand what I'm saying? Look, head devil in charge. Just paid that lady her money. Devil. Ain't nobody, everybody getting it. The Mississippi commissioner is talking about we need to stop speculating on the Nolan Wells case. Devil. So go subscribe to that J Lava and that Keep It P podcast channel on Facebook. You dig what I'm saying? And make sure that y'all use that song use that song in your reels and all, especially if you're talking about like a crime somebody did or something like that. This what the cover of the song looked like. It looked like this, y'all. Go use this, y'all. Look, it looked like this. Foundational Foolery, Volume 1. Go use that devil song, y'all. That's what I'm trying to tell. Yeah, man. I ain't playing with them. I don't just be, and that's my real profile with my real face on it, with all my real information, real G style, not like you little busters over there in the chat, all anonymous, all I no picture in your profile. I only got one subscriber and one follower, and it's J Lava because I like gargling his balls. Anyway, I just had to let y'all know that remember the dude that shot the little boy, Cohen, the Cohen Wiley at the Walmart, devil. They all devils. Go use that song. I encourage y'all to do the same thing. Use the song fruitfully. Devil all over the place. Bang it in your whips. Pull up to a function, to a MAGA function. And y'all some damn devils. And ain't no other way. FBA on code. And we're switching up the game. Y'all some devils. Ooh, ooh. Just bust it out on them. Do that. They're gonna hate it. Y'all don't believe me? Hold on. Let me let y'all see some of these comments, fam. Oh my god, the comments, fam. Oh, the comments is a cesspool. Hold on, let me go back to some other popular devils. This devil right here, the judge in Carmelo's case. These comments over here, boy. I know y'all can't see them on the up and down side of the game. I wish you could. That's all up. So another way y'all can support the channel when y'all see the lives come on, watch the horizontal one, not the vertical, not the up and down. Watch the horizontal one, so then you can see like the full screen, right? Just a little tip for you. Watch the horizontal one, not the up and down. The up and down one is designed to get the people into the channel. The horizontal one is for the stomp downs. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. Anyway, they internally combust and turn into devils. Especially if you dealing with me, that's what you finna be. I ain't playing. Look, Metcalfs and all of that. They all, I don't care. I'm not holding no punches nowhere. Just so y'all know. I'm about it. I don't just be talking. We're putting them all the way out there. Diamond Sweet, I appreciate the love. Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeedy, speedy. Y'all hit that like button. Make sure y'all subscribe so y'all can catch me every time I go live. I go live just about every day, and sometimes twice, 3 times. Feeling home, how froggy I feel. I'm leaping. You understand? But yeah, I just wanted to make sure y'all knew. Go follow me on the mother joints. Look. Metcalfs. Look. You see? Victim, thug. Angel, devil. You see what I'm saying? I'm not playing with them. Somebody got to do it. If they getting petty with us, I'm going all the way down there. I'm going all the way in your throat box. Pause. And I'm not even a pause dude, but the way that sounded. The way that sounded, I had to put a pause on that. I don't know. That seemed plausible, I guess. I hate that too. I'm gonna let y'all. I'm not a pause dude. I hate because pause. Let me tell you about pause real quick before we go on. Pause. If you say pause, that means you already intentionally thinking about some fruity stuff. Because you always looking to pause something. You know what I'm saying? So shame on me for even saying that. I usually don't. I don't say pause, but you know what I mean. But yeah, man, I'm going super duper hard over there. I'm getting black people too with that digital buck dancing. The Carmelo Anthony is guilty crowd. I'm getting them too. You see my man cutting the jig. See, that's what y'all supposed to be. That's what you're supposed to be using. That's what you're supposed to be using AI for. You're supposed to be using AI to make a statement and say things. You know what I'm saying? That's what you're supposed to do. Look, remember the dude that shot up them families while they was just out there minding their business, and then there was an OG there that came through with the blop blop and gave him the business. Y'all know they just arrested him again today too, right? Y'all know they just arrested him today. This dude right here. I was ahead of the curve. I put this up weeks ago, but they just arrested Cuz right there, man. He a devil too. They all devil. Marlo. Yeah, okay, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I love. You know what I'm saying? This is what I do. I get on they neck bone, cuz I'm in there. I'm on it. I don't even care. And this is my real profile. I'm really on it like that. I ain't playing. Look, this is the example. See how I be cutting up? I be cutting up and these things, and they be more concerned about the stupid stuff y'all be saying in the chat. Y'all see that right there? This is gonna be a crazy cut up too, because now it's gonna be a cut up of a cut up. That's crazy. But anyway, y'all see that? Y'all see what they doing right there? That's y'all and me on another episode, and y'all. You know what I'm saying? Are we getting it in around here, baby boy? For sure. But Ricky Smiley, he actually has something. You know, I don't really be listening to fam because he really always be trying to push us to go vote for the Democratic Party and be on that political joint. But he did have something sensible to say about this Nolan thing, though, that I thought we should take notice to.
So, dropping my kids off at summer camp,
right,
for the day. And I saw a black man take his son in there right before, you know, he was in front of me.
Right.
And I saw him hug his son so tight.
Right.
And it's almost like you can't say it because I don't want to get dragged on the internet.
Dog, see, hold on.
Saying this, but
hold on, fam. See, that's another thing, man. Fam, if you gonna speak up, speak up. Stop with the pussyfooting. I'm sick of the celebrities with the pussyfooting. Not like we looking for them to talk and speak up for us anyway, but just come on, fam. Just say it with your chest, bro. Dang. Shameless plug, though. Say it with your chest is where I got all my t-shirts at. Say it with your chest. We got all the exclusive t-shirts. You know what I'm saying? Real quick. I'm saying shameless plug. I ain't mean to do that. I swear to God, I ain't mean to do that. But I did say it with your chest. And that is where you can go get shirts like, you know what I'm saying, we come into Washington to get our check. You know what I'm saying? That is where you can go get shirts like, you know what I'm saying, cut the check for foundational Black Americans and all the colors. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about? You can't do that there. You can go to say it with your chest and get shirts like, I boycotted today. You understand what I'm saying? You can go get shirts like, forget them people. You see what it say? I can't really say it because you know what I'm saying, right? You can go to say it with my chest, with your chest, and get, you mad because I'm foundational? You mad? Or you can get that standard issue, foundational Black American, and the pink for the ladies, and the blue for the men's, and that pristine white. But you know, I like that red though. I just, you know, shameless little plug, you know what I'm saying? CC said, say it with the chest. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? He said, say it with the chest. I'll say it with the chest. All right, go ahead. Break it down, bro.
I'm about to really have an unpopular opinion and say something that don't nobody really want to say. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know how to properly phrase this, you know, or word this and I'm not trying to hurt nobody's feelings, but damn, it's like, okay, you know, I live in a mixed area where it's mostly white. Okay. Now, I'm a victim for living in the black community. A victim of having things that has happened to me that made me want to live in a community where I feel like it's safer.
Right.
Okay. Get that out the way. So it's almost like when you're taking your kids to summer camp, man, it's like the energy of just, in this climate, the energy of the people that's gonna care for my kids, that just feels weird. I feel so uncomfortable right now. Man. Like it's like I look at that little boy that didn't come home, you know, from Mississippi, and I'm just wondering, like, and I asked my kids, like, how was camp today? Did you have any bad experiences? Did anybody, I didn't ask them, did they have any bad experiences? Because I'm not trying to, I want them to tell me, you know, hey, how was it today? Did you have fun? Did you have any problems? I kind of put it like that, you know, and so they can express, you know, whatever. So I'm nervous about that, but they have so far had great experiences. However, they was going to a camp with mostly black kids, and Lil Peanut hitting them every day, and it's almost like, you know, they've been bullied and stuff. And I don't know if twins are a target or what, or whatever, but you know, it's like no matter where you go, what you do is just gonna always be a problem or something or whatever. It's almost like choosing your battle.
See, what I don't like about what he's attempting to do right now, he's attempting to smooth over the bad deeds of said dominant society. Yeah, he trying to appease the dominant society by, well, you know, issues on the both sides now. You know, you got to choose you choose your salt and your pepper now. Shut up. Just say what you gonna say and man up. See, that's why I don't be liking to play these little celebrities. And I got a couple. See, I had a couple celebrities lined up. Yeah, he trying to all lives matter shit. Right. No, because we got to use these as the teaching moments. Cause you got to hear, like, we not a monolith. We all don't think the same. So, you know, you got to play it to see where we agree with, what we don't agree with, and how we can be able to relate to the brothers. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, bro, that's where you wrong, man. If you gonna speak up. Don't be with the pussyfoot. You see what I'm saying? Like, don't be like, nah, not when you're right, you're right. When you're wrong, you're wrong. You pussyfooting right now, bro. If you're gonna speak up, stand on it like a man. But see, he always, cuz has always been a little timid, Timmy, too timid nuts. You know what I'm saying? Especially when it comes to speaking up with black people and black issues. He always been Tommy timid nuts. But I'm gonna let him come on.
Because it just ain't gonna be no peace. Or if you go to a white grocery store, you might deal with uncomfortable and racism and people that don't think you're good enough to be there, versus going to the black grocery store where you got anything to jump off at any second. Plus they got bicycle chains on all the milk, and they got all the plums locked up in a safe.
See, you trying to make jokes, comedian head ass nigga, and the security of the store doesn't have anything to do with the safety of the environment. What are you talking about, bro? gosh, I hate these old babbling at. What are you talking about, guy? You up here, you trying to make jokes and shit. And this serious, fam. Now notice that. Notice everybody else that been talking about this situation. Ain't nobody tried to make no jokes. Ain't nobody like this real serious, real talk. Ain't nobody trying to make no jokes. Here he go with the Taha Kas and the Tiki Keys. Shut up.
So I don't know. It's almost like damn if you do, damn if you don't, man. You want to support your community and be in the community, man, but it be some shit with black people. Now my daughters ain't gonna ever go off to no white.
Notice he had to say, man, fam, you a mutt puppy. You're just a Raggedy Ann and Andy. You're just you're one of them Green Army little figurines. Like you're just disposable Negro. Like your dignity and racial self-esteem is just for sale face. Like, man, God, brother, get some testicular fortitude there, sir. What's wrong with you? Now that he's done denigrating black people, right? Now he can get to the story. Watch. Now here we go. Now he can get to the story now.
Nothing with a whole bunch of rich white kids ever. I
notice I got to beat up on them blacks real quick. I had to smooth it over now before I say what I'm about to say about you now, master. I really don't mean this now.
I knew that. Because one thing about my son, Malik, that went to military school, he talked about a lot of this stuff when he was in military school, the racism that was out here. And I definitely don't.
I understand that he's a professional comedian and he's always joking. But so is David Chappelle. So is Cat Williams. And they find a way to tell the truth in the jokes and know when it's to be funny. What he just said was nowhere near funny. And you would not find that funny if you had any type of racial self-esteem about yourself. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you know, you know. If you got some racial self-esteem about yourself, that's not funny. But let me let him go on.
I don't recommend that. But, you know, you got to deal with the black kids too now.
Here you go. You got to deal with the black kids too now.
Little peanut.
Yeah, count on these Negroes to be the Negroes that we know that they're gonna be. You got to deal with little peanut them now. I'm saying now. You got to deal with little peanut them now. Come on now. You can't talk about everybody. You talk about them. You got to do that now. Shut us. Oh man, he ain't even halfway into the critique of what he was actually about to say about them folks. But you got to worry about little peanut now. Boy, if you don't get your... Yeah, D.L. Hughley is another notorious one. Another notorious. He said, please drop his week. He keeps dragging. No, because he keeps coming with the jewels. He's coming with the jewels. He's finna slip up and say something else. Give him 2 seconds. I trust him.
Bad as hell. Got them silver caps in his teeth. Whipping your kid's ass every day. Then you got to deal with the mama and the daddy.
Now let me tell you what's wrong. What he said right there. The difference between Lil Man and them with the silver caps in his teeth, as he say, Lil Man and them is gonna get suspended or expelled. They ass gonna be up out of here. That's what's gonna happen to Lil Man and them for messing with. How do we know? I went to school. We got, man, do you know how many times I got suspended for BS? Lil Man and them is gonna be exposed. They're gonna have to go to alternative school off a tablet. They ain't never gonna get to see a school premises again. You know what's gonna happen to little Aaron and little Nathaniel? Come on, man. Come on, bro. And who is that? KB Corp? Shut up, dude. Obviously, this ain't for you. This ain't for you. This ain't for you. Just kick back, Buster Brown, and learn something.
Where it ain't no accountability and little nut.
Now he want to go in on the accountability. You know what? I'm done with him. You're right. But it's so good though. I ain't gonna lie. He's firing on all coonish cylinders right now. And I can just pick and tear apart everything that he's saying. It's good. Little Nuck. Come on, fam. He's hitting on all coonish cylinders right now. He's like a coon beef hash. This nigga's frying coon beef hash right now.
Don't do no wrong. And then you got to deal with that grandmama coming in there with that little gray and black afro and it's mashed down in the back because she been sitting in that chair watching the stories all day. And
nigga, this is everybody's not a Tyler Perry film, fam. And shut up, dude. You're trying to be funny. He trying to joke off that black degradation he just did. That's what he doing. He trying to joke off them little low blows he just gave to the black community. He trying to get sitting on the back of the chair, the little gray afro. Shut this dude.
And she can't believe that you up at the school complaining that her grandson with them silver caps then did something to your children, and then now you got to sit up in the office with their ass, and then you Ricky Smiley and you walking there, they really hate your ass. Man, I don't.
What? He could have kept all of that out. He went so far off of what he been talking about. Real talk. Let me see.
I don't know what to say or what to think about all of this stuff, man, because you always want to try to create the best situation for your kids. But in this climate, you are dealing with racism at the highest level. And I have never seen anything like this in my life, man. And I'm almost positive nobody will be brought to justice in Mississippi in that case with that little boy, especially when they have parents of influence and power. And the people on the internet with their thoughts to let you know the mindset of people.
This be my thing though, and I'm just using him for example because he up here. This is a grown ass black man talking so powerless. God, bro. He just said he basically handed his kids over on a damn silver platter. If y'all do something to my children, I ain't gonna do nothing because ain't nobody gonna get nothing going. Boy, shut mealy mouth, mulberry mouth ass. This guy. Jeez Louise. If y'all do something to my children, especially if it's in Mississippi, I know ain't nothing gonna happen, so I ain't gonna do nothing. Oh my God. This guy. I can't stand no weak ass nigga. Like, come on, cuz. But look at he do got a pink shirt on and some old fluorescent ass shades on.
And then our kids got to go to the white school, and
they don't have to go to the white school, Rick. Did you think about that, bud? They don't have to go. You got all the money. You can send them where you... They don't have to go, Rick. They don't have to go.
And deal with that. But then if they go to the black school, it's going to be a problem. And it's almost like you want to homeschool you.
What you mean? Life is a problem. Kids are nasty all over the place, but at least in the black neighborhood, all you got to do is worry about them getting scuffled up and learning how to fight a little bit. Knock somebody out, they won't mess with you no more. Y'all probably gonna be best friends next year. They didn't gain a respect for you because you didn't put them on their pockets. You ain't got to worry about them inviting you out to the damn woods and you dying. If you ain't teaching them right, yeah, there's a whole bunch of scenarios that can go on. It's a whole bunch of mischief that can go on. Let's not forget kids do be kids, but we're not talking about the dynamic between the same race. We're talking about the dynamic between different races, which is obviously different, which over the last even couple weeks, y'all just seen that video where the one little black kid was at like the little, I don't know, little camp or whatever, and they had them all in a headlock and everybody was jumping in and beating on him and everybody was laughing, wasn't nothing happening. Like, come on, fam. Come on, fam.
Your kids, but you can't show it to your kids because they got to really get out here and learn and get a feel of how to maneuver through society. They got to get out here. They got to experience. They got to feel.
I agree.
They got, all of this stuff.
I agree.
Oh, man. I don't know.
You don't know nothing. Now I'm done, Tom. Now I'm done listening to you because he tried to give y'all the dramatic pause like he was like really spitting something. Boy, you ain't said nothing. Yeah, you ain't said nothing. You said a whole bunch of jabber-jacking, jaw-jacking nonsense. You have said nothing at all. And but see, you got to use those as teaching moments, man. I tell y'all, when I be scouring the internet, there's a lot of videos that I hear that I be like, I'm not playing that crap on air. No matter how much I can dice and slice it up, those messages will not be disseminated here, buddy. he just happened to make the cut on some what. And let's talk about what's true about this situation.
I don't think I ever thought
for you busters.
I don't think I ever thought
in the
I would say no
because we all coming up with the same thing right now. Go ahead, sis.
shit like this, but listen to what these white people is saying.
Yep.
They said stop hanging with a group of white people.
That's what they
if
said.
You are the only black person.
That's what they said.
The amount of Caucasian people I have seen get on this app in the last 24 hours and say, black people, please stop hanging with groups of white people. Like, as an individual sole black person, you should not be the only black person in a group of white people. It has been astronomical. Like, I literally am scrolling in this one video after the other of Caucasian people telling us as African Americans, do not hang with a group of all Caucasian people if you are the only African American. This isn't about, oh, I trust my friends. This isn't about, oh, I've known them my entire, that's not what this is about. This is about history. This is about what we know, what we have seen, and what has been proven time and time and time again. I don't think I ever thought I would say no shit.
Man, it is what it is. I know y'all don't really like that. I know y'all, I know it kind of stings a little bit. You know what I'm saying? It stings a little bit, I know. But look, these are the people that she talking about. You know when she said it's a whole bunch of YT people coming over here saying that? These are the people she's talking about.
Mississippi, and on the 4th of July, my son's best friend came with us to my family's get together, and their friend is black, and he was the only black person. My son's friend was obviously going to be protected with us, as are all of our black friends, because I'm very aware of how racist people can be in Mississippi.
Basically, translation says she ain't coming out saying it like the other one said it, but translation. I got some racist ass people that I be around, and I can't stop my friend's son from coming to kick it with us. So I'm gonna make damn sure he good while he is around us. I can't control the group, but I can at least protect the little boy. And if them dudes was friends on the boat with Nolan, they would have did the same. Come on, Ma. Tell us how it go.
And I even told my kids before we left for my family's 4th of July thing that if anyone said anything racist, that they knew that their mama was going to speak up, say something, because I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're my own family. I'm going to call you out on your racist BS. And that we would immediately leave because I'm.
Where's people like, why, none of his friends had this sentiment? None of his friends thought this way about him? They was all on the team together, this, that, and the third. This makes the jealousy claim. This makes the jealousy claim even more relevant. His friends wasn't thinking like this. Go on, Ma.
I'm not going to tolerate that ever. So my kids know that about me, but I also want to make sure that they know that we have to speak out no matter who it is. I don't care if it's family. People come out and are saying, you need to warn your kids about being the only black person amongst a group of white people, especially in certain places around here. Very much so. I agree with it. I'm always telling my kids, if you are with your friends who aren't white and you're around any certain area and someone comes out saying racist stuff, you have to be the one that speaks up. You have to intervene.
Yep.
When my kids were little and they would go play basketball at another guy's house, his neighbor always hung a Confederate flag. And I would tell my boys, if y'all are set on playing basketball there at your friends, please know if that man ever comes outside of that house, you have to be the one to speak to him. Do not let your black friends try to say anything because you never know what that man might do to them. So as a white parent who was very aware of the racism,
I was about to say, shout out to her, man. She giving her kids game, man. This is a real one right here. This is a real one right here. Just even by the way she's speaking, because she's even able to, you know what I'm saying? Like, she even gaming her shorties up like, man, listen, man. I already know how to deal and how my people get down, man. If it go down, make sure y'all go approach the man. This is a real one right here. Listen to what they say and not what they do. Listen to what she's saying. It's a real one.
Here and everywhere, in most places, unfortunately, it is my job to make sure I educate my children, simply not on being not racist, but I want to teach them, and I do teach them, how to be anti-racist and how to use the privilege that they have. I'm from Mississippi.
To get that's how you be an ally. That's where it starts from. Twan, I appreciate that, man. Just over here doing what I do. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. You know, I understand that my comment section does not represent all people, and we don't speak in absolutes. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, I had he finna trip off this. I chopped it up, smoked a joint with my white friend last night, and he talking about he wanted to do a segment called Ask a White Guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, about some of these issues. And I had to ponder on that because, you know, like, Nick a real one. Like, he gonna bust it down, you know what I'm saying? But he also able to think from that side because he on that side. It might be real interesting. It was something I was thinking about. But man, that's a real one, man. When you can game up your kids, you know what I'm saying? Game your kids up on how to deal with their black homeboys. That's real right there. My baby said it's facts over fiction, though.
Okay, I want to point out something because I can tell people are missing what's actually being said.
Right.
Now, with the coverage about Nolan, people are still stuck on Katie and he was left behind and they didn't know he was missing. I want you to think about something. Nolan went missing January 4th around 4:30 p.m. He was seen at 4:01. So somewhere between 4:02 and 4:30, he went missing. We know that the altercation turned into an intense physical fight, which means that there are bruises on people's bodies. That fight was on land, and witnesses who were out there said the fight moved onto the boat.
Right.
Continued on the boat, and the boat, along with 2 other boats, 3 boats in total, sped off. This was a big commotion. Okay, there were 5 people on the boat, including Nolan, on that particular boat, and it was stated by people who were there that particular group was fighting within the group, which meant Nolan was being fought. Okay? Now understand this. That's about 4:30 on Saturday, right? Sunday, they go looking for him. They don't find him. Monday, he just magically washes up, but he wasn't waterlogged, which means he wasn't in the water long. So it's like his body was put there. Okay? So understand this. When they went to identify the body that had just been deceased, not 24 hours to 36 hours at the most, I would say 24 to 30 hours, the body is deceased. It takes weeks for bodies to decompose. They had to use dental records to identify Nolan Wells' body along with DNA because he wasn't able to be identified visibly. Why? Dental records and DNA are primarily used to identify dead bodies when bodies are severely decomposed, burned, or fragmented. Visual identification and fingerprints often fail, making these scientific methods essential. He just died 24 to 30 hours ago.
Right.
He wasn't badly decomposed.
No.
Was he burned?
Huh.
Fragmented? What prevented a visual identification?
Come on now.
Didn't they say it was an intense physical fight? So he was bruised and battered and beaten. Where are their bruises? Move off of what they told you and listen to what the reality actually is.
We is, sis. I feel you on that. I feel you on that totally. Some say that there must be some sort of kind of reason for it. The hidden dangers of being the only black friend. Tell them, mama.
The suburbs can be an excellent place to raise black children. That is, until they are seen as a threat. The threat could be your intellect, your beauty, your strength, your athletic prowess, or your charm, any number of things that shine a spotlight on the myth of the supremacy of whiteness.
So she said a couple things there. Before I let her cook, I just want to make sure we put this in the right frame. She said your athletic prowess, you know, your looks. Do you remember Cuz had them boulder shoulders? That boy Traps was insane. He ain't had no chest, but he had traps, though, all the way up to his earlobes. Right? The girl that the picture of the girl that they was meeting, she wasn't fat and sloppy. She was nice looking. You know how they feel about the jocks getting all the girls. I'm saying, though, let's put this together, because I think what she's saying is interesting and it had some merit. Go on.
And the story of Nolan Xavier Wells could have easily been my own. If you're new here, my name is Zakia Orby Young, and I am suburban black girl.
Story time.
And because of my lived experiences, I have an unofficial PhD in white people and white behavior.
Uh-oh.
I grew up in a town in Pennsylvania where there were only about 20 black kids in my graduating class of almost 600.
Right.
I was the first student in my grade to be admitted to the gifted program. I was captain of the cheerleading squad, student council president, then class president. I was a lead in the musical, and I was on the homecoming court. Like, I literally grew up on a cul-de-sac, the poster child for successful integration. But the passive aggressiveness and gaslighting that is suburban racism from both children and adults was the price I paid for being black and successful in something other than athletics. And Nolan's death, the conviction of Carmelo Anthony, another black child growing up in a white neighborhood, not to mention the unsolved death of Tamala Horsford, the 40-year-old black mother of 5 who died after falling from a balcony while attending an adult sleepover with a bunch of white women, made me realize I wanted and needed to talk about the dangers of being black in white spaces publicly.
Right.
This series is for any black person who is living in the suburbs or who has lived in the suburbs, for black parents who didn't grow up in the burbs but are now raising kids in predominantly white neighborhoods and schools. And these videos are for white people because whether or not you admit it, you are complicit. And if you're watching this video, you probably don't realize that you are. So watch, learn, ask questions, talk to your kids about what you're learning, and share these videos, because this is not a problem for black people to solve. I can give you tools for your toolbox, but white violence can only be stopped by white people. Now, some ground rules for the comment section. Number 1, If you grew up as a Black person in a predominantly white suburb, please remember, we are not a monolith. Your positive experiences in white spaces don't invalidate negative experiences in white spaces, and vice versa. Releasing and healing from suburban trauma can take decades, and we are all at different places in our healing journey. Number 2, white folks, what I share might be hard for you to hear or even believe. Do not come in this comment section trying to, well, actually, my lived experiences with racism. I am an Aries from a suburb of Philly with roots in the Deep South, and you will not like how I respond. Number 3, we do not blame victims, full stop. Now, if you'd like to support my work, starting tomorrow, July 9th, I'll be going into more detail about this topic on my Patreon. We'll have exclusive videos and essays, and I'll also be going live there once a month.
I let her get that off because I like what she's doing. She's trying to educate. You see what I'm saying? I like what she's doing. But as we see, man, it is what it is. I ain't gonna hold you, but I'm emoji fold you, scold you about being on code, and you know I got 4 words for you. Unless y'all want me to keep going, because we at the 3-hour mark now. You know what I'm saying? I can't keep working because I'm working them. I still more to go. The people got more to say. If I can get like, I don't know, give me. It was about 300 of y'all in here right now on different channels. If I can get 5 ones per channel. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Make sure y'all hit the subscribe and all of that. If I can get some couple ones in the chat, maybe like a super chat or something, I keep it going because I still got some more. I ain't going nowhere. I'm right here. Hold on, let me look y'all square in your optical retinas. I'm right here in your face bone. You know what I'm saying? If y'all want me to keep going. Because the people are still talking. Okay, we got a 1. We got another 1. Y'all want me to keep going? I works. I'm passionate about this. It don't matter to me. If I can't sit up here and talk to myself. I can only talk to the people. I can do another hour if that's really what it comes down to. Another little something. I see a couple 1s right there. Okay. Yeah, my stomp downs is in there. Y'all like keep rocking, cuz. Keep rocking it, cuz. Come on, even the haters. I know y'all haters. Even if y'all want to keep talking your crap in the comment section, let me know you want me to keep going. This is your chance to do your dance. This your chance to do your dance. Play by. You know what I mean? Because I still got them. The people's all over here. Y'all might not like the next video, though. Oh, hold on. The chat. Thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate the super chat, my man. That's it. People, if y'all, it's all about y'all, man. If y'all say keep going, man, I'm going, man. I appreciate you. Where you tapping in from, though? Because you ain't got your whole thing on your thing, and if you do, I can't necessarily read it. What you say? Built from back in the days. Is that what they say? I think I got that. Kimberly, okay. Kim said, keep it going. Okay. All right, Kim. I'm with y'all. Okay. What's going on? Thank you. I appreciate you. I try to. I'm not perfect. I just have very strong opinions because I'm a Gemini. And I'm scatterbrained too. So don't make me get on my what's his name? Finesse 2 times. No milk, waffles, no jelly, nothing. That's my favorite from this year. I don't know about y'all, but that finesse 2 times is my favorite, like, joke meme skit of the whole year. I ate noodles with no syrup, cereal with the canned milk, the powdered milk, no milk, waffles, no syrup, jelly, no jelly, nothing. That's my favorite. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm a little goofy too. I told y'all might not like this next message. I told y'all. Shorty say, man, we gotta limit. Unfortunately, we gotta limit our access. She has a public service announcement. Go ahead, mama.
And I am in my feelings, okay? And I want to just express my feelings.
Go ahead. This is
In regards to this Nolan Wells situation, I am so fucking pissed off.
Dang, I know. But come on, just with the cursing. But go ahead.
About this. You have no idea. And the reason why is because I've been saying this shit for like a good little minute.
Right.
Black people need to limit their interactions with white people.
Really?
And that's just the bottom line of it.
All right.
You know, I have 2 children.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
I have a son that's 9. I have a daughter that's 18.
Okay.
I am not a fan of children black children to be specific, being in spaces with nobody that looks like them. They the only black kid and things like that. That is crazy as hell to me, and it's scary. And I would never have my son or my daughter go somewhere where that is like what's happening. They the only black kids, a bunch of white kids. That is problematic as hell. And I'm just not a fan of it. And I have felt this way for quite some time, and I'm being real about it.
Right.
Black people need to limit their access to white people because we have seen this before.
Yeah.
Okay?
You right.
We've seen this before. This ain't the first time. One of those kids that was on that boat, their parent is a judge.
We know that.
So this shit is already fucked up. It's already going to go. Okay? Not in the...
All right, Auntie. Just a little couple too many F-bombs for me. I'm trying to change my ways, sweetie. I'm trying to change my ways. But this, I'm telling you, I had a whole bunch of videos lined up. I definitely, when I do this, I plan for hours of study, because you never know like how y'all gonna be rolling with me and how many people gonna be in here. Yeah, this is B1. Matter of fact, this is for the haters real quick. For y'all that don't know what this show is about, I made this little joint, y'all. Y'all gonna have to check this out. But listen real close to what he say.
And I personally hope that my people get this message as fast as they can so that we can move toward freedom and independence and be extricated and removed from white rule and domination.
Yeah, I just want you to see that the people was for the people, and that you see them 2 B1s on the side right there. This is a strictly B1 program, buddy. All up and down the streets, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, buddy. You just better know it, man. You talk Jewels. Okay, Jewels, I'm going to attempt to talk to you because it seems like you want attention, Jewels. Where you from, Jewels? Where you from? Come on, type as fast as you've been typing that BS. Where you from, Jewels? I know it's a little lag, so I'm going to give you a few seconds. Where you from, Jewels? Where you, Bobby, Bobby Doom, you say not on this continent? Without us, you can't survive. We the whole reason y'all surviving on this continent right now. When y'all came over here as little pilgrims and all of that, y'all failed and started eating each other. Y'all had to trick us with disease blankets to get on after we fed y'all Thanksgiving dinner. Shut up, boy. He said you would have to relinquish EBT in Section 8 before doing that. Oh my gosh. You're an EBT Section 8er. God. Yeah, they be forgetting about that part, proud of. They can't talk to a dude that know. You cannot talk to a dude that know. Y'all is cannibals. Y'all failed. Yeah, exactly. Y'all cannibals. Thanks, Proud FBA. Y'all cannibals. Y'all failed, fam. Y'all couldn't even do it without us. Come on now. Sheesh Louise. Gosh. But Shorty, cooking with Tila, she had some real stomp down questions. And she wanted to go kind of like over the statements. I heard half of what she was saying, and when I be scouring, I listen to a few minutes of it to make sure it's on point. So I ain't get exactly everything she was saying, but we let's check it out together right now.
I know that there have been a lot of different videos, a lot of different statements and speculations made around this case, but it was 4 different statements that I want to shine light on and make sure that, his loved ones and just the public knows about them, because I don't hear anyone discussing them.
Right.
Again, it's 4 different statements that I want to discuss really quick, and I'm going to try to make this as quick as possible. You would have to look at the entire video in order to understand my observations in regards to these comments and why I think they are very important.
Okay.
Take a look at this first statement that I want to bring to light.
What's that?
So that was a statement made by the person that was on the boat that took the video, the viral video that's going around where you can hear, people arguing. She just basically, to sum it up, stated that it was someone on their boat where the person was recording. They were getting into it, and pretty much that it wasn't Nolan and his friends. So we want to clear that up, that the video that you are seeing online circulating where you can hear arguing going on, it was from the people that was recording boat. They were getting into it, and it was not, again, Nolan and his friends. This next statement I want to bring notice to is from one of Nolan's friends' mother. Take a look. This was a statement from either Warren or Wyatt's mother, just explaining that Nolan was asked several times to get on the boat. It was stated that Wyatt and Nolan did have an argument. They cussed each other out. Nolan ended up getting off their boat. And in return, when they did get ready to leave, the Wyatt boat started taking in water. So they ended up having to get the boat towed, which it should be record of that. But it's the very top part of this message of this statement that I need you to pay very close attention to.
Right.
She indicated that Nolan wanted to stay and indicated that he wanted to stay with the girl, and that the girl that he stayed with, boat was parked on the next to Warren and White's boat.
Okay.
The girl that they keep referring to is Katie. Okay. Katie is the person that he ended up wanting to stay there with, in which there was a boat already there, in which I'm assuming Nolan felt as if he would have had a way home. Now, I want y'all to keep that statement in mind. Katie was the girl, and it was a boat there, in which Katie and Nolan was on. Now, I want you to look at this statement that Katie's mother made.
Damn, do I gotta read that? Or are you gonna...
So Katie's mother said that Katie made it home safe. She sent Katie's auntie and uncle to go and get Katie.
Right.
But my question is, why did she have to go and send Katie's auntie and uncle to come get her when Katie was already there with a boat? Katie was already on a boat. Why did Katie need 2 boats? It's this next statement that brings me to my observation. Take a look at what Nolan friend said.
He said the last time I spoke to him was when he said I have to leave, and it was probably 2 to 2:30, but there was a huge group of people that several boats around for all I can remember. I last saw him get on a white boat with a center console before he left. So that's all the information I can provide.
So Lucas said that he seen Nolan around 2:30, and Nolan told him that he had to go. He even described the boat in which Nolan got on, which was not Wyatt and the boat that Wyatt and Warren them got on. Okay.
Right.
Now, it was also stated that Wyatt and Warren and the crew end up leaving around about 4.
Right.
But don't forget, Lucas said that Nolan told him that he had to go and that he ended up getting on another boat, which was the boat Katie was on that was parked next to Warren and Wyatt's boat.
Right.
The picture that I just showed you is a picture of Nolan and also Katie. My observations is basically questioning why in the world did Katie, Uncle, and Annie need to come and get her when there was a boat already there for Katie? Who is these people in which Nolan got on their boat with Katie?
Right.
What is their relationship to Katie?
Right.
And where did they have to go? Where did they leave and go to? We know that they stayed there because Warren and Wyatt and them didn't leave until about 4 something, okay? And in which Nolan's phone was still on their boat.
Yeah.
So my thing is if Nolan, didn't want to get back on the boat with Wyatt and Warren them, he knew that he had a ride back to the dock with Katie. He wanted to stay back with Katie.
Right.
And Katie and them already had a boat there in which Nolan said that they was going to leave. Where did they go?
Right.
They need to find out where that boat went and where's the GPS and who is the people that own that boat and what relationship they have with that Katie girl.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure they'll find out their answers because what nobody is talking about is the fact that Katie had 2 boats there for her. I truly feel that they are going to find their answers to their questions if they take a deep dive into Katie, who was the relationship or the people that was on the other boats.
Right.
With Katie,
yeah.
Why couldn't they take her to the dock? Why her auntie and uncle had to get her and why she didn't feel safe to ride back on the boat that was out there with her initially?
Exactly.
We need answers in regards to that. I'm pretty sure they will find their answers because it was never stated that it was 2 boats out there for Katie. And why is it that Katie is saying that she thought that Nolan was going to get back on the boats with his friend when they was obviously parked next to each other and she seen when they left? Did they leave Nolan out on the island by himself and he didn't have a phone? Or did Nolan get on that boat that was already there, leave and go somewhere and something happened to where Katie had to call her aunt, her mom, and have her auntie and uncle to come pick her up? All this is, my observation.
Yeah.
Nothing is set in stone. This is what I was able to retrieve from all of the statements that were made online. Everything is alleged.
No, I'm with you. No, you ain't crazy now. Hold on. Matter of fact, we go ahead and follow and hit that like button because she cooking. And then her cooking with Tila. Go ahead, Tila, cook now.
But I'm pretty sure if they take a deep dive into this Katie girl, they're going to find their answers. Something is going on. Everybody is looking at the friends.
Right.
And I know that was a distraction because that's who he left with and they came back without him.
Right.
But now that I look at a lot of different statements that are made online, it's going in the direction of this Katie girl.
And let's not act like back doors and all of that ain't popular. Let's not act like the female don't be the center point of the back door. Like they don't use the female to get at the prize that they want. Let's not act like that.
Again, why was it 2 boats there for Katie? And why couldn't she take the initial boat that was out on the lake with them? Why did her auntie and uncle need to come and get her?
Right. Because that allegedly that's not the boat that was taken on the water, right? That was supposed to be the boat that that his friends was in and all of that. Why did she need a second boat to get from out of there? Good question.
That is the question. They need to do GPS on this boat, find out who owned this boat, what relationship they have to Katie. And I'm pretty sure they will find their answers. Here's a diagram where he was at on the island and where they found his body.
So, like I showed y'all in that bigger picture earlier that day, everybody pull up and be docked right here on this part, but he was found on the whole other part of the island over here. How he get over there? Ain't no trees on this island too, y'all, and it ain't nothing but a sliver big. Hold on, let me make sure y'all show y'all real quick because I think that those little pictures don't do it any justice. Hold on, let me show y'all the picture that I had up here that kind of gives you a pretty good depiction of how big the actual island is. Look, y'all, that ain't nothing but a little sliver of an island. That's a sliver von diver of an island. That's it. Ain't no trees, ain't no way for nobody to get misconstrued about where somebody at. They was parked down here on on this end of the island. They found him down here on this end of the island towards the left side. They down there on the right side. How he get down there? And he wasn't no water logged, so it ain't like he floated in the water, because he would have had good water in his lungs. But that didn't happen. But go on, mama. Want to let her finish.
This is a sad situation, and the public is just trying to help shine light on Nolan's case and bring justice to him and his family. People have been in my comments, oh, you just talking about this to make $1, baby. Facebook does not pay me like that, and that's not why I'm doing it. Right. Please believe me when I say that. We are rallying around the Wells family, right, and whatever we can come up with and find out for them, may justice be brought to Nolan. That is what we all want. We don't want this to be swept up under the rug. The principal have donated over $200,000 to help investigate this case as well. It has been a statement made online. I send my deepest condolences out to the Wells family.
Right.
Good.
Lakeisha, straight up though. Oh, I'm saying, yeah, Lashika, I think, Miss Allen. Straight up though, Tangerine 22. Y'all family now that y'all done tapped in, so make sure y'all hit that subscribe and hit that like for me. I'll be over here roasting them and getting to these facts. You know what I mean? I like what this brother said, because he kind of brought up the facts, and yeah, we still got Carmelo's back too, but he hit on a very hard nail with this one for sure.
The hit dog is going to bark on this one.
Yeah.
The Nolan Wells incident is a clear indication of why Carmelo Anthony stood his ground and felt it proper to defend himself the way he defended himself. I could think I'm just going to swim and have fun with some friends and lose my life. Or I could think I'm just going to a track meet and talk with a friend and get attacked. This needs to be a wake-up call to Black America. Look, you can't be that token black friend. You're the individual they're talking about whenever they do some racist crap and say, no, I got a black friend. You have been the scapegoat for white America for decades. What's so crazy? It doesn't matter what situation or circumstance a black person is in, you all will never receive the facts as they lie. Then start painting a crazy picture about the individual who's actually the victim. I get attacked, I protect myself, it's my fault. I go out swimming with some friends, they take my life, it's my fault. The narrative never changes. And I gotta send my condolences out to Nolan Wells' family. This is crazy. This is a ridiculous situation, and it should have never happened. It is clear that these individuals are bred to be horrible human beings. The idea that the whole group is complicit is ridiculous. Social media pages, not just the kids, but also the adults, the judge, the doctors, the parents, all those people deleting their profiles. It's crazy to me that somebody you call friend, somebody you said that was part of your community goes missing. Not only goes missing, end up losing his life, and you guys go lawyer up. Oh, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. If that ain't I'm telling you, if that's not a calling card, if that's not an admission of guilt, and one of y'all gonna say, hey, look, this is what happened, the truth is gonna come out. It's too much pressure. It's gonna be too much pressure, and somebody's gonna literally burst. The pipe is gonna burst.
Yep, I believe so too. And you know, that's another testament to that there's actually some good people out there. And again, the people in my chat don't represent everybody, but obviously the whole group is what they are, and I'm sure that there's going to be one person in that group that it eats them up that they didn't intervene or say or do what they think they needed to do. And you know what I'm saying? Like, it's going to come out. It's just going to come out. We already know it is. Right? Sis, she broke this down so crucial though. after the body was found, obviously.
My condolences to the family of this young man, but y'all mad about how Carmelo Anthony moved. That's exactly why he moved the way he moved that day, because they can't be trusted. And that's all I'm gonna say. I ain't trying to condone violence and none of that, but I got black boys, and I definitely would be teaching them not to be the only black friend in the friend group ever. My condolences to the family.
I just wanted y'all to know that the message was cohesive. Like, we moving on the same accord with the thoughts, you know, in the community, right? Oh, I appreciate that, Tangerine 22, man. I'm building a community. Well, I've been building this community for quite some time, man. Keep It P podcast has been around. This is our 5th year, actually. If y'all look back on these channels, man, it's 4,800 episodes of this goodness. I mean, I'm talking about standing on straight business. I ain't folded, and I ain't never. It's all about B1, black first. That's what we do here. And then, yeah, if y'all look in the comment section, we got people like Randy over there. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like Beirut, but y'all free to get them, because we got some intelligent people that watch this joint. People like Jewels over there. Get them. Just get them. Just get them. Y'all can get them. Y'all got my permissions. But let her cook out, though.
Of this young man, but y'all mad about how Carmelo Anthony moved. That's exactly why he moved the way he moved that day.
Exactly why he moved. I want to make sure she said that again. You know what? I know y'all be getting the whining and all of that, because it be a lot of black people saying a lot of truths and all. But you know what I got for you, don't you? You know what I got for you. Y'all get them likes up. Make sure y'all subscribe if y'all just coming to this channel, because the heat keep coming. We on the 3rd hour of me beating them up real bad, and I got nothing but stamina. But I'm gonna bring Cheryl. Miss Cheryl wanted to make a logical plea to y'all, man. And I want your people to talk to you, man, so you don't think it's just us. Go ahead, bust it down, Cheryl.
So I want to read a comment that I left on a white creator's fairly large platform today, and she blocked me, which was kind of on brand just in general. You know what I'm saying? But I want to read it because if you are a white person following the disappearance and unaliving of Nolan Wells, and using your unearned advantages to amplify this story.
Yep.
And also the GoFundMe link for his family is in my bio. I want to read you the comment that got me blocked, because it just distills everything about this moment. I started off, thank you for using your voice and platform. I can be polite at times. While we may never know what actually happened and speculation is unhelpful, there is an important lesson to learn from the rage coming your and others' ways, in parentheses, as a repeat death threat recipient myself, because she alluded to how people don't even want her to be talking about it. It is incumbent upon us as white people to understand the roots of the emotional aspects of this case, regardless of the outcome.
Right.
Nolan's body was discovered in Mississippi, the state with the highest recorded number of lynchings. Nolan's body was discovered on July 6th, the 10th and 2nd year anniversaries, respectively, of the police murders of Philando Castile and Sonia Massey.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Somebody said, get him, Cheryl. How Cheryl know all this and y'all know all of this? How is Cheryl able to put the 2 and 2s together and y'all don't be knowing nothing? God. Cheryl sitting up here making y'all look real low IQ right now. Matter of fact, let me bring that back. Cheryl, what did you say? Because you're making them look real low IQ right now.
Thank you for using your voice and platform. I can be polite at times. While we may never know what actually happened and speculation is unhelpful, there is an important lesson to learn from the rage coming your and others' ways, in parentheses, as a repeat death threat recipient myself.
Me too.
Because she alluded to how people don't even want her to be talking about it. It is incumbent upon us as white people to understand the roots of the emotional aspects of this case, regardless of the outcome. Nolan's body was discovered in Mississippi, the state with the highest recorded number of lynchings. Nolan's body was discovered on July 6th, the 10th and 2nd year anniversaries, respectively, of the police murders of Philando Castile and Sonia Massey.
Yep.
Whenever a black child goes missing and is discovered dead, it is an assault on black people's collective nervous system because of history and ongoing rising and unabated racial violence against black people.
Come on now.
Nolan's death is also on the heels of the egregious miscarriage of justice in the Carmelo Anthony case.
Come on now.
And the optics of white boys deleting socials.
Yep.
And lawyering up are pouring salt in open wounds. And I'm just going to add here parenthetical. I never speak for black people. That was pretty much stepped over the line. But I'm going to stick by what I just said. I'm not black. I don't know what that feels like, but I'm trying to tell other people what, it might feel like so you can listen. Okay.
No, you know what you're doing right. No, you're doing right, Cheryl. That's what you call empathy and actually being able to see things from the other foot. And shout out to my man Mike's, man. He just joined the membership like y'all all should on the just looking outside of the game. Because one thing is true. When I be spitting these messages, man, they be taking my ad revenue, man, for some reason, man. Every time I be doing stories on blackity black stuff, they take my ad revenue. Now, if I did something about the Trick Daddy and the India I read, them videos is all good. And, YouTube is trying to tell me something, but I'm gonna keep doing what I do, like I do for y'all. So again, shout out Money Mike, man. I appreciate you looking out, my guy. But it's stuff like that keep me going. The memberships, because they be suppressing and they be taking my ad revenue when I be talking about stuff like this. So I appreciate that, Mike, for real. I had to stop the show for that. Thanks for looking out.
Black people and white people face different realities in our countries, period, full stop.
Yep.
And black people and families rarely get the justice they deserve. So as we continue to imperfectly use our unearned advantages living as white people in our racialized society, please take time to listen to and acknowledge the grief and pain within the black community. I said what I said. It got me blocked. Whatevs. But I want you, kind folk in this community, to really sit with what I just said, because that's the issue at hand. And that's what we're working towards if we're really doing this work, to building a society where this should not be an issue. Okay? Okay.
I'm going to go out on a limb right here. Thank you for that, Cheryl. Cheryl's pretty dope. But I'm willing to bet that Cheryl was a big booty MILF white girl back in the day, and she used to talk to black dudes. If she don't got an old black husband named Henry right now, upstairs right now, looking at TV. I just, the way she talk, her little swag and shit, she done been down in more ways than one. Thank you for that, Cheryl. I really appreciate that. She said some very real words, man. I thought that since old girl had did I thought that since old girl had did really good earlier with that channeling, right? She did a channeling on Nolan's girlfriend, which I'm looking at right now. And she said it leads to the judge. Listen, I'm open to the channeling because there are things out there, metaphysical, wizzical, that we don't know nothing about, right? But let me hear what she got to talk about. We discovering this together because I didn't vet this video, so I gotta put that caveat out there. We scouring the internet together right now, me and you.
People. All right, so y'all been asking about the girl that was last seen with Nolan.
Okay.
I believe y'all saying her name is Katie.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not going to lie. Whenever I heard about this, to me, it just seemed kind of empty. Like she really didn't have anything to do with it.
Right.
I really didn't feel like it was worth channeling her, but I did anyway.
Okay.
So when I channeled her spirit had to show me the truth. Right. And this tells me that Katie is just a smokescreen. The person that is calling the shots in this whole situation, that's giving the orders, is Warren Hudson's mother, Judge Ashley Cole. She despised Nolan and anybody who looks like Nolan. It was her anger that really tipped the scale for Warren Hudson to do what he did to Nolan. There was a conversation recorded that picked up on Nolan's phone and on one of their phones. She was the one that was in charge of erasing that recording. She is the one that deleted the text messages. I've seen this clear as day in my channeling. What was deleted was the conversation of how they were going to transport Nolan's body, how they were going to get from point A to point B. She's pretty cocky right now. She really think that she did a good job in covering things up. And you know they got that good old boy system. So, you know, she has a lot of people on her side. And remember, I told you there's a male figure that's leading her. But they're not going to get away with this. I do see in my channeling that their system is about to crack. Remember that I told y'all guys in my channeling yesterday that there is an entity behind this energy that they have. Right. And I told you that I had no choice but to fight it. And I told people to stay away if you couldn't. Right. When I did that, it had no choice but to be judged and get put down. So things are cracking for them right now because they don't have that energy anymore. They're honestly looking for an escape route right now because they can feel the pressure. They are basically running around like chickens with their head cut off. Her spirit is literally at the defense table at this point. She just don't know it yet. She can feel it, but she think she got it under lock. She don't. Justice is going to be served for Nolan Wells. So also in my channeling, I saw that there was a mess and I went to clean up the mess. The mess was some liquid. And by me cleaning it up, that means that it's going to be exposed. The liquid is Nolan's blood that they tried to cover up. The liquid also confirms that they staged the drowning, his body being found on the shore.
Is that why they was all at the house cleaning up the boat, though? You know? Was that why they was all at the house cleaning up the boat, though? No, Rob, you need subtitles because you don't understand. And again, maybe you should listen a little bit more and try to understand and put the context clues together. You know, it's called comprehension. That's that low IQ kicking in again. You know, it's the context clues, right? But I thought that was very interesting. After listening to some of the videos that we've previously heard from numerous amounts of people, I wouldn't expect her to be able to go scour the internet and put together these conclusions like I do, like I'm trained to do. That channeling, boy, it's something to be said about that channeling. What she talking about? It's something to be said about that. It's something now. You know, this situation has been bringing out everybody that got like something that got to do with that. And here we go again. Tales from the tokens. We just discovering this one together because I seen the title and all that. She say token friend, the betrayal, Nolan Wells, and being the token friend. It's heartbreaking to know what it is like to be the token friend, trusting white friends until things go wrong. Go ahead, Mom.
Her completely.
This is a safe space. You can share. Go ahead.
Breaks because I know that so many of my pictures from high school look exactly like his.
Okay.
I know what it's like to be the token black person in a group of predominantly white people. Okay. And for you to genuinely probably think that those are your friends. And for 95% of your interactions with these people to be friendly to the point where you do believe that they're your friends. And probably for them as well to believe that they're your friends until shit hits the fan. I know exactly what that's like. I don't know what conversations that Nolan and his family ever had about race or about himself being the only person of color in his group of friends. I don't know. I have no idea. Regardless, it doesn't matter what conversations they ever had. I don't accept that these kids don't know what happened to him. Even if, by the grace of white Jesus himself, these kids did nothing to harm him, if he genuinely had an accident, hit his head and drowned, whatever it was, even drank too much and drowned, whatever it was, if they had nothing to do with it, they still left him. So they still know what happened. Saying that they don't know is absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And I think that the thing that's most heartbreaking to me, I mean, so much of it is, but the thing that's most heartbreaking to me as someone who grew up surrounded by white people, thinking that those were my friends for the most part, is the betrayal. Because every black person has their black moment. Every single one. I think that there's a crazy version of it when you are a black student in a predominantly white school, private school or public school, that happens where all of a sudden, whether it's a microaggression or a macroaggression, but you have the moment where you realize like, oh, so we're not friends. And I know that he had that moment, unfortunately, right before he lost his life. And that to me is heartbreaking.
It is.
For him to have had that moment of being like, either they did something to me and they're not my friends, or watching that boat drive away and being like, they're leaving me, they're not my friends. That to me, burn it all down.
Exactly. And like I tell my kids, like I say, we live in an affluent neighborhood right now.
Okay. Oh, hold up. Damn, I was trying to hold on. My bad, y'all.
Okay, I want to point out something because I can tell.
Oh man, I cut my man's wisdom. I didn't mean to do that. Because I was trying to make sure I subscribe and like this joint. He was finna cook out too. I felt where he was going off that. Now, something listen, y'all, I think I'm channeling, y'all. I think I got the ability to channel. You want to know why, y'all? Eric Baker, thanks. I appreciate that. Where you tapping in from? Because you family. Thanks for the jewels. I appreciate that. Where you tapping in from? Listen, y'all. I think I'm channeling too, y'all. I think I'm channeling. And this is why. Hold on, wait a minute. Y'all know the girl we just played that channeled the girlfriend, right? Well, she's back and she's channeling Judge Ashley Cole Ben Evil, right? Now, I just think it's a coinky dink, shameless plug, but y'all should go follow me over there on J Live on Facebook, because just today, y'all, or no, just yesterday, I put up in something I felt in my bones is that I needed to turn Judge Ashley Cole into a devil and use my song The Devil to describe her. And that's exactly what I did. Is me and old girl challenging the same spirits? This is what I did, y'all, for y'all just coming in.
You're some damn devils. It ain't no other way.
I can't play it all because they be doing like the copyrights, but I straight up turned that lady into a devil. And she over here talking about she been evil. Is that a coincidence? Or what? See, that makes me want to hear what she had to say about this lady. This the lady she talking about, y'all. Judge Ashley Cole releases statement on son's time with Nolan Wells. Claims he chose to stay behind after the boat had mechanical issues. Calls for focus to shift away from her family. That's what she said. That's what I put up. That's why y'all need to go follow me over there, because not only do I be giving them the business on here, I'm giving them the wheeze wax over there. And no, it's my profile picture. I ain't hiding nothing. I'm not cowardly like those that we don't speak of in my chat. Right? But back to back to this. She said something about Ashley Lee. She been firing on all cylinders so far. So what I'm saying is I'm trying to listen to what she say to see if that meshes with or coincides with any of the details that we have amassed so far. Let me hear what she got to say.
She was the judge that was over the Aubrey Wyatt case. Remember the little girl that committed suicide because she was getting bullied? She is the one who sealed all court documents from the public and protected the bullies and the bullies' parents. The mother of Aubrey Wyatt eventually had to shut down her social media, court ordered. So she's good at concealing things. Also, I got a verifiable confirmation about Southwest Mississippi Community College, the college that Nolan Wells went to and was playing football. Remember, I told you that the school is responsible. I got confirmation that there has been some physical abuse to the players, and nobody stands up to it. And this abuse is coming from the head coach. The head coach is Les George. I told you guys that there was racial severe tension there. Also got confirmation that it's run by a old bunch of white men, hence that good old boy system. It's one of those situations where you are to be seen, not heard, do what you're told, or suffer the consequences. And a lot of them probably do it because football is their ticket out, their way out, and it's sad. I told you in my channeling with Nolan, there was somebody that they dare not stand up to at that school.
Right.
But Nolan stood his ground. At some point, he was not following the directions. He was not taking that abuse. Justice will be served for Nolan Wells.
Hey, all I'm saying is she ain't off. Oh, thanks for the floating heart. I appreciate that, Miss James. Where you tapping in from, Miss James? You family now. You done tapped in with me. Y'all get them likes up and make sure you subscribe if you have not subscribed already. I get a ton of people watching these videos and they don't be subscribed. If you love it, please just do that for me, because YouTube be, one, suppressing this type of content, two, they be snatching the heck out my ad revenue when I talk about these type of subjects. So I really appreciate when people do like that. And then shout out again to Money Mike, who subscribed today and on the lookout side of the game. If you know, you know. I appreciate you, bro, again. Anyway, man, she hitting on all cylinders every time. Whoa. I mean, I'm inclined to almost like listen to everything she say on the medical, physical, wizzical side of the game. I don't know what y'all say. The people, Ohio, I love Ohio girls. I love Columbus and Cleveland. I know girls from both, man. Y'all so sweet. Hold on real quick. You say my man say, now I think young Chris is from down there and he had an update on like what the coroners was talking about. This is one that I had vetted earlier. So we're gonna get into this one. Hold on.
Good examiner is saying they had to identify this young man through dental and DNA. After 24 to 36 hours in the water, and he didn't have no fluid in his lungs like 100% of drowning victims have. And y'all want us to sit here and believe that that kid just drowned? No, we ain't going for that. I'm saying this ain't just something I'm spewing. The medical examiner in Mississippi that did the first autopsy, that was his findings. But he called it accidental. But ain't nothing about it say accidental. Like, for real, you didn't find no fluids in his lungs. You didn't find none of that to make it. He didn't even drown. He was gone before he hit the water. If he ain't had no fluid in his lung, man, this is crazy, man. Why these people playing in our face like this? I can't take it no more. I'm sick of it.
Right.
I'm sick of these people getting their way, having their way with us, doing whatever they want to do, and then getting out the way and being cool, and their kids get to live a full life, have children, have grandchildren. That boy never live another day on this earth. He'll never be able to procreate. He'll never be able to do none of that. His mama ain't going to be able to see her grandkids running around from him. None of that. And these people out here talking crazy like that. What the fuck wrong with people? What the fuck wrong with people?
Siobhan, appreciate it. Thank you.
Like, for real, what the fuck wrong with these people? And if you don't like cussing, you don't like somebody being passionate, bro, go ahead and scroll past me, report me. I don't give a fuck.
Look, that's why I try to cut the cursing out sometimes. Sometimes a lot of people be having something to say and they be very passionate about it, but YouTube again be trying to cut the like take the ad revenue because it's cursing in there, but they don't take the ad revenue from none of these little garbage ass rap videos. Like, it's, man, me and Teasy gonna write a book on what it's like to be a black creator, man. And I think it's definitely something that I know about, because my J Lava channel is 17 years old. 17 years I've been on YouTube in one capacity or another. When I picked it up as just a hobby and just something to do, all the way up until I accidentally went viral, to then I'd start taking it serious and try different niches and all. I could write a book on this. Right now, somebody had asked me, why am I going live on so many different channels at one time? This is what I had to do just to break through the algorithm, because they don't push this type of content. And if y'all think I'm lying, we did a test just the other day on this very channel, like 2 or 3 videos back, where we went live on all 3 channels, just 1, 2, 3, no none of that extra, and the joint barely got 100, 200 views. Same content. It was that content bad? I think not. But like I said on the video, I went ahead and did the full 2 hours, because I'm not here for them. I'm here for y'all. I got a passion about disseminating this information to my people. This is what I do. So again, when y'all be dropping them little, I'm gonna stop and I'm gonna make a big deal about it every time, because that's the type of thing. Like, real talk, the program to do this restream program, which again, I'm slipping. I don't know if y'all want to stream or nothing, but I'm gonna put my affiliate link up in the description. So if y'all want to get on, they don't charge you no extra, and they give you a discount. But if you stream, like, we get a little cut off your thing if you want to do a little subscription. But the subscription to this alone, fam, is $75 a month, fam. It's hard out here on a black YouTuber. And the only reason it's 75 for me, because I can't do the regular program and stream like regular. I got to pay for the little upgrade one that do a horizontal and a vertical at the same time. So, again, I appreciate when y'all look out. Man, listen. And I appreciate my boy's passion. So I'm going to let him rock out with the cursing, but I just wanted to kind of let y'all know, sometimes y'all don't get the gritty grit, because I be trying to get my ad revenue, like, to make this make sense, but you know what I mean? At the cost of what? Suppressing the message, when people like this, who might not say a message how it should be said, just, you know what I'm saying? He deserve a voice too. He a part of the P that is the people. But go on.
I really don't. Cause this shit out of control. This shit out of pocket, out of hand. Yeah. It is crazy. Mm-hmm. It's crazy. On top of that, the kid got a cell phone. They done deleted the messages, brought the phone to his family.
And this is my question for those of y'all just coming in. This is y'all most of y'all coming in, man, and y'all on hour 4 of the stream, and it doesn't look like I'm finna stop. But that was my question. How do you open the phone without the biometrics, whether it's fingerprint or face, unless you got the body? Illuminati, like a 12 gauge shotty. How does that happen? You talking about get a job? This is my job. A goofy. You're a goofball. I'm working here. Boy, you see me putting in this work. Y'all, I'm putting in work, fam. Hey, get them likes up. Make sure y'all subscribe. Everybody coming in new, because it'll be a lot of y'all watching and don't be subscribing. And I need to subscribe so the snowball. Just real quick, just like I said the other day, we did a video about that Facebook group, White and Proud. If y'all know, you know. If you don't, you don't. Go back and look at this channel because we covered it. But in that video, there was a video with this brother that said the best thing we could do for each other in this boycott / wealth transfer is go to the people you know and the people you don't know. But if you watch their stuff and if you agree, it don't cost you nothing to hit the like. It don't cost you nothing to leave a comment. It don't cost you nothing to share it. That don't mess up your algorithm on your page if you share a message you agree with. Those are the littlest things that we can do to begin to build wealth in our own community. And then that's a digital revolution. I'm finna start pushing that. Obviously, because I'm a content creator, but because it is what it is. Not everybody that y'all see me looking at, what you see me do a follow and do a like. If you feature on here, why I'm not gonna follow and like your little joint? Why wouldn't I do that? It only makes sense. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, let me let them cook out, because I got a tough one for y'all. I didn't know we was gonna get this far, but I got a man explaining this situation to his kid. It's different, but let him cook out.
But the message is deleted. Why? If you ain't got nothing to hide, why you? This shit crazy, man. I'm telling you, it's crazy. If you would then earshot, eyeshot of this video, man, please like, comment, and share.
Yeah.
This ain't about no content, bro. I ain't getting paid off this, bro. This is about.
I got you, bro. Shout out to Chris Yarborough. I'm featuring you. I'm amplifying your message. I'm boosting your message, bro. You got something good saying. I followed. I hit that share. I don't care. I'm following you. If you got something good to say, I might want to feature him again. We want to keep up with each other. Everybody that I feature on here, I'd have liked and followed.
About getting this shit out here so these people don't sweep this up. So these people don't sweep this up under the rug. I'm so pissed off. I'm tongue-tied.
That's right, brother.
Like, comment, and share, man.
I did, bro. Hold up. Matter of fact, he did say it to me. Comment. I got a comment because he did say that. Right on. And look, and it's just that simple. Did that cost me anything? I'm even in the middle of my podcast, and I was able to drop a comment on this joint. Man, it's not even. It's not rocket science, people. Listen, I appreciate all of y'all, especially on the Keep It P podcast. Y'all been rolling with me for a while. I don't mind doing this. If y'all don't mind doing this, I got energy for this. It takes a passion. I done ate. I got my girl sneaking me food. Look, my dog keep coming in, trying to get me to take him out. Right now, look, y'all want to see little Roscoe? This Roscoe Jenkins right here. My boy Roscoe. No, we don't do that, cuz you already know. Like you already know. But look, this is my boy Roscoe. He been up in here trying to get me to take him outside. And he like, man, come on, man. You been streaming the whole time, man. Come on, bro. Look, he all up on me like, come on, Roscoe, let me do my job. But for the new people coming in here, make sure y'all hit that like button. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe. Make sure y'all turn on the notifications so you know every time I go live. You know what I'm talking about? This one, whoo-wee, this is a gut wrencher, y'all. My man's finna have to he finna explain. Thanks. Yeah, that's my boy Roscoe right there, boy. Look, I wasn't even really a dog person. Like my homeboy that I work with, Danny P. Shout out to Danny P. His dog had a couple dogs, and he kind of bullied me and gangstered me into getting a dog. He's like, man, you gonna get this dog, man. This dog, I'm like, man, I don't really want no dog. I don't be at home enough for a dog. For the dog, you gonna piss on the dog. And then I was like, when I first seen him, he was little Roscoe. Little Roscoe. Look, here he comes. Y'all shouldn't have called his name. No, I'm not. I ain't really mean that, bro. When I got him, I was like, oh man, I gotta keep Roscoe. I really ain't never really been a dog person. But he just think, I'm giving you praise, Roscoe. He over here wagging it up for real, for real. But again, I appreciate all y'all rolling with me, man. This one right here, this is like a tearjerker. This is a real deal conversation, man. A man having to explain this situation to one of our young kings out here, man. We discovering this one together because I haven't heard it, so I'm more likely gonna just let it play through because I need to hear what they're saying. Get them likes up and subscribe.
4th of July, this black kid went out with his friends, and all his friends were white. And something happened. If you were to guess, what do you think happened?
He got jumped.
That's a good guess. The white kids came back without him, and they were like, we don't know where he is.
Real quick, I know how y'all feel about animals. I know y'all over there hating on black people, but y'all like, don't make them wait, don't make them. Y'all see that too? Y'all see the dichotomy of that? They don't give a they over here talking all the bullshit about black people. They talk about dead black people and all that, but my dog, there's somebody to go take him out. There's somebody to do that. Okay, he's gonna get taken out. I'm just not doing it. He just want my attention right now. Y'all over there, look at that. They jumped right on my case about what I'm doing to the dog, but these black people is victims and they're making excuses. But let the dog not be able to go out to pee and y'all finna have a conniption. Shut up.
On the 4th of July, this black kid went out with his friends, and all his friends were white. And something happened. If you were to guess, what do you think happened?
He got jumped.
That's a good guess.
Damn.
The white kids came back without.
Oh no, man. There's some heavy implications to what he just said. I can't skip over that. Dang, the first thing he said out his mouth. Think about he's unfortunately he's reaching from experience, guys. He automatically think they gonna get jumped. Wow. And this is in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Shout out to Minneafrica. The red, black, and green Pan-African thing. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna let that slide for right now because it's all about the message. But shout out to Minneapolis, Minnesota, my hometown. Man, that little boy said automatically assumed that he'd get jumped. That's wild.
This black kid went out with his friends, and all his friends were white. And something happened. If you were to guess, what do you think happened?
He got jumped.
Man.
That's a good guess.
Dang.
The white kids came back without him, and they were like, we don't know where he is. And then they found him in the water. What do you think happened?
Someone put him in the water.
The white kids killed him. So it's important to, they haven't admitted it. They're all saying, oh, we don't know what happened. But he's gone now. So it's important that you remember not to be alone with white people. That's very important. Okay?
Okay.
Because if you're alone with white people and you're the only black kid, something bad can happen. You know?
They could just, let's cut some cake. And then they actually just stab you.
And
dang. Shorty drawing these kind of conclusions. This is heavy. This is heavy and deep. Oh yeah, Miss Tangerine. This is heavy. This is deep. Mm-mm. Oh man, that's heavy. That's deep, fam. That's dang, man. Yeah, I know this don't feel good to y'all, man. But think about that the fact that he's exposed to mass media like everybody else, man. And he's able to draw conclusions even at his young age about what he sees and how he's being treated as a young black man in this country. And there you go being dismissive again. There y'all go. Mm. Whoo, that's heavy.
They would be like, we were trying to cut the cake and he got in the way. That's it. They're like, they protect each other before they protect black people. And it's been that way for a long time. There's been a lot of instances where black people think, my white friends are different. My white friends won't hurt me. My white friends won't do anything bad to me. And then when they're alone with white people, the white people do something bad and then they get away with it. And that's why it keeps going. When white people don't get in trouble when they hurt black people. Because America is crazy like that. And that's why I really like living in Africa. Because in Africa, there's not a lot of white people, you know? Right? There we only saw a bunch, but there's way more black people, right? There was another time, just a few weeks ago, where this black kid was at school, and then a bunch of white kids surrounded him, and he had something sharp. The black kid had something sharp. He said, don't touch me. He told the white kids, don't touch me, because they were acting like they were going to beat him up. And then they tried to, and he poked one of them, and that kid died. The white bully died. And guess who got in trouble, though? The black kid got in trouble.
Look how the little boy knew who got in trouble. Dang, man. This is eye-opening, man. Yeah, it's really sad to be having to be taught this at a young age period, man. When you're supposed to be innocent, man. When you're supposed to just be free to just live and experience and dream and imagine and stuff. You got to calculate and strategize, you know, survival tactics, survival 101. Like, this is crazy. Can you imagine having this conversation as a white person indoctrinating children? Y'all do, obviously y'all have these racial conversations with your children because it's your children doing this stuff. They don't just be born doing the stuff, it's taught. Where does it come from? Where does it come from, sir? Come on, man. Don't be so obtuse, as they say. It's taught, bro. Maybe you just coming in on the stream, but we done had 11 white women saying that they need to do better on not breeding that type of thing into their cheering. We didn't even have them on here talking about watch out for others like me because it's dangerous. What are you talking about there, bucko? Huh? Don't all type at once. Don't type so fast. Huh? Yes, talk. It's that minute. And here we go with the victim mentality. I know that's a coping mechanism because you don't like to hear that it is your group of people that terrorizes and is responsible for such things that got people looking at you with the side eye. Welcome to how black people feel. Black people go through this all the time. I know what y'all hurting about. I know the pain that y'all feeling. Unlike y'all, I'm able to see things from the other side. And y'all getting a good, healthy taste of people judging y'all based off what other people do. And you don't like it. And you don't like it. Don't blame me for what my people do, because I'm not like that. Da da da. That's what you saying? That's what you saying? That's your other coping mechanism, because he's racist. Oh no, I don't know who was saying that. I'm sorry. That wasn't you, Mom. I'm sorry. You feel bad for Nolan and his family? Who doesn't want justice served? That's right. That's a noble cause. That's how it should be. You know that I didn't get around to this one because the program gets to moving and grooving. You know what I'm saying, how it goes. But y'all know they had some quote unquote his friend come out the box and throw some little there was like insinuate that there was some sort of kind of drug use, right? And we know that myth has been dispelled because we heard from Benjamin Crump himself about his athletic fortitude and how he was steering clear of substances because he had like a big thing to do on the following Monday, right? But this is what they tried to throw out there in the ethers to try to get, stuff going a different way. And I'm inclined to think that this is indeed the same scenario of all of them kids that tried to gang up on Carmelo Anthony after the fact and get on code with each other to paint the narrative. But here you go.
English boys, kind of rich folks, kind of who I wasn't always around. But I know that friend group that he was with is known for, I don't know if I can say this substance, but they're known for doing a certain substance. And, some of us who have spoke to Nolan prior to the island date, we know that they were known for doing that substance. Another thing that we believe is what if they peer pressured him into doing something, and again, with a mixture of alcohol and...
This is allegedly, y'all. This is allegedly. And Jesus just giving us his synopsis of what he feels. So allegedly, Jesus, you got to remember when you're getting on these panels, you got to say allegedly because somebody will try to wrap you up.
Allegedly, coming from his friend group that knows him very well. I'm talking about teammates that played with him, went to school with him, and folks that see him every weekend. Right. Allegedly, we believe that maybe something just didn't go the way they wanted it to. Maybe they were trying to have a little bit too much fun, and it was just a mistake that they covered up. But I know for a fact that friend group that they were with is known for a certain substance. So it does not surprise me whatsoever. And I'm almost certainly confident, allegedly, that there was that substance on that boat. I know we won't know till the body gets tested and all that, but, it's what makes sense to me. I don't believe he tried to swim back to the island or anything like that. There's just a lot of things that doesn't make sense. Why did they leave him in the first place?
Come on, fam. And y'all know he sound what could perceive to be black. I'm not gonna call him black, but it's sort of giving me them Eddie vibes. You the one you thought was your black homeboy that was down, that flipped on you in the end type vibes. Because we want to know where they they automatically trying to set up the narrative that there was some substances. Come on, fam. Wasn't no substances, fam bam. Was it none? Nope, we ain't gonna let y'all do that. We ain't gonna let you do it. Yeah, the truth hurts. Yeah, of course we're gonna call out racists where you see it. Who that? Pepsi Gold for sure. He fight fire with fire when you see it for sure. Ramboni, Stromboni. Hold on. There was a little bit more on that. This dude looked like Dress from Black Sheep. But he had a little notion about the thing too. But go ahead, brother.
Rest in peace, Nolan Wells.
Yeah.
Now I got a few words.
Go ahead.
For the black people, for the black families.
Go ahead.
Who don't have a problem with their kids being the only black existing in white spaces that's comfortable with sending they black kids to these white establishments and letting them get all these white friends, and now they the only black person in a crowd full of white people and think they safe and feel like that they friends in this climate today, I would not want to be the only black around a bunch of white people. I wouldn't even feel safe. But for some reason, these middle class black kids, middle class parents that want to be around in these white communities, and I'm not getting it at all. And then when something like this happens, because this ain't the first time something like this done happen. You know, black people disappearing when they with a bunch of white folks, and now don't nobody know what happened, don't nobody know where they at, don't nobody know nothing. Everybody got lawyers. One of the kids' dad, a judge, like all this bullshit.
Right.
When a black kid come up missing in a group full of white people, but y'all still feel safe sending y'all kids to these white establishments, letting them go to these white parties by themselves, talking about they got white friends. That shit, it ain't safe. It ain't safe, man. Rest in peace, Nolan Wells, man, and let's not let these folks get away with this shit, because we done seen it how many times?
Right.
How many times? Y'all better stop sending your kid, your black child, into these white spaces where they are the only black. It's not safe.
It's not. It's not. Amen to that. Y'all know the celebrities are speaking out, and just like what Ricky Smiley we had on there. I can't stand DL Hughley. But I want to. My thing is this: I want to see, is he gonna talk like a stand-up black man, or is he gonna be pussyfooting? I know we don't be liking to hear these messages sometimes, and I'm just discovering this one. But let me hear what he got to say.
So this Nolan Wells thing, the young kid who was in Mississippi, who went on a trip, an excursion with classmates, and they happened to be white classmates, and he comes up and missing, which is a very unfortunate thing. But I think that where it draws suspicion is all of them have cut off their social media. Yeah. All of them have decided to be silent. Yeah. And the one thing I know, a lot of white people ain't got a lot of black friends. You know the ones you have. How the fuck you lose the black dude, the one black dude that came with you? Like, how don't you know where he is? There seems to be a lack of alacrity or urgency when something happens to black children.
Straight like that. Here goes another message that I did not vet, so we're discovering this one together. It says Nolan's funeral. I haven't seen anybody touch on this, so I'm definitely curious to see what he has to say. Come on, let's do it together, y'all. Come on, we with this one.
Should the 3 white boys that were with Nolan Wells on the boat before he died go to his funeral or be allowed at his funeral?
That's a very good question. I would say no. If y'all want to know where I stand, I'm saying nah, because y'all done already closed y'allself off. Like, even down to the point of, if you thought your homeboy was missing, why wouldn't you use your social media up so you can stay in contact with all the people that was there, so you can find out if he got back okay or not? You see what I'm saying? I ain't heard nobody say that. Why wouldn't you leave up your social media so that you could be online checking to see if your homeboy got back okay or not? So you can get the DMs, so you can get the words, so you can check homegirl's page, so you can check this fin group, that fin group. Man, what's up? What's up with Nolan, man? We was taking on water. He said he was gonna stay back. Man, I didn't even know that we had his phone. Man, I'm on social media, right? What's up with Nolan? None of that. None of that. Nobody said that. You heard it here first. Sometimes you got to kind of think practical. It took me all this whole stream to think about that. If that's so, now they shouldn't go to the funeral, because y'all done already alienated yourself. Y'all done already cut yourself off. That's no longer your boy. Y'all don't know him. Just like the people tried to say in the Carmelo case. No, we don't know him. We was barely friends. Because you scrubbed your social media that shows all the pictures with y'all. Nah, you can't go. But let's see where he going with this.
Should the 3 white boys that were with Nolan Wells on the boat before he died go to his funeral or be allowed at his funeral? One of my good black friends reached out to me today and asked me that very question. And it was funny that he did, because I meant to get to it this morning on my radio show and just kept jumping down rabbit holes and forgot to come back to that question. So I'll ask you guys here on the internet, what do you think? Now, these are guys that were supposedly very close friends with Nolan. And I imagine that, first off, I believe they're 100% innocent and that the kid stayed behind by choice and he ended up accidentally drowning by whatever means. And that's going to be the hill I die on until the investigation and the evidence says otherwise. But assuming that all of that is correct, that these kids had nothing to do with that young man dying, should the family of Nolan extend an invitation to them and their families to attend the funeral? Now, I know that the mother, the stepmother, the judge, Ashley Cole, I believe is the last name, says she knows the mother, went to school with the mother, from the same community as the mother of Nolan. I would suspect that she would want to make an appearance at that funeral. Unfortunately, I don't believe the culture would allow it. I believe it would become an untenable situation because all of the Black for a Living folks who have decided that this is the end all be all, this is the sequel to Mississippi Burning, are not going to handle it well. And they're going to get absolutely triggered if the judge was to show up, if any of the 3 white boys and their family members were to show up.
Oh, so.
And they're in a lose-lose situation, right? If they show up, it's going to be an absolute shit show. If they don't show up, it's going to be, oh, look at them. They didn't even have enough respect to show up. Well, hell, if they do show up, they're liable to be putting their physical...
Oh, here we go with the black people are violent trope. He just couldn't help himself. Oh, here he goes. If they did show up, nah, they could have shown up if they didn't do the non-homeboy move by shutting their social medias down and not checking for their homeboy, not putting up the RIP, not the this one's from my homie, pouring out a little liquor. What is he talking about? They could have shown up if they would have did that. But they chose to do otherwise. Of course, when you alienate, see, this is like throwing the rock and hiding your hand. They didn't already drew the line in the sand. They didn't already drew the line in the sand. No, don't show up. You ain't my homeboy. You wasn't going there for me. You wasn't looking out for me.
Health in danger. Because have you not seen how the culture acts?
I knew
when they feel disrespected.
I knew it. And hell yeah, that's how we act when we feel disrespected. You say some goofy shit in public like chipping out or the N-word and you gonna get the foo-fops put on you. Hell yeah. And if they showed up to the funeral right now after what they did, they might get the foo-fops put on them. Hell yeah. You talking about little Buster?
I'm just saying, it's a lose-lose situation. Again, so the family's got a press conference tomorrow, 11 a.m. in New York City with Ben Crump and friggin' Al Sharpton, the 2 biggest ambulance chasing, race grifting, outside agitating, pot stirring.
Wow. Yeah, of course that's all. See, this is a dodge of accountability. Please, black people, please, please, please don't speak up about our injustices. Please, we don't want to hear how terrible people we are because we think we're so great. Shut up, Buster. And take this verbal lashing. Take it. You know what? Since y'all rocking with me, there's some messages that I didn't play because of how they were speaking, but let it rip. Go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
As it pertains to Nolan, my opinion is that them crackers killed him.
Right.
And everybody keeps trying to tell us that we shouldn't jump to conclusions.
Right.
So fine, I won't jump to conclusions. I'm just going to ask the questions that still haven't been answered. Because an 18-year-old black boy went to an island with his friends and they came back and he didn't. That's the beginning of a story that we've heard far too many times. And since then, we've watched social medias disappear. We've watched attorneys appear out of thin air. We've watched statements carefully crafted. We've watched people explain why he was left behind. But here's what nobody has explained to any of us. If Nolan was trying to stay behind to talk to a girl, then where the fuck is she? If he was staying behind to get another ride, then who was supposed to be the ride? And if he needed his phone to make either one of those plans happen, how did somebody else end up returning that to his family? And if these were really his friends, why was his mother the one reporting him missing instead of the people who he went with that supposedly cared about him? Those are not conspiracy theories. Those are basic ass questions that anybody who's not guilty should be able to answer. Everybody wants black people to stop side-eyeing this case, but history has taught us that when young black people disappear under mysterious circumstances, skepticism isn't paranoia, it's survival.
Right.
Emmett Till, Ahmaud Arbery, and Trayvon Martin are just three of too many families who've been told to be patient while the truth took a back seat to protecting somebody's reputation. And before anybody says that we're making this shit about race, understand this. Race entered the conversation the moment that a black teenager didn't come home while the people who did go with him were able to keep living their lives.
Right.
The public noticed because of the circumstances not sitting right, not because black folks just woke up looking for a conspiracy to follow. And I'm not asking you to convince anybody on social media. I'm asking for the same thing that the family is asking for. Every witness interviewed, every timeline verified, every piece of digital evidence preserved, every inconsistency investigated, and complete transparency to the family. They retained Benjamin Crump, shouts out to him. And while the official autopsy are still pending, the authorities say that they're investigating to continue to seek photos and videos and witness accounts from that day. Because if nothing happened and a thorough investigation clears the people, cool. But if something did happen, Nolan deserves justice. And until every question has a real answer, then don't ask us to stop asking them. And until y'all understand why, I'll wait. As it pertains to
Nolan, broke that down, talking really fast too. If you listen too slow, catch up, because I heard all of that good informationes. It was all said like it was supposed to be said. If you can't really hear like that, then I think that's your problem. But I think that was well said, broken all the way down to the last compoundeth. You dig what I'm saying? Y'all hit that like button and subscribe for the new people coming in here, because YouTube don't push these kind of messages when I'm talking that blackity black stuff. So I appreciate y'all tapping in with me. Fam, the sisters is cooking out right now. So Juanita say, Miss Williams, she said there's something about a black person in a sea of whites. Some black people understand and know what I'm saying. Take a listen.
Young man Nolan Wells, the teen from Mississippi, the only black teen who was with a group of white kids going on a boat trip off the coast of Mississippi, his body being discovered. You know, I believe a lot of black people have probably a story or two about being in an environment where you are the only one.
Right.
I recall when I worked in television news, I worked in Knoxville, Tennessee, and there was a coworker who was getting married, and we were all caravanning to her wedding, reception, etc. Remember, as we were driving, we kept getting more and more rural, and my cell phone service was spotty. And I remember in the car saying, y'all got me out here, and I'm the only one. If something go down, my people know where I'm at. And although I was laughing and I said it in a comical tone, trust and believe, I meant every word I said. I also knew if push came to shove, if I needed to get active, I was going to get active. I felt 95% comfortable that I was fine. I was safe. After all of us worked on television, some, not all, but there is something that resides in our DNA that immediately knows danger or to be hyper vigilant when you are in an environment where you are the only one.
Right.
It is not something that we actively try to be.
No.
We just are aware based on our history and our lineage, because for our white counterparts, there is something in their DNA and lineage that makes us feel, some, not all, uncomfortable, and know that we should be, there are things that are going off that say be aware, possible danger, watch your back, let somebody know where you are, and or don't be the only one.
Thank you, Chuck.
It makes me sad that this is the world that we have always lived in. This is the world that we live in. And it also makes me sad to know that those feelings that I felt and this young man dying under suspicious circumstances are the very reasons why we feel the way we do. Because we are acutely aware and we know that bad things can happen. Don't get me wrong. I know bad things can happen anywhere with any group of people. But I am also aware that history has shown being in an environment where you are the only one constitutes danger. And don't be trying to argue with me in my comment section. I said what I said. I meant what I said. And I stand on what I said. And my feelings are valid. Don't come in my comments trying to argue with me about how I feel in my body about my personal experience. If you don't share it, fine, great, wonderful. That works for you. But don't come in my comments with no flippant, crazy, trying to be antagonistic about how I feel because I feel how I feel. Go argue with somebody else, okay? All right, thank you.
Straight up. I see y'all. You know, we always get this little wave of little suspected white supremacists over there in the chat. And sometimes I gotta talk to y'all because y'all want daddy to give y'all a little attention, don't you? Well, I know y'all hate when black people be saying it, so I'm gonna let one of your homeboys tell you what happened. He gonna just tell you all what happened.
I'm about to tell you.
He gonna tell you exactly what happened. This from your folks now.
Exactly what the fuck happened in Nolan Wells. I could put any money in the fucking world. See, I hung out with a lot of white people like that in high school. And although I am white myself, I certainly am not one of them. But I did have the pleasure of being their friend, and I guess that came with being the butt of every joke and enjoying the finer things in life. But this is textbook. I can give you a fucking play-by-play, I promise you. See, what had happened was, they were getting rowdy, whatever the case may be, drinking all day. Something happened, malicious or not, doesn't really fucking matter. And those boys saw him take his last breath. I guarantee you that. They had an oh fuck moment, got scared, left him, drove the boat off, went home, told mommy and daddy. Mommy and daddy told him to shut the fuck up and got him over. It's textbook. Again, I saw this shit happen over and over again growing up. This is how they fucking operate every single motherfucking time. You wanna know what happened to Nolan Wells? Go ask some boys. Problem is now you gotta drag it through court because they lawyered up. But they fucking know. They most certainly fucking know. I'm about.
Period. Come on now. Come on. So y'all gonna tell me he lying? Y'all gonna tell me he lying? Y'all gonna tell me I music producer and game developer. Don't spam the comments. I'll let you get it off. Just post it once and let it ride out. Don't do too much. Was he lying? Where was the lie at? You know, it's something that over there that y'all gotta deal with. Y'all gotta deal with y'all fear. Y'all over here in my chat because y'all got a healthy fear, and y'all need to relinquish that fear. You ain't got to be a part of our conversation scared with something. Or we gonna make a move on you. Huh? Y'all ain't gotta be scared. Come on now. Like, y'all ain't gotta do that. Y'all don't gotta do that. Y'all don't gotta do it. You know y'all do have the option of just being decent people and coming into a black space and learning something, you know what I'm saying, and asking some relevant questions instead of spouting gibberish that gets you ignored. Well, no, I don't get you ignored because we have Proud FBA and Money Mike and Tangerine and Satoya. Y'all got problems over there. y'all got real problems over there. Y'all got real problems. We got some stomp downs over here that's giving y'all nothing but business and work. That's what y'all feeding off of. But then I see him. But see, then I see them ask y'all a question, and then as soon as y'all y'all can't answer the question. Is N-I-G-G-E-R. I showed him. Y'all whack, man, for that, man. That's that low IQ, I guess. Oh, don't worry. I got a whole bunch of y'all people telling you what it is. I didn't even know which way I wanted to go. I think this is okay. Let me see if y'all little low IQ can take this, because we know y'all scared. So let's break down intellectually this fear that y'all have.
Why is the right so afraid of everything? There's a psychological reason for that. Neuroscientists ran multiple peer-reviewed studies, and they scanned the brains of thousands of people to see if there was a correlation between the brain scans and political affiliation. And what they found was wild. Conservatives have a larger, more reactive amygdala. That's the fear center of your brain. It's in charge of processing things like anxiety, fear, and rage.
All the things that are exemplified in my chat. Go on.
Liberals show more activity in the anterior cingulate cortex, the part of the brain that handles complexity and critical thinking. Go figure. This was so accurate the scientists were able to guess a person's political affiliation 82% of the time.
Now, I'm not going to sit here and let him make this Republican liberal thing, because they two racist wings of the same racist ass bird flying to the same racist injustice ass nest. So I'm not finna sit here and let him do that, but I want to hear what he say about this thing. Watch yourself, Lucas.
82% of the time. Now, before you go screaming fake news, this isn't one study. It's multiple independent studies across different countries, published in journals like Nature, Neuroscience, and Current Biology. This is empirical scientific evidence, not opinion. Conservative brains run on fear. Liberal brains run on curiosity. The amygdala's job is simple: detect threats and freak the fuck out. When the amygdala is oversensitive, everything new feels dangerous. Brown people moving into your neighborhood? Threat. One of the world's best soccer referees coming to America for World Cup, but he's from Somalia? Threat. Being chill and not rage watching Newsmax all day? Threat. Not because it is a threat, but because the amygdala manufactures a threat. This is why facts don't work on conservatives. You're not debating ideas. You're debating their terrified lizard brains. You present data, they feel attacked. You offer logic, their nervous system screams, danger! Every racist policy, every immigrant-based rant, every culture war panic, it all traces back to the same thing: a hyperactive fear response.
Y'all scared? Is that what y'all is over there? Y'all scared? Y'all scared? Yeah, we ain't nobody over here political. We don't do politicals. It's the Republicans and the Republicans and reps the Democrats. It's F both of them. The Democrats and the Republicans. F them both. So it's not about that over here. But he did have something really interesting to say about the way that y'all little brain works. We know that anger and all of that is a stem of fear. We know. Intelligent people know already, right? Intelligent people know already. My boy Flacco, I'm surprised Flacco said it like this, but Flacco came right on out and said it. Even though he talks slick about FBA and all of that, he did come out and say what needed to be said. And shout out to him for exposing Godfrey too. That's the episode I'm about to do here shortly.
That little boy, man. What Nolan Wells' parents found in his phone confirms beyond a reasonable doubt, beyond a shadow of a doubt, they murdered that little boy, man. They murder him, and the police, the law enforcement agencies, the judges, coroners, everybody in that city responsible for this investigation is working in cahoots to make sure they get away with it. That little boy was murdered by some powerful people in that city, and they making sure them powerful people don't get held accountable. Nolan Wells' family has retained the services of Benjamin Crump to ensure Nolan gets justice, however that may be. They brought Benjamin Crump in to launch a private investigation into the death of Nolan, because whatever they have seen up until this point, they've seen enough to know they can't trust the local police department. And as far as I'm concerned, that's the only option they had if you take the circumstance into consideration. If this does end up being a murder investigation, if Nolan was murdered, one of the suspects, Warren Mama, is a sitting judge in the city. It's a small town. They all grew up together. The police department, the sheriffs, the detectives, people who were investigating this probably is coming in with biases. Oh, nah, Warren wouldn't do no such. Nah, not Ashley's boy. Ashley's boy will do no such thing.
Right.
What? Wyatt, Eric? Nah, those are good boys. So they're already coming in with a biased eyes and a biased lens. They're going into this assuming these people did nothing wrong and Nolan just got drunk and drowned. Even though every single detail, every single evidence, every single piece of information that has come out has pointed into the opposite direction of that.
You mentioned earlier there are some contradictions. Yes. What gives you confidence or perhaps concern about the investigation so far?
Well, the fact that they continue to tell the family that we don't see any evidence of any foul play, even though you have students who recorded an altercation while they were on the boats of argument where you had Nolan and somebody yelling at one another on the boat. So that's the issue. And then you have the young lady make a statement and she says, well, Nolan and I finished talking and Nolan said he was going back to the boat. And then the boys on the boat said, no, Nolan told them he was going to stay with her. And so they are conflicting. She's saying he went and got on the boat. They saying he didn't get on the boat. So which is it? And all we know is Nolan is dead.
I've never seen a police department in such a hurry to close out an investigation. They have refused to take any of the new evidence into consideration. And let's slow it down for a second. The story they're giving us doesn't make sense. The story that Nolan friends are giving us doesn't make sense. And it shouldn't make sense to a trained police officer. Nolan came to Horn Island with Wyatt, Warren, and Eric. They were on the boat with Nolan. Wyatt, Warren, and Eric claim they left the island without Nolan. They have no idea where he was, even though they came together. Their excuse is Nolan told us he wasn't going to come with because he was busy talking to this chick called Katie that he liked and he hit it off with while he was on the island. Then Katie said, hell nah, he wasn't going home with me. We actually cut our conversation short because he told me he had to go back to the boat with his friends. So which one is it? Who do we believe? Katie or Warren, Wyatt, and Eric? The reason why I tend to believe Katie's account of things is because Ashley Cole, Warren's mama, told on themselves. Look, they murdered that little boy, man. What Nolan Wells' parents found in his phone confirms beyond a reasonable doubt, beyond a shadow of a doubt, they murdered that little boy, man. They murder him, and the police, the law enforcement agencies, the judges, coroners, everybody in that city responsible for this investigation is working in cahoots to make sure they get away with it.
Boom. Come on now. I'm just saying I don't rock with cuz like that, but when you're telling the truth, you telling the truth though, right? And you know, while we sitting up here, you know, talking about what we teaching our kids and this, that, and the third, right? What y'all teaching y'all kids, right? She said, attention parents of white children.
All right, I want to just have a quick check-in with all the white parents.
Right.
White parents, how are we talking to our children?
What you doing?
Who have black friends? Because the black community is talking to their children about if they can trust their white friends. So how are we as white parents talking to our white children about how they are to show up for their black friends? I had a conversation with our white son, and we also have to have conversations with our black children about potentially not trusting people who look like their parents. That those people who look just like the parents who surround them and love them might not be the safest people for them to be with. They might not be the people who are going to have their backs.
Damn.
So white parents with white children, are you having those conversations about how your white children are going to show up and bring home their black friends?
Now, what's wrong with that message, y'all? She was real. That's a real one. She trying to put in her kids, hey, yo, you going to be kicking it with your black friends, man. Make sure they feel safe. Let's come up with a plan to make sure they come home. She's saying that because she know how her folks is and how y'all can get when they get around. What was wrong with that? What was wrong with that message? It's not only him. Even one of the dudes, you know, they had the Cajun Navy looking for him. Even him, man, he had to bust it down and keep it real. This is a clip that I skipped, but even him, he had to bust it down and keep it real. Like, yo.
Yeah, I was told that there was a boat he thought he was going to get on that was leaving and that he might have been trying to swim to it. The only problem I have with that story is that if the people in the boat knew he was trying to swim to it and they saw him getting carried off with the current, they would have known about it. They would have been able to react to it. Not only that, even if that wasn't the case, if he went into the water at all and became distressed, it was so crowded that day that it seems hard to believe that nobody would have noticed a distressed swimmer in the water. So again, it's a story I was told. There's a lot of reasons why I question it. What I do know is that he went out there with a number of boys that has been his regular friend group since he was young. They were ready to leave at about 3 o'clock. They told him it's time to go. I was told he had started talking to a young lady and he wanted to hang back and keep talking to her, and that he would believe that he could get another ride. Now, some people have been criticizing, saying, "Oh, you never leave your friend." Well, technically, they didn't leave him. He requested to stay behind. And if you know anything about how, you know, these barrier islands are and how they're used recreationally, you know, people go out there on one boat, they might come back on another boat. Like it's almost like a community ferry system, because not everybody has a boat, and you might jump on with another group of friends, whatnot. What we have to find out is, after his friends left, who was Nolan in contact with? Who did he believe he was supposed to get a ride back with? Did that boat give him a ride? Did he get on any boat? How did he end up in the water? Did he wade into the water on his own? Did he get on a boat and fall off?
Right.
That's what we have to find out. On those particular islands, you're not allowed to like camp out or be there after dark. And so the rangers, as it gets to be sunset, they start running around looking for, you know, if there's still any boaters or people out there saying, "Hey guys, it's time to go home." So I would not think that Nolan was just wandering around the island when it got dark. My instinct tells me that he got off the island, either tried to swim off or got off on a boat and somehow ended up in the water. But because of the Rangers' presence, I don't think it's likely that he just like spent the night on the island or was there after dark. Yeah, I was told that there was a boat he thought he was going to get on.
Yeah, like, I mean, even just a sensible person. You see what I'm saying? Even like a sensible person just got to admit the facts on how it just does not add up, right? But I want y'all to see something. It's interesting. Y'all know we the blueprint on justice, and this is something I have not seen. Not the Asian people speaking up. What? Not the model minority putting their 2 cents in there. We're discovering this one together, y'all. I didn't vet this video, so you know I might have to stop it if she say some BS, but the model minority got something to say. Here we go.
A lot of people are making posts about Nolan Wells lately, and one thing sticks out to me. They're not just talking about his death. They're not just giving condolences about the loss, but they're all trying to bring awareness to something that is very well known in the BIPOC community. That if you are the only person of color in a sea of white people, you have to constantly be on guard, because there is a good chance that you aren't safe. There is a good chance that there is someone in that crowd who would rather see you dead than breathing, just because you look differently than they do. And before you say, oh, it's, you know, people are trying to create a conspiracy theory or they're trying to create a narrative, nobody believes us when we say this. I am 39 years old.
believes who when you say what? Because I really haven't heard your community say too much of anything. I'm sorry, I had to stop it there. Is you piggybacking? What you mean us? When we become French? What you talking about? What you talking about now? Deep South Korean? You trying to get some folks in your store or something?
Trying to create a narrative. Nobody believes us when we say this. I am 39 years old. I grew up in a very small, very white piece of America. Okay. I have not seen this kind of presence of white supremacy in this country since the Civil Rights Act. I think a lot of people got quiet.
You are lying, ma'am. You're lying. You're lying. You hear it all. They say it around you. All the white dudes is trying to date you. What are you talking about? You're lying. You are lying. Now, come on now. Be genuine with your message now. If you're going to speak up, speak up. See, this is what we be talking about, model minorities. This is what we be talking about with this half-ass pussyfooting. You're pussyfooting, ma'am.
I think they learned how to go undercover and rebuild, because did you see the amount of people who were involved in those marches? What do they call themselves? The Patriot Boys or some stupid shit?
Yep, we covered that on this channel too a couple lives ago.
And maybe it's the accessibility to the news, but I don't remember a time ever in my life where I have heard about so many black men committing suicide by hanging themselves.
Girl, please, that's been, girl. Oh my gosh. Come on, Sue, Lee, and Lucy. Come on now. You're not telling the truth, boo. I'm not even finna follow or like this post because you're pussyfooting.
I don't know if you guys know this, but black people don't hang themselves. You don't have an entire history of your ancestors being murdered, being lynched by hangings, only to choose that as your personal way out. You just don't do it. Y'all ain't.
She done cross-reference stories. She was talking about Nolan Wells, then she got on a hanging. Girl, you all over the place, boo. I'm trying to figure out, like what are you talking about, ma'am? If you're gonna speak up, speak up. All right, so now since we listen to that minority, let's listen to the Hispanic community, because you know they all trying to cozy up since the delineation movement. They all trying to cozy up. Where y'all at with ICE and all of that, and you know why y'all ain't shopping at our stores. So you know they trying to jump on the bandwagon too. Let's listen to Wanda Figueroa.
I'm really, really pissed off.
Not the deep breath. Not the deep breath, because it's finna be deep. Go ahead, Miss Figueroa. What you talking about now? I'm
sad, and I'm just so pissed off. Like, I'm just so mad at the freaking devil right now. Dang. I'm just so, oh my God, my heart is shattered.
Miss Figueroa, not the quintessential smoke alarm. What is that, a Spanish smoke alarm? Because I ain't even never heard one sound like that. I didn't know they got Spanish smoke alarms. Did that smoke alarm just beep in Spanish? Did it just say uno, dos, tres? Hit that like button and subscribe, man, for all the new people coming in, man. Because a lot of non-subscribers be watching, but y'all be subscribing. Did that battery just beep in Spanish? I just want to know. We're going to hear it again. But geez Louise.
Nolan. Oh my goodness, I'm telling you, vengeance is God. He's not going to have his hands crossed forever. I'm telling you, repent. You criminal. Criminals, you criminals. Yeah, criminals.
Hold on. I know where she kind of going with that. Ways of the Warrior TV. What's up, man? Thanks for tapping in, man. You ain't have to. But you said you was a young black man in a situation, man. Tell us about it. Put it in the chat and I'll read it off for you. Matter of fact, hit me with a super chat too so everybody can see it. Nah, that smoke alarm that's a Mexican smoke alarm. It said 1, 2, 3. I smoke. I alarm. I smoke. Hey, who that? Urban North? Man, listen. Man, I know that joint loud. Like she ain't got no furniture in her crib. They ain't bouncing off nothing. Sound like echolocation. The hell? Oh man. I was going. Let me go ahead and let her rock out.
Repent. Because it's not gonna look good for you. It's not.
1, 2, 3.
You may think you're getting away with shit. Yes, I cursed. I'm sorry for y'all Christian folks that know me. I'm just upset right now. I'm kind of in the flesh. I'm trying to walk in the spirit. But this is like... I have a 19-year-old son and a 14-year-old son. That could have been one of my boys.
Okay, so she getting that.
My 14-year-old son goes to an all-white school. And he loves his white friends. He trusts them. He loves his white friends. He talks about them all the time. Goes to their houses. He goes on the weekends with them. And I don't know what he be doing. But Mom, don't come in for the week. I'm going to be with my friends. And he be with all his white friends. What could they be doing? I don't know. I put my trust in the Lord. But as a mother... and being the minority, put yourself in my shoes. Put yourself in that child's shoes, in Nolan's shoes, in their family's shoes. What about if it would happen to you and your family? What would you done? What would you have done? What would you have done? You know what you would have done. Y'all know what y'all would have done. It's grimy what is happening. It's grimy. But guess what? God is watching. He's not going to be with his hands crossed forever. The devil could do all his schemes and do all that he's doing, but God will not have his hands crossed.
Go on, Billy. Billy, you make me sick. Billy, Billy. She remind me of Rosie Perez and Do the Right Thing. You're so stupid, Billy.
The wicked will perish. The wicked will perish. God will always win. God will win over the devil all day, every day.
Well, it's not winning over the devil in the chat because Love Forever 444 has a name like Love Forever, and he talking about he got drunk and drowned. You don't really believe that, do you? Yeah, she clout chasing hard. She is. You love Ricky. Love Ricky. The devil conquers all. In light over darkness. and then you got the smoke alarm in the back. 1, 2, 3.
Karma is real. You will pay.
You will pay.
So the best thing to do is what?
What?
Repent and what?
What?
Confess your faults, man.
You know?
Give up.
Give up.
Confess your faults, because if not, karma's gonna come to you.
It's gonna come.
Karma will come to you.
Show up at your door.
Lord Jesus, have mercy.
Mercy on my soul.
Have mercy, God. Have mercy. Have mercy. Have mercy.
On my soul and
you might think
and my smoke alarm.
You're getting away with shit. God forgive me, I'm cursing. I'm so sorry, God. I feel convicted.
1, 2, 3.
You think you might be getting away with something. You might have people covering you up, and no, God is watching, baby.
Yeah, baby.
God is watching. He knows what you did wrong.
I know what you did. Like
you better repent to God, because you know what? Your life along the way is not gonna turn out cute. It's not gonna turn out pretty.
Fam, that's what it's saying to me. 1, 2, 3. You know, Billy, You know what God's gonna do to you, Mookie? Yeah, that's it, right? You know, Mookie. God's gonna get you, Mookie. You know. And I telling you, oh my God, I'm cursing, but I don't mean to curse. Oh my God. But that karma gonna get you. You better stop it. Because if it ain't my smoker like Mr. Karma, it's gonna get you, Mookie.
No. Either something's gonna happen to your children, your children's children, your mom, your dad, your uncles, your cousins.
Your mom, your dad, your uncles, your fish, your turtle, your hamster, your bird, your fish. Even the little porcupine in the back, something's gonna happen to them.
Cousins, someone might have cancer.
What the hell? What the hell, Ma? Someone might get the cancer, Lou Gehrig's disease, fibromyalgia. They might get it. And you gonna be sad.
Something will happen to your family, your kids, to you. It will come to you. Sickness will come upon you. It is real. It is real. So why don't you have a clean slate? Confess your faults.
A clean slate. Because you know the slate is not really that clean. You gotta have a clean slate.
And come to God. Come for real.
For real.
Come forth with the truth.
Yeah.
That's the best way to cover your ass. You want to cover your ass from all the evilness coming towards you, coming to you, and wickedness coming to you, and for you the wicked will perish. You don't want to be in the lake of fire.
I'm trying to see if she's gonna tie it back around to Nolan, but somehow it just feels like we ain't gonna never get there. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Satoya. Come on, man. Y'all can't fault me for trying to laugh. This is a long ass stream. We going on 5 hours right now, man. I'm putting in work. Hit the like button to subscribe, man. God, jeez. I'm trying to have fun. When I get a little tired, I get a little goofy. Cause something gonna happen. You know? You might get fibromyalgia, mesothelioma. It could happen to you. Because if you take the medicine, you will have to deal with the side effects. Yeah. The side effects could be diarrhea, nausea, even sometimes death. Yeah, look, they still listening though. That's what I'm saying. I ain't stopped because the numbers still keep going up. That's why I keep reminding y'all. I had a dream of doing a stream for yay long anyway, and y'all helping me do it, and I appreciate it. I want to see how long I can actually go. It's a challenge. Challenge. Y'all know about that? Is y'all enough to know about challenge? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you get the side effects, speak to your doctor and ask him if this prescription is right for you. Because if you don't, you could be gone. You could be out of here. Oh my God.
Judgment will come upon you.
It will.
Just repent. Repent and come clean to God. That's the best thing to do. Come clean, man. Plead guilty. Confess your faults. Be for real, man. Be for real. Come to your faults, man.
Oh no.
Say what you did wrong.
What you said.
Come clean.
Come clean, man.
Wouldn't you? That would happen to one of your brothers, your cousins. You would want someone to come clean, man.
She is, boy. You gotta wonder like what people think about before they get on these intro nets and then they start talking. She set the little tripod, set it up in a nice little way right on the table right there. She still got her jacket on in the crib. I don't know why. It's the middle of the summer everywhere. Maybe the AC is cracking. But she set it up. And she, this was really on. This is another thing, though. This is really on her heart. One thing you can say is that she got conviction. Mookie, she got conviction about what she's saying to you because she really believes. She really believes what she is saying to you.
Come clean. I hope you don't sleep tonight. I hope this convicts your heart. You better not sleep good tonight, because if I'm right now at 2, 3 in the morning, I didn't go to work. I work night.
2, 3 in the morning. Oh, this keeps getting better. What did you do after work? Did you stop by the LQ on the way after work? Or did you go see your special little friends over there at the spot and get you a package?
I didn't go to work. I can't sleep because I'm thinking about this little boy and his family.
That is such... Baby, you pouring it on too thick right now, babe. You pouring it on way too thick now. See, I was with you at first. I was just commending you on your conviction and how you sounded sincere. But was you at work or was you stayed up all night? Did you go to work? Or did you not go to work? Did you just get off of work? Did you? What did you do? Because now you're confusing me. You stayed up all night. It's the middle of summer. It is. I'm just making observations. But I'm just saying, did you?
This is fudged up, man.
Yeah.
This is messed up. Wolves, man. Devil out there creeping, doing some wicked crap.
You know what, y'all? While she said that shameless little plug, while I got some new people in here, y'all going over there so y'all can connect with me on J Lava Facebook and the Keep It P podcast book, because she said devils, and I'm telling you right now, like
you're some damn devils. It ain't no other way.
I'm telling you, I got them going crazy with this devils over there. I'm turning everybody into devils. It's so funny that everybody keep calling everybody evil and devils, and me and TZ Von Savage made a song called Them Devils, and there's different devils in the news every day to turn into devils. Rick Child's a devil. Everybody's a devil. So, she might not be too far off with this devil thing. I'm just saying. Go ahead. She got a little bit to cook on out. I'm curious to where she's going, because she did not stay up all night thinking about this little boy. She didn't.
You lucky I'm a Christian, man, because if I wasn't a Christian, boy, my Lord have mercy.
What would you do, Mom? What would you do? Uno, dos, tres.
If I was a man and I wasn't a Christian, oh my God, have mercy on me.
What would you do?
I'll be in some type of crazy gang. I'm gonna be honest with you.
This story is taking the worst turn. She is the Christian of all Christians, but if she wasn't a Christian though, and she was a man, she would be in a gang. What would you do in this gang, sweetie?
I'll be in some type of crazy gang going down. But nope. God has me in my place for a reason. Put yourself in my shoes. Put yourself in their shoes.
Because you still two shoes. And this is shoes. What shoes?
If I was a man and I wasn't a Christian, oh my God, have mercy on me. I'll be in some type of crazy gang. I'm going to be honest with you. I'll be in some type of crazy gang going down.
Going down?
But nope. God has me in my place for a reason. Put yourself in my shoes. Put yourself in their shoes. Put yourself in that little boy's shoes.
Them shoes.
He had trust in y'all.
He did.
Y'all were friends for years, and y'all gonna stab him in the back like that? All creep up on one person? Who does that? The coward does that.
Man.
Gonna gang up on one person. That's not fair, man. You don't fight like that, bro.
No.
That's for the coward, man. Coward. You don't do shit like that.
Not like
Who
that.
does that?
I don't know who does that.
Gang up on one person. All in one crowd. No, you don't do that. Coward, man. What the hell? What the hell's wrong with y'all?
No,
They need help, man. That's wicked. That's either you serve God or you serve the devil. Repent, man. You want to go to hell? You want to burn forever? You want to be in the losing team. You want to be in the devil's side, do the devil's work. Man, you can't play games with God.
No.
You can't do that.
You can't.
I'm telling you, wickedness.
Damn, a cat hopped up on there.
I went on madre, man. I'm freaking pissed off. Shit.
Not the I'm pissed off Denzel slammed the table. She did the training day real quick. She did the training day. All right, man. She ain't funny no more. I don't find no jokes in what she said no more. Matter of fact, this is something I never do, but since we're dealing with so much trauma, my man got some good positive messages right quick. Let's reset the cache real quick.
I wanted to do a little different video today. Really easy to get caught up and focused in the negativity that's happening in the world.
Right.
So today's video is just going to be a little bit different. I hope everybody has the day they deserve.
Yeah.
Make sure you're eating your breakfast, you're drinking your water.
Yeah.
Eat y'all lots of fruits and vegetables. Go out and have some fun. I know everything is expensive. Do something for cheap or free. Go take a walk in the park. Go paint a picture, draw a picture, play tennis, play some basketball. I don't know, do something. Get active. We always get lost on social media and get caught up in social media. We forget that the real world exists. Like I record my videos and I go out for the day. I enjoy life because life is short. Check up on your family, check up on your friends, finish your college essay, finish that degree. Y'all got this. Get the sun, touch some grass. You're dealing with any racist stuff, any idiots out there in the world, send them my way. Anyway, y'all have a great day. I hope y'all have a beautiful day. It is a beautiful day today. I already know what to do. Let's keep running it up. Let's go.
I like positive messages sometimes. You know, when I'm scouring the internet, I do take the time out to listen to positive messages because I deal with so many injustices and so much drama, you know, that it could get a little overbearing and overwhelming. Dang, I dropped a lot of people because I went positive real quick, but it's got to be all drama. Damn. See, that show you where some people minds is at, you know what I'm saying? Man, everybody got questions. And every detail seems to lead to other details. My boy NV Media, I think he in Nevada. I think that means Nevada Media. But he just put this up like 20 minutes ago because I was doing a little scouring while I was on the joint with y'all. But he got questions too. Check him out.
Why? Why didn't anybody return his phone? Why did they take the phone? Nobody thought that him going, y'all close or a close friend, going with a bunch of people that y'all may not know, or him going with a girl that y'all may not know, that he would need his phone? Let's listen to that other friend again, though.
But in the videos that you can see, obviously the fight was loud enough and big enough to cause all the other surrounding boats to pay attention and that be the main focus of what everybody was seeing at the time.
And Alexis, I do want to ask you something else. How long were they friends?
They've been friends for a minute. I mean, these people have gone to school together since elementary school.
Yes, and I want to ask another question from the chat. Dark Chocolate said, my thing is, why did the boat really have to get towed back, and was his BODY on it?
There is some speculation, like this is just like hearsay, that the boat was owned by this dude Wyatt. But when the boat got brought back, it was parked at Warren's house, which is his mom is the judge or whatever. And somebody said they drove by like later that night and like they were cleaning out the boat. Like it was like dark night, not like regular time when you would clean out a boat. It was like later at night. And then there was a girl on the boat that's not in any of the pictures or wasn't the girl that he was talking to. And when she got back on land, she turned off like her Snap location, but her best friend still had her location on Find My iPhone. And she was at all of them were at one house for like 4 hours.
Why? Why didn't anybody return his phone? Why did they take the phone? Nobody thought that him going, y'all close or a close friend, going with a bunch of people that y'all may not know, or him going with a girl that y'all may not know, that he would need his phone?
Right. Just period, point blank, straight up, straight out in the open. Straight up, straight out in the open. Real quick. But see, this is the problem. Like some of y'all, I noticed that we keep getting these little wave of busters over there in the chat. And I keep having to address the busters. And this is really y'all problem right here. I keep them loaded in the chamber just so y'all know. But this y'all problem.
I want y'all to pay attention to this. White people right now, and any post you go on, are scrambling for their lives with the whataboutism.
Right.
Meaning they are coming up with all type of scenarios that, why did he leave his cell phone? Well, he could have just went out and swim and he couldn't swim. The water is really deep out there. The current is really strong. White people are coming up with all of these alternative stories that could have been, what could have happened. They wasn't doing that with the Carmelo Anthony story. But now they're like, we shouldn't jump to conclusions. Oh, they was jumping to conclusions. When Charlie Kirk was unalive, what did they do? They jumped to conclusions. They assumed it was black people that had something to do with it, and people were calling and making death threats to black HBCUs. They jumped to conclusions. When black people don't even have a history of assassinating political figures in public. White people have that history of assassinating their own presidents in public. Black people don't have that history, but they still jump to conclusions. Now we're jumping to conclusions with Nolan Xavier Wells. All of a sudden, we're not jumping to conclusions.
Right.
The history tells us what it is.
Right.
When black people seen that picture and they heard that story, immediately most black people knew exactly what it could actually be. I want y'all to pay attention to this. White people right now, and any post you go on, are scrambling.
Straight up. I thought it was interesting that that Godfrey chimed in on it. We ain't really twisting with Godfrey right now, but I did want to hear what he said, because he trying to get in on our good side. He just said that sideways stuff to that foundational Black American sister that called and checked him on that podcast about him siding with David Oyoyo, talking about Black American vernacular came from Ghanaian, slowed down with some subservience and slavery. So we ain't really rocking with Godfrey, but I did want to hear what he had to say about it. Just to see though, y'all.
About this Nolan Wells situation, the 18-year-old kid, football player, who went out on some boat ride with his friends in Mississippi, Horns Island or something, and he ends up missing, but the white dudes are there. The three bozos don't know where he is, right? And what's really funny is they ended up erasing their IG really quickly. And also I guess their parents are like judges, and they're in power positions in this area. And this is Mississippi. Go figure. And what's really fucked up is this reminds me of the Carmelo Anthony situation, where the father, right, the bullies that were attacking Carmelo, the father's hooked up with the judge that presided over them. There's this thing of these missing black people, and these white motherfuckers always have somebody in the court system. It's very weird. It doesn't seem that strange nowadays. Random black kids hanging. There's another kid that was at a festival, some festival, and he was found hanging. Listen, man, what's really messed up is there's footage of this kid having an argument with the white dudes. They're having an argument with them. Like, hey, you can't get back on the boat. There's an argument. It's a real quick video.
I'm gonna die. Wait, I ain't got the ball. You gotta learn how to swim. You can swim down wherever you fucking retard. I think I'm staying here. You guys are freaking me now. We can stay out. I'm looking at you. I'll just wait. Bro, you have a white jacket. No, I'm black. It doesn't matter. It's not the same. Oh, yes, it does. Bro, I'll just find a way. Bro, you have a life jacket. I'm gonna die. I'm never coming back with y'all.
It's fucked up. Listen, I believe that they did it. I believe they did it. They did it. Plain and simple, they did it. You know, what a black kid, he just went and committed suicide. They always say black kid, oh, he committed suicide. First of all, black people don't do that like that. They don't do that. I'm not saying they don't commit suicide, but they don't do shit like that. They don't hang themselves up by trees. You need a group of people to do that. You understand? So I hope that this gets investigated, because this is some bullshit. It's pathetic. It also reminds me of the Tamala Horsford. In 2018, she went on a slumber party or whatever, some slumber party with all white friends, and she ended up dead. And this has happened a few times, ending up dead. Listen, I'm not saying that hanging out with white people means you're going to end up dead, but check this out. All you black people that are so frantic to hang out with these white motherfuckers, do me this favor. Let's detox from hanging out with white people by ourselves. Let's detox with that. From now on, bring a group of motherfuckers. Because in case some shit goes down, you know, motherfuckers get the beat down. So if you guys can not be so frantic to go out with your white friends, make sure you have backup, all right? Make sure it's even. If there's 3 white dudes, there's 3 black dudes, okay? All right? Let's do that.
Godfrey, you tiptoeing a little bit. Godfrey, you're tiptoeing a little bit, fam. Make sure if it's 3 dudes, and make sure it's a couple dudes. Come on, God.
Can we do that? Let's detox from that. You know, I don't even go out with my white friends anymore. I really don't. Right? When they say, hey man, let's go camping, I go, we can Zoom. I'll Zoom, and then you guys can say hi from there. F that. I'm Zooming with all my white friends. I don't go on no adventure with them ever. I have to detox from that until we get this straight. I'm just letting you know that. Let's detox, huh? Just want to talk a little.
Yeah, all right, God. All right, God, Fro. Yeah, okay. I hear you. I just wanted to hear what he had to say. And yeah, he's trying to play it up a little bit. Boy, you ain't trying to say too much. You still want people to buy them tickets for your show. Shut up, Buster. Anyway, I like what Unc had to say. I passed Unc up. I was supposed to let him get his shine earlier. But go ahead, Unc. Bust it down for us.
The black kid went out with the white kids, and he ain't never come back home. I wonder why he ain't never come back home, bro. His parents were expecting him to come back home, bro. And he never made it back home, bro. He made it home in a motherfucking body bag. He was the only one, bro. Then all the white kids, they lawyered up. All of them got a fucking lawyer. So obviously something went wrong on that fucking trip. They killed that boy. They're responsible for that fucking boy's death. They had to lawyer up, bro. You know what I'm talking about, bro? If you ain't do nothing, you shouldn't have to lawyer up. You did something, bitch. You did something.
Unc ain't playing with him. He ain't playing with him. Now, Shorty, shout out to IMTC42. She say she know allegedly what happened.
Okay, I know I look a mess. I've been sick for like a week, but I think I know what happened to Nolan Wells based off of a video I saw of this woman who has spiritual gifts, channeling, remote viewing, and she basically said that Nolan, it was a game of cat and mouse. So he was on land. Okay, so let's say this is the land, and he's having a conversation with one of the boys from the boat. And he said they were drunk, but he I believe had been drinking, but wasn't like drunk. And the boy gets on the boat, and Nolan eventually comes into the water to get on the boat as well. But as he gets to the water, the boat goes away. He swims out. They pull the boat away more. He swims. So they continuously do this to this boy for about 45 minutes. apparently is she said is what the message he gave her. And there's people in the comments that are like, well, how did this go on for 45 minutes? Why would nobody stop? And it's like, you can probably assume most of the people in that crowd were also, and everybody's drunk, nobody's paying attention. And he said the boys on the boat were literally like laughing at him because there's currents, there's waves. He's treading for 45 minutes. He can't keep up. It gets to a point where his body is so weak that he cannot swim against, you know, the waves that the boat is making, the currents themselves. And allegedly, that is what she believes happens. And I can honestly see, I can see that. I can see that. With the amount of evil, I mean, we truly can't even wrap our minds around the things that have happened to black boys in this country, the things that have happened to black people. We truly, we can't even begin to wrap our minds around what has happened to black bodies in this country. So a group of white boys drunk on a boat playing cat and mouse with a black boy, thinking it's funny, ha ha ha. Yeah, I keep pulling the boat, he can't swim, he can't catch up. I can definitely see that shit happening. Easy.
Yeah.
And I can also see there being other boats of people laughing, probably seeing them. They're probably all laughing at him. So I'm going to stop because I'm going to start crying.
Damn.
So I just had to share that.
Thank you for sharing, sis.
Okay, I know I look.
Thanks for man. That was man. Listen, man. There's all type of thoughts about what's going on collectively from what I'm hearing across the community. And one thing we're not a monolith, so some people be a little bit different than other people gonna be feeling it. That one right there was crazy. For real, for real. Um, dang. She kind of. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But why no fluid in the lung? Well, we know this. I'm glad you're giving them the work, and they're not going to be able to answer that question too. By the way, while you answer it, Tangerine, just know that.
Colorblind whites, Molly. If you are the only black person in an all-white friend group,
Yeah.
you are not safe, whether you realize it or not. And it doesn't always result in physical violence, but at some point, you're going to be subjected to psychological and emotional harm. You're going to be subjected to microaggressions. It's going to happen, especially if you're not having ongoing conversations about race in these groups. I'll give you an example. I was born in Oakland, California, in a racially diverse neighborhood, a black school, black church, and black little leagues. And I loved it. And then at 10 years old, my parents moved on up in the world. We moved to San Diego, California, and we went from a racially diverse neighborhood in Oakland to an all-white neighborhood in San Diego. I was the only black kid in the neighborhood. My so-called friends' parents didn't like me in their houses. Some of my so-called friends didn't like me in their houses, and particularly me. I remember a friend was basically chewed out by his mom for having me at their house with all of these other kids. And I was the only one that she had a problem with. Never went back there. I remember one time after school, we went to Blockbuster, me and a group of friends. I'm the only black one. And as we were leaving the Blockbuster, the alarm went off, indicating that somebody may have stolen something. Well, the employee at Blockbuster only checked my bag. They stopped me, went through my bag. When they realized I had nothing, they didn't check anybody else. They were just like, okay, it's cool. Y'all can leave. And I'm pretty sure one of them white kids that I was with stole something, but they were happy to let me take the fall. We moved to San Diego when I was in the 5th grade. And I remember at my 5th grade graduation, my white gay male teacher who wore Daisy Dukes to class every day got up in front of the entire student body and all the parents to announce my graduation and said, you know, when they first brought this kid to my class, I thought he was going to be a problem. But I was so surprised he wound up being one of my best students. Even when you're dealing with supposedly justice-oriented white people, they still center themselves and they still ignore their blind spots. I know this because I've lived it. So if you're dealing with these colorblind whites, Molly, you in danger, girl. Now, with that being said, I got white friends that I love dearly and I know they love me, but I just don't do large groups of white people when I'm the only black person. It just give me the heebie-jeebies. That shit ain't safe.
Damn. These stories is coming out. He said the heebie-jeebies. You know, Cuz was scared. He said the heebie-jeebies. Listen, man. Even folks on the other side is saying it like it is, and I think she allude to the GoFundMe, which I thought was important too, and I like that she trying to make sure she sock it to their pocket too, as well as doing their thing.
If 3 black people took a white man on a boat expedition and didn't return with him, the president would be making a speech right now. There is a double standard of justice and coverage that Here's Why Kevin discusses in a great post about the national news's silence on Nolan Wells. If you Google Nolan Wells New York Times, there is no article. Nolan Wells MSNBC, nope, they haven't written one. By CNN, all that they have is a TikTok-style video, no written article. And the Washington Post finally has an article only after his body was found. Here's Why Kevin references a study that found while black people make up roughly 35% of missing persons cases in the FBI database at the time of the study, they received only 7 to 11% of media coverage. This is why local news outlets like the Mississippi Free Press that's been reporting on this are so important, and why it's so dangerous that news has been consolidating into these big billionaire-owned corporations, forcing lots of local outlets recently to keep shutting down. You can find the GoFundMe of Nolan's family at the Schmink and My Schmio. And one of the most important things is that families will tell you what they need. Sometimes that's privacy, spreading the word, financial support. We don't want to assume, we want to let them tell us how to help. His mother's request a couple days ago was if you have any pictures or videos that were taken on the northwest tip of Horn Island on July 4th to reach out to her. This is her Threads account, and you can provide evidence to help their investigation. If 3 black people took a white man on a boat expedition and didn't return with him, the president would be making...
She talked really fast, but I got... I just man, it's all over the place. It's still come to communities talking hard, fam. There's no shortage of people shouting their concerns about what the hell is really going on. What you say there? SLP needs to keep y'all scared. SLPC needs to keep y'all scared. What's that? You feel uncomfortable? Well, this might not be the space for you. We talking about blackety black shit over here. Yeah. This might not be the space for you, hun bun. It's nonstop black empowerment. We going on 5.5 hours of this young stream right here. Y'all go ahead and hit that like button and subscribe while I'm working out here. You know, don't be afraid to send a boy a super chat or something like that, because they definitely, I already know right now, they definitely gonna suppress this one because a lot of people have been dropping the N-bomb in their little speeches, and anytime I'm pushing messages like this about something that happened to black people, they're gonna take my monetization, saying that advertisers don't want to advertise on this type of content. But let me do some celebrity gossip or something like that. And them videos, they done already told me pretty much what they really want, because that's why I did that video the other day about Trick Daddy and India Irie, just to see how that would go in the algorithm. And sure enough, they definitely boosted up the CPM on that joint to tell me, hey, you need to make some more of this kind of content. We need you to talk about some celebrity gossip. We don't want you talking about this. We don't want you talking about this here. But I keep doing it for the people. I think I'm gonna go ahead and run up on 6 hours, so we got like 30 more minutes left. I still got a bunch more people to play as far as what they had to say about this situation. So let's keep it rolling, because she had a question about this friend that talked up.
Heard about, which is Nolan has a friend that I just now heard about, which is Javion Williams. I do hope I'm saying the young man's name correctly. He is 17 years old, and he considered him to be a very good friend. Now, he actually says that he saw him last at 4 p.m. and that when they were coming over to Horn Island, that they were supposed to be riding on the same boat together, but something happened where they were not able to ride on the same boat together. So if that's the second boat, where's those people? Was he supposed to be getting back on the boat with y'all? Like, where's this information coming from? Why am I just now saying that there was another friend that is specifically saying, number one, that they saw him last at 4 p.m. and then that they had plans to come over on the same boat, but that is not how things worked out, and they ended up on two different boats. So was there an offer for him to ride back on that boat? Like, I don't understand. I really don't, okay? It really irks my nerves. And then the friends talking about that on the boat that he did come over, talking about they didn't leave until 4:30. So what happened in that 30-minute window at the minimum? Because they talking about 3 p.m. He says now 4 p.m. And I think that Katie Girl said a different time frame as well. So what can we get a real solid timeline? Really needs to be mapped out. And skipping over, we don't think nothing was foul play. The time frame's not lining up is foul play. Point blank in the period. Like, there's no way to jump over that. That is considered foul play. That timelines are not lining up and timelines keep changing. Now, Nolan's body was flown to Washington, D.C. I do believe it was flown there today, so it should have already been there, landed for a independent autopsy. So that is in the works. And then Ben Crump and Al Sharpton have announced that they will be doing a press conference tomorrow. Originally, I believe it was just going to be Ben, but Reverend Al Sharpton did agree to speak as well. So they are doing that tomorrow. I believe 11 a.m. Central Standard Time is going to be that press conference, because of course they are wanting the transparency and a thorough, real thorough investigation into things, because just saying no foul play suspected is not going to work when we have foul play through and through on a lot of different things that have been said and done throughout this time frame. He also did mention in an interview that the parents believe that some messages were deleted off of Nolan's phones before they got possession of it. So that definitely sounds like some conversations are not lining up, and you can tell that the conversations are not lining up in the messages. And so I do believe they are working on making sure that phone is completely downloaded before they let anybody else look at it, so that no iffy stuff, this happened to the phone after the fact. So I think they're trying to make sure they are able to get a complete capture of the phone before they, let anybody else look at the phone, because again, saying no foul play and stuff that don't add up, if the math ain't math, then that's foul play. All right, it really, really is. It's really that simple. It's not complicated. That's how quickly we get to foul play. So that is the update right now. It seems like so much is going on. And then the statement that the friend Javion did leave, I saw it on IG. It was a very beautiful statement. And that is something that shows care and impact on your life, that when somebody that has impacted is no longer here and you really do consider them a friend, that is the type of message that you put out into the universe to say, this is this person's character, whether you knew them or not. This is how I knew them, and this is how I'm going to capture them in time. And that speaks volumes to me personally.
I like that. Even this is one I didn't play earlier too, when I was letting the folks talk about, what's going on in their community. I didn't play this one earlier, but this one was, it starts out one way, but it ends a different way.
Nolan Wells drowned. Why are people so quick to blame his friends?
His white friends left him alone on an island 12 miles off the coast without his phone.
The sheriff said he chose to stay. It's a tragedy, not a crime.
They left and went back without Nolan. From what we understand, he chose to stay there.
Yeah, that's called shifting blame onto the victim.
Come on, the sheriff investigated.
Before the autopsy results came back, and there's a viral video of a heated argument on the island that day that authorities are now actively investigating.
People argue at parties all the time.
Listen, if 3 black boys left a white boy alone on an island without his phone and he turned up dead, would the sheriff be going on Good Morning America blaming the victim? Black people make up 35% of missing persons cases in the FBI database and receive only 7 to 11% of media coverage. This story only went national because the internet demanded it.
So the system isn't just failing Nolan.
It's working exactly as designed.
Say his name.
Nolan Xavier Wells.
Nolan Xavier Wells. Nolan Wells drowned.
Now, this one I was previewing, and I don't necessarily know where he's going with this, but because he is a white guy with an opinion on it, I definitely want to see what he got to say. But they just broke that down. I like how they started off with the misconceptions and then it broke into what it was. That was pretty dope how they broke that down. This dude right here, though, he got an opinion, so I want to hear what he got to say, because I'm looking over here and I see Thaddeus Jones. He say, "Stop it." He said, "I agree with everything you're saying, but there's a boy dead and I want to know what happened. So does everybody else." He said a 19-year-old white lady was missing out of the lake 2 weeks ago, not even half the coverage. I agree with your take. It's the U.S. against them, media and government. Okay. So I don't know if this is avoidance. We'll see. Come on, let me hear what he got to say.
Oh. Let's talk about this Nolan Wells kid. Because hell, everybody else is talking about it. I thought I'd chime in too, because I actually looked at that picture and I was like, hell, I played football with some black kids coming up. Not many of them, but I think we had maybe 3 or 4 in the team that were starting with us, and it was all white boys. But we never treated those black boys any different than we treated the white boys. Not even a bit. But that's not what I'm coming on here to tell you. I think there's a lot of bullshit out there. I think, man, we all being played. Okay. All of us, whites, blacks, everybody.
Okay.
If you really dig deep and you see who's fomenting all this bullshit, who's getting people to fight, who just stirs that pot all the time, it's the media.
I can agree with that, but I'm not going to let you circumvent that the media or these algorithms, as you're trying to say, wouldn't be able to push this if this type of stuff wasn't out there. Because it's not me pushing hate. We responding to the hate and that kind of thing. It ain't me doing it. So if it wasn't around, the media wouldn't have, and the media is complicit in it. So okay, come on, let me hear where you going.
It's the media, folks. If you look deeper into who owns the media, then you can find out who actually.
Here go the classic. It's the jewelry people. It's not us poor little white people. Oh, we're being beat up by the jewelry people. We're not in control. It's not us. They got us fighting against each other, man. It's the Jewish people, man. Shut up.
Owns and controls your mind. Because people don't hate each other that much. They just don't. Now, I don't know what happened exactly. Those white kids could very well be guilty of something criminal, or maybe.
You said people don't hate people that much. Where have you been living? See, I hate these old dismissive, non-accountability taking arguments where you just gonna try to put it on some red herring or some straw man argument, like we don't really know what the deal is. But go on.
It wasn't even an accident that turned sideways, or who knows, right? Or the Nolan guy maybe had an accident, got drunk, drowned. We don't know yet. But the simple fact that there's so many people jumping to conclusions without any.
Wait. We know that didn't happen, bro. Yeah, I know you would like that to be the scapegoat, because you just can't imagine little Timmy and them doing that. But then again, you know little Timmy and them is doing that, so you helping and aiding and abetting and excusing their terroristic behavior. Stop it, dude. But go on.
Hard facts or evidence, and we don't even know what's going on, is just disgusting. I find it hard to believe that these four boys, who are really close, from what I understand, they do a lot of stuff together. They played football together. They have blood, sweat, and tears together.
That don't mean a gosh darn thing, sir. Next, he gonna tell us that they all prayed together on the blood of Jesus.
Thought that they were just going to get together, and these three white boys told the other two white boys, and one of them looked at and said, hey, yeah, let's go ahead and go on the 4th of July together with Nolan. Let's go ahead and kill him while we're out here. And if you really believe that, dude, you got some demons, because people are not that evil. And if the tables were turned and a white boy was on an all-black football team and he had
nothing would have happened to him, he would have did a little bogus ass rendition of the stanky leg, and everybody would have hoisted him up on their shoulders and bought him beers and said he was the man of the year because he can halfway do the stanky leg. That would not happen in the other way. So don't even go there.
Blood, sweat, and tears with all them black boys, and he was the only white boy in the group. I would feel the same way, because those black boys didn't get together and hung out, played ball together, and invited him to go boating that afternoon to say, hey, let's go ahead and trick him. Let's trickle Frankie right here to come ride with us for the 4th of July, and let's kill him.
You know why we know that's it? Because a person who don't think that way couldn't have made up that scenario like you did. And you splaining. You straight splaining, fam. That's how y'all think. So we know you're basically saying you know what happened and you want to try to make excuses for them because you don't want your black friends to be looking at you sideways because that's how your people get down. Just say that.
And we'll just act like nothing happened. I wouldn't believe that either. But you know who does have y'all believing that? The media.
No.
The media is
no, that's gaslighting right there, bro. It's not the media that has us doing that. It's not. No, it's not. You know what it is? It's this happened. It's done happened before. Look, this recently just happened, y'all. Real quick, this break. Check this out. Just check this out. Nolan Wells' case brings new attention to Marquise River video. What about this?
After Nolan Wells' death, a video of a black boy named Marquez has gone viral again, and people are realizing this kind of situation is not an isolated case. In the video, Marquez is near a river while other white kids pressure him to swim across. He clearly says he does not want to do it. He says he cannot swim well and is afraid he will drown. Even though he has a life jacket, the woman who later helped him said it looked too small. The other white kids can be heard mocking him and calling him scared. Some viewers said the clip felt even more disturbing after Nolan Wells was found dead following a trip with friends to Horn Island. A family passing by on paddleboards heard the voices first, then got closer and realized the situation was serious. The woman said the river had current and wind that day, and water can turn dangerous very quickly. She decided not to leave Marquez to cross alone. He held onto the back of their paddleboard, and they brought him safely across the river. Later, the woman said Marquez made it home safely and was okay. But the video started a bigger conversation online. Many people said this shows how peer pressure around water can become deadly. Others pointed out that the issue is not only race, but also knowing which friends are safe to be around. What do you think?
Come on now. So I'm not finna sit here and let this dude talk about it's the media. It's not the media, fam. It's happening all the time. But go on, Buster.
That y'all played. Learn who runs the media. Learn who runs your thought process in your mind.
Dude, get out of here with it's the jewelry people. Get out of here with it's the jewelry people. Get out of here with it's the jewelry people. Stop it.
People just ain't that evil, folks.
Yes,
they just want you to think that.
Yes, they is. Yes, they are, sir. Are you talking about the same people that used to hang people and make postcards and send them all across the country? Are you talking about the same people that used to bury black babies and kick their heads off? Are you talking about these same people that used to use those same black babies for alligator bait? Are you talking about the same people that got mason jars with nigger knuckles in them right now to this day that they holding from them picnics? You talking about them? Are you talking about them? Come on, bro. It's time out for the gaslighting.
Whites are bad or blacks are bad. Yeah, we all got criminals in society, every color, race, creed, and religion.
That's true.
But they really only make up probably, I mean, anti-socially, you might only have 20% of the population that's complete assholes.
That's true.
And out of the, maybe 2% of the population are true criminals.
Nah, he trying to say that for his group. Nah, the way it looked from the comments and the chats and all of that, it's a bunch of you slow, low IQ people.
Maybe 1.5. But the rest of the 80% of the population on this planet are good people. And that goes for every race, creed, and religion.
Okay.
So I just don't believe the bullshit that every week every other week it's a new thing that comes out.
Because every other week, y'all don't know how to mind y'all business and y'all forever doing shit. How about that? The media wouldn't have to cover it if y'all wasn't doing shit all the time. There's a new concept for you there, Timmy. God. Don't be so obtuse, my guy.
And you know what? There's a lot of people that die every single day all over America, and it doesn't get covered because...
Yeah, because death and most crime is in proximity, and it happens every day. I'll tell you what don't get covered, all that YT on YT crime. They'll never be covering worldwide. There was just a dude just yesterday that I had to put up and make him a devil because he took out his wife and his daughter. You don't hear that all across the board. That's what you don't hear. That's what you don't hear. No. We only hear it, and we wouldn't be hearing about this if the black community didn't make it a thing online and start demanding answers and justice. For point of reference, this is what I was talking about, y'all. Go follow me on Facebook on the J Lava. But this dude right here, rage-filled Georgia Trump supporter in custody after he unalived his wife and his daughter by pew-pewing them in the head. That's what this about. And guess what? I called him. This is what I called him. This is what I said.
Y'all some damn devils. It ain't no other way.
It ain't no other way. Y'all some damn devils. It ain't no other way. Y'all go stream that song, man. On the pettiest album in life. That foundational Foolery, Volume 1. Streaming on all platforms. Or y'all can buy it directly from me from the link in the description. That foundational Foolery. It's got other good songs on there. But The Devils is the one that's hot right now. Because that's what we calling them folks that be doing stuff like this. And the folks that be...
some damn devils.
The ones that be doing stuff like this. This dude is a cop, got 70 counts of touchy-feely crimes against cheering. Look at him, devils. Look, Rick Child had to get him. You know he a devil. You know old boy's mom that just left that statement. Ain't no other way. She a damn devil. But let me let this little buster cook out because he's trying to convince us oh so heavily and so hard that there's no way that those white guys could have did that. You guys are tripping, man.
Why? It doesn't fit a narrative that foments and stirs up racial hate between all the different races in America by design. If it doesn't fit a narrative, they don't talk about it.
The narrative is black people bad, white people good. So they're never going to show the statistic of 30 and 91. Do y'all know the statistic of 30 and 91? Why this little buster in my little chat just said, what about black on black crime? It happens all the time. You know what 3091 is, Chris? Huh? Put a 1 in the chat if y'all know what 3091 is. Put a 2 in the chat if you do not. Put a 1 in the chat if you know what 3091 is. Put it in there. Huh, Chris? Do you know what 3091 is, Chris? Huh? I'll give you a hint. The 30 is loosely the 26% that represents white males in the country's population. Now you care to want to know what the 91% is? Huh? You want to know what the 2691 is? Huh? If you've been watching this program, if you've been watching the Keep It P podcast, you already know. But since you like to come with the percentages and all of that, huh? Yeah. The 2691 is family aside. Yeah. Y'all 26% of the population, but y'all 91% of the family aside. And that happens every day in rural towns every day. It's not damn near a day that don't go past where some old grumpy white dude that took out his whole family, even the dog, the pets, the fish, all of them. But you don't know about that statistic, huh? You don't know about 2691, huh? Go look it up, Buster. Go look it up. Little bus.
They don't publish it. They don't push it through all the outlets.
You're right.
Dude, people drown every day. People get...
Yeah, you know who be drowning? The people at Lake Lanier, the ones that built a lake over the black thriving town like they did Rosewood and Tulsa. Yeah, them the ones be drowning. And Lake Lanier, them the ones be drowning because y'all be messing with them black folk spirits. But go on.
Get murdered every day. People die by the hundreds every single day.
And guess,
but the media.
And guess who be murking them all? Guess who be dropping the bombs on people's towns? And guess who be murking them all? You ain't gonna talk about that though, huh? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Picks and chooses what they want to disseminate through.
Just like you picking and choosing about what you want to talk about and all of this crime, but you ain't talking about the crime that y'all commit while simultaneously trying to tell us that these 3 white dudes didn't commit a crime. But go on.
All the media channels, that's going to get the biggest reaction out of you and me. That's a fact. So when you can have enough awareness and intelligence for all you low IQ people out there that think everybody's...
Oh my God. He must be talking about y'all. He must be talking about y'all because everything he said was straight low IQ. Everything he said was low intellectual.
Just evil and everybody's out to get each other, that evil white guy or that bad gangster black dude. They all bad, dude. No.
So notice you say evil white guy, but it has to be the bad gangster black dude. Y'all more gangster than anybody. Don't nobody take out regimes and take over people's whole democratic process and install their own people. That's gangster. Talking about gangsters.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't see it. I live in South Louisiana. A lot of mixed cultures.
Yeah, thanks for letting us even know more so that you one of them down home Cajun good old boys, and you just gonna fight for the home team, and you can't see the little white boys doing that to the black boy, and we know you're biased. Thanks.
A lot of race that live together, dude. It ain't that bad. Sure, you have pockets of racism here and there, but it ain't that bad, folks. The media wants you to think.
Oh, it's not that bad. It can't be that bad that we getting inundated with all of these stories that I gotta go live for. It's just, it ain't that bad. Oh, he ain't reading the temperature in the room. It ain't that bad. This dude is tripping.
It's that bad. What you should be focusing on instead of all this bullshit media is how you can improve your life. how you can make more money, how you can build wealth for your family, how you can help make sure
how we can keep white people out of our business and allow us to just thrive and survive like everybody else on the planet. But no, y'all don't know how to do that. But no, y'all don't know how to do that. But no, y'all don't know how to do that. Talking about what we should do. Come on, man. Man, man, come on, man. This guy, he almost done with this nonsense.
that your kids are educated and happy and stable. But no, they got you worried about what the color of somebody's skin is. That's different than you. Or they maybe sound different. They sound funny, like with my South Louisiana accent.
I was gonna say you do sound like a little geeky dork.
And I sound funny. You may judge me because of the way I sound and the way I look.
I'm definitely judging you by the way you sound and that old mackerel tuna fish hat on you got and that hideous shirt with mallards on it.
Look right here on this video, especially the way I sound from South Louisiana. And that's what they're gonna use to get you to hate people. By the way they look, by the way they talk.
Nah, by the things y'all do. It's y'all. See, here we go trying to scapegoat that accountability. He don't want to be judged by what his people been doing. So he finna convince us that we tripping because we think your people be on some foul stuff. It's not gonna work, son. It's not gonna work, B. That's not working for you at this time, bro. You can say that. You can save it. Hold on real quick. Your boy Twinkle Toes, Don Lemonade, got some updates. Check him out.
I want to give you an update on what happened, what is happening with the Nolan Wells situation. There are some updates. We have been speaking to the attorneys. First of all, you guys know he is the 18-year-old freshman, athlete who was on a trip in Florida. This is him in a picture with his family right now that we're going to put up. And he sadly, mysteriously died. And people don't know what happened. His family is demanding answers. So here's what we know. Obviously, we told you, if you've been following this story on our platform on this channel, there's going to be a press conference. The press conference is going to, sorry, no, you didn't know about the press conference. There's an independent autopsy. His body is being flown or has been flown to Washington, D.C. Right. They expect to have some type of results pretty soon. Maybe tomorrow. Ben Crump said he would come on. The family would come on as well. Okay, so that's the update. Plus, another update. There's going to be a press conference tomorrow. This is from the Crump website as well. Attorney Ben Crump, the family, Nolan Xavier Wells, and Reverend Sharpton demand full, transparent investigation into his death. Right. Al Sharpton has joined the fight for information into this situation. And so they're going to have this press conference. It's going to be at the National Action Network headquarters.
Wait. That don't sit right with me, too. We do not need Al Sharpton nowhere near it. It's funny how these little busters try to come on. What's up from California? Hey, what's going on? Blue Plum, what's going down? You tapped in, you family now. Thanks for letting me know where you're tapping in from, because Keep It P Podcast is a global show. Don't try to jump on the bandwagon now, little Al Sharpton face, after the ball's already been moving and everybody's already on it when they own it. I don't really like that, but go on.
In Harlem, does it give a time? Scroll. I think it's in the morning. It's at noon. At noon tomorrow. Okay? So don't worry. We're going to continue to follow this story. The family, the mom says they want some transparency. We are going to continue to talk about this story. So for all of you people out there who care, regardless of your ethnicity, especially the black folks, thank you for keeping us streaming, because otherwise these stories may not have been told. I did not see this story getting this much attention until we'll ask Daniel, you can ask the interns, you can ask others, the part of our team, until we started doing these stories on this channel, and especially our interview with Ben Crump yesterday. And we would have gotten a response from someone earlier, but we got a response as soon as we found out that Ben Crump was going to represent the family. Ben, come on. Yes, Donald, come on. I need you early in the morning. I got you. The internet is bad. Fine, we'll just run a picture of you. Whatever way we could. So we're continuing to follow this story. As Ben Crump told you yesterday, there is an independent autopsy, obviously an independent investigation, but there's an independent autopsy going on. Get me a Chiron up, please, guys, to let folks know what we're talking about. And we're talking about Nolan Xavier Wells, 18 years old. So I want to talk about this in a way that is productive. And so our show yesterday was extremely productive, but as soon as we found out who was representing the family, Ben came on, we had internet issues, whatever, didn't matter, we were getting it on. And so the autopsy, the independent autopsy, they're flying his body, Ben told us, to Washington, D.C., and then there's an independent autopsy that's happening, and Ben said they should, not 100%, but they should have autopsy results by tomorrow, and of course we're going to bring that to you. But there were some things that were concerning to us that Ben said, and I want to play them, and then we're going to bring in our Washington, D.C. correspondent, Daniel Grimes, to discuss. He's been talking to people about this. But here is Ben Crump from our interview just yesterday with some new information. Are they saying anything? Are they declaring it a homicide? Or they're declaring it accidental? What's the official cause now? And I know that can change, and that's why you're having your own independent autopsy and investigation.
As far as we know, his mother, Christine, and his father, Elmo, say they haven't gotten any answers. They, have been asked to turn over his cell phone to the Mississippi law enforcement authorities. But even that is troubling to them because they're saying messages that were deleted from his cell phone. So they want to try to dot every I and cross every T and investigate everything. They said it's very improbable that Nolan would not have wanted his cell phone with him if he was going to stay on the island.
Mm-hmm. There were deleted text messages on his phone? His parents found that? Who found that out?
No, well, they got his phone, so they're trying to figure out. There's deletions on the phone, and they're trying to look at what is that about. There's so many inconsistencies going on, and so we're going to have, with our investigators and our associates, we're going to list all the inconsistencies down. We just got onto the case yesterday, so we have been staying up late with the family, talking to friends, talking to people who were there on that 4th of July, trying to piece together what really happened to Nolan Wells, what caused him to be a healthy, young college athlete and then to end up dead, washed up on the shore on Monday morning after 4th of July weekend.
Don't make no sense.
So there you go. And when Ben Crump is on it, you know that they're going to get to the bottom of it. So Ms. Wellesley, you are in good hands if you're watching this morning. I know that we've been texting, but you're in good hands, and our thoughts and prayers are going out to you. We're not going to let this go until they get answers, no matter what it is, whether it's accidental, whether it's something nefarious went on, whatever it is, we want answers, and we want the media to cover it. Yes, we need answers.
Straight up, though. But I'm about to take y'all deep though. Since y'all rocking with me this long, man, make sure I hit the like button. Make sure all the new people that's just coming in subscribe. This is how I do what I do. You know, gems is nice, super chats is nice because I already know they finna take the ad revenue from this one. It's just been too deep. This one's a wash, but I still got to give it to y'all because it's what y'all want. This is what I do it for. But did y'all ever think about this?
The more I learn about the Nolan Wells case, the more I'm convinced that it was a Klan initiation ritual.
Damn. Straight out the box, huh? That escalated fast. I mean, she didn't take no time to think about that. She just said, listen.
The more I learn about the Nolan Wells case, the more I'm convinced that it was a Klan initiation ritual. One kid's parent is a judge, another kid's parent is a lawyer, and another kid's parent works in the jail. Happens in Mississippi on the 250th anniversary of our country, not to mention all the black people that have been found hanging from trees and the big group of white masked men marching on the Capitol. This is all Klan activity. The racism in this country disgusts me, and it's a big reason why I'm no contact with most of my family. I don't talk about it on here, but I have a black brother, and my mother raised him to believe that racism isn't real. I pretty much started fighting with my family and going no contact with them when Kyle Kaepernick took a knee, because that's when all of them started feeling comfortable on their racist skin. I haven't really had a relationship with my brother since he was 12 years old because my mother cut me out of his life because I took him camping and to a dinosaur museum when I found out that she told him he's not allowed to be a paleontologist because dinosaurs aren't real. And he was like autistic level genius about dinosaurs. And instead of being a paleontologist, she forced him to go to Bible college. And now he's got a bunch of white Christian friends. The more I learn about the Nolan Wells case, the more I'm convinced that it was a Klan initiation ritual. One kid's parent is a judge, another kid's parent is a lawyer, and another kid's parent works in the jail. Happens in Mississippi on the 250th anniversary of our country, not to mention all the black people that have been found hanging from trees and the big group of white masked men marching on the Capitol. This is all Klan activity. The racism in this country disgusts me, and it's a big reason why I'm no contact with most of my family.
Damn.
I don't talk about it on here, but I have a black brother, and my mother raised him to believe that racism isn't real. I pretty much started fighting with my family and going no contact with them when Kyle Kaepernick took a knee because that's when all of them started feeling comfortable on their racist skin.
Right.
I haven't really had a relationship with my brother since he was 12 years old because my mother cut me out of his life because I took him camping and to a dinosaur museum when I found out that she told him he's not allowed to be a paleontologist because dinosaurs aren't real. And he was like autistic level genius about dinosaurs. And instead of being a paleontologist, she forced him to go to Bible college. And now he's got a bunch of white Christian friends.
Damn. You know, it's sad that, you know, just for them to speak up, they ostracize against their own community. Yeah, you know, like we get on our coons and all of that, but it's curtains for you if you're a white person speaking up against the group. Like they go super duper hard on the N-word lovers. They go hard on you. But you know, for those over there in my chat, we know how y'all get down. And she's saying exactly what I've been saying about how y'all feeling about this. Go ahead and tell them, sis.
The Nolan Wells case is a case to you because white people are implicated.
Uh-oh.
Hi, I think it's important for me to give a little bit of context.
Uh-oh. Say that one more time, though.
The Nolan Wells case is a case to you because white people are implicated. Hi, I think it's important for me to give a little bit of context. Wasn't expecting to be on camera today, but I think that it's actually important in this situation. I want to say a little something about why I make the kind of content that I make and respond to what is happening in the discourse right now. For creators like the one that I responded to, who initially all I said to her was that she shouldn't downplay the importance of those boys deleting their social media because that points to conspiracy. They all had to do it together. It was a coordinated act. And so it is a piece of evidence. You don't discard it. And she pointed to it being about her experience of getting threats online. I get that. But she made it about herself. And I thought that that was inappropriate. And instead of taking the feedback, she went to my page and decided to call me out on what I'm not doing on the case, that I hadn't posted anything about the case yet. And honestly, I think that that's what set me off, because if you are a performative ally, this is just a case. The Nolan Wells case is a case to you because white people are implicated.
Right.
When there's no white people implicated, when we don't see the photos of 4 white boys, it's not an issue for them. Their community is not involved. It's an issue for us. So for me, every lynching feels the same. Every one that I've read about in the past couple of weeks, okay? Woo. I want to say first, my social media career began out of the George Floyd lynching. I wrote some poems, and it was very difficult to do, and it caused a lot of difficult conversations with the white people in my life who potentially and actually could have and didn't protect me in many situations. You see, I grew up being the kid, the one black kid in the AP classes, the one black person in my graduate school class. I should say the one black girl in my graduate school class. One of the only black people at the first college that I went to. I have had the experience of being scared and recognizing I'm the only one and there's nobody here to save me. So Nolan Wells is not a case to me. It is the reality of being a black person. And I could not continue to do what I do, which is to teach people how to read the dangerous precursors that lead to things like lynchings, deaths, murders, things that are not safe for people to be in, women, black people. That is why I do what I do. And I try to keep it light for my own spirit, for my own health. So to have somebody say that I haven't talked about this case and that I'm not doing enough,
Right.
I'm living it. And I still get threats. When I talk about that man, when I talk about misogyny, when I talk about race, I could say one thing and you better believe I'm getting a threat. You better believe I'm getting multiple threats. You better believe that my DMs are full. So yeah, there are certain things I don't talk about because I let everybody play their role. You do what you do.
Right.
And when there's some good footage and I can analyze it and I can teach you something about how to protect yourself from these people, that is what I will do. But allies, you have to stop. If you think you're helping by making clickbait or giving updates because it's a news story, that's not what I'm doing.
Right.
The Nolan Wells case is a case to you because white people are implicated.
I like that, man. She broke that down. She broke that all the way down. That's the only reason y'all over there in the comments mad. That's the only reason y'all over there in the comments at all anyway, because all of this stuff coming out is negative publicity for the group and y'all trying to fight against it. But we've been getting negative propaganda our whole lives and y'all just experiencing it now. It don't feel good. It don't feel good, do it, huh? It don't feel good to y'all. I mean, rightfully so, though. Rightfully so. Because when y'all speak up, this will happen to y'all, right? I feature one of her videos on there. She talk about folks trying to kill her for speaking out and whistleblowing. Listen, y'all, this is my people. It's serious on their side to actually speak up and tell the truth. This is how serious it is.
I just don't want people to ever forget that my mom's boyfriend literally told me, he said, these people have killed people. He keeps trying to warn me. He says, stop whistleblowing. And then somebody else that I knew in the past wrote to me and said, stop whistleblowing before it's too late. She said, you have your whole life ahead of you. Stop whistleblowing before it's too late. Like, the people who are involved in this organized crime know that these people are dangerous. My mom's boyfriend almost seems afraid of them. Like, he's one of their little puppets. They have him by the balls somehow. They have him doing this shit somehow, but he's like afraid of them, like almost like he can't say no, and he's trying to warn me. But I don't want people to forget that he told me these people have killed people because they're hitting me very, very heavily with directed energy weapons in Ireland. This is like the worst I've ever been hit, and it's making me very sick. It's making me have shortness of breath.
Damn.
It's making me dizzy. I have a lot of pressure on my head and like behind my nose. I feel like I'm gonna get a nosebleed again. I'm getting hit really heavily here. It's the worst. It's not the worst it's ever been, but it's like the second worst it's ever been. And so I feel very unsafe here. So I don't want people to forget. My mom's boyfriend said these people have killed people. If I die, investigate my death and put the people who have been stalking and terrorizing me in prison.
Damn. That's what you get when you speak up as a white person? God darn. It's serious Von Grerius over there, boy. You better keep your mouth shut, man. I commend the people who do. I commend the people who do speak up. I definitely commend the people who do speak up. But I got something good for you. I got a story time for you. She say her white she say she couldn't even trust her own white mommy. Go ahead, baby. This is a safe space. Go ahead.
When I was 12 years old, my white mother almost let me drown in the Gulf of Mexico because her and her boyfriend thought it was funny.
Damn. So you sitting up here trying to tell me we can't believe that they wasn't playing no game with Nolan out there on that boat and on that little island. What did you say, Ma? Yo, who? What you say?
When I was 12 years old, my white mother almost let me drown in the Gulf of Mexico because her and her boyfriend thought it was funny.
Damn. Whew. Go ahead. Let's hear what you got to say.
Now, I grew up in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. My mom was probably in her late 20s at this time, and she was dating this man who was 20 to 30 years older than her. Old, poor, racist white man. Did not hide it, very open about it, and absolutely hated my guts. And would do anything in his power to get me in trouble with my mom because he found a light in seeing me getting beaten and abused and berated. I'm 100% certain, and my mom is culpable. For sure. But at the scene where we're going, they're like, oh, we're going to go on the boat this weekend. A little shack of a boat, by the way. This is like what this man used to live in. And we're going to go. We get out there, anchors the boat, and my mom's like, they're like, oh, you guys can go swimming. They anchor the boat, just swim right here in the Gulf, okay? Me and my little sister get out, we're swimming, whatever, having fun. My little sister gets in. He pulls that up and starts driving the boat away. Okay, I'm in like the back flow of the boat from the engine being turned on, and I'm swimming, trying to get closer, and they're sitting there laughing at me. We didn't have life jackets on. I think my sister might have, I don't remember, because all I remember is the struggle. Afterwards, I know I didn't, but I was a proficient swimmer. But it's extremely difficult when you're a 12-year-old child and you're going against the current, as well as this flow of water coming back to you from the engine, and they're getting further away. I'm swimming to exhaustion. I was starting to visibly struggle. I was in fear and I'm screaming, like, I can't go anymore. I would like try to stop to catch my breath for a second because I could feel myself getting exhausted. I would like go into floater mode and like try to keep swimming in. And I remember so vividly him just sitting there, just drinking the fucking little natty ices or whatever, sitting there watching me. But what's even worse is my mother, my own biological mother, sitting there laughing, almost making fun of me struggling, was telling me, come on, you know you can swim, get up here. Like it was my fault that I hadn't made it up there yet. Finally, I ended up getting back to the boat. I think she made him, I don't even know, made him stop eventually, so I had time to catch up. And I remember just flopping like onto the boat. Like I was so exhausted after that. So seeing what's going on with Nolan Wells, the black teenage boy who went missing and his body has now been found after being out with a group of white friends for a boating trip thing on the 4th of July, they definitely had something to do with it. I survived so much racially motivated abuse by the hands of my mother, all the while she was my mother, my blood mother, who would also sprinkle in moments of love and affection. That is very confusing for a child, but the point is if a mother can do that to a child, him being with his so-called friends doesn't mean anything to me. We need a full, unbiased, thorough investigation and justice now. When I was 12 years old, my white mother almost let me drown in the...
Damn. Come on, y'all. Y'all got an answer for that? Do y'all got an answer for that? If she'd do that to her own daughter, man, I'm just asking. Do y'all got any answer for that? I'm getting trying to give y'all a couple seconds here. Y'all got all the texters, Dexters. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got all the Texas. Do y'all got anything to combat that? Hmm? I can't hear you. I can't hear y'all. Y'all did all that typing. Y'all was over there typing all that BS. Ain't nobody got nothing to say about this now? Y'all some busters, man. Y'all can't really have no real deal intelligent conversations. Y'all I done made it so much that I got bots now that just come on and y'all just come on here and say all type of BS. Yeah, come on now. I ain't hearing y'all. I don't hear nothing. Y'all is quiet as a choke mouth. What? Hello? Is this thing on? That's exactly what I thought. Y'all all busters. Y'all ain't got nothing to say about that. Y'all ain't got nothing to say about that. And I knew it too. I knew it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I've been waiting for you. I'm just taking a few seconds out to see where your head is at. I don't hear nothing. Y'all be having all type of stuff to text over there and talk this and talk that. I don't hear. You know what it is? You know what it is? It's something I need you to understand. I ain't gonna say it. I'm gonna let your boy say it for you. Cause you already know I put a few videos aside for y'all. I do. Check this out.
I need you guys to understand that white people are weak.
Damn.
That's just, I agree with that. I'm gonna lay it out there, and I'm gonna let it stew for a little bit to be as offensive as I can to the people.
Damn. Say it again, homeboy.
I need you guys to understand that white people are weak.
Damn.
That's just, I agree with that. I'm gonna lay it out there, and I'm gonna let it stew for a little bit to be as offensive as I can to the people. How dare you, Tim? My point is, it's only possible when you're weak. The left is strong. They're stupid. A lot of them are dumb, but man, are they strong. And if you think they're not, explain to me how they got all of the DEI period stuff, how they're still actively doing it, how they're taking over Virginia, how they're winning elections. They are not weak. And everybody, the right likes to look at the left and mock them and make fun of them for being dumb.
You know the left is a euphemism for black people. You know that's a code word, right? When they say left or liberal, they really talk about black people. But he's right. They're so weak, they can't actually say what they want to say. So they talk in code words. But go on, weak Tim.
Well, you're staring at the clowns and ignoring the infrastructure they have behind it. The reason why I say white people is because I hear these arguments from white nationalists about like how they like white people so much. And I'm like, well, how many other countries on the how many countries have opened up their borders and allowed a whole bunch of, minorities to come in and basically displace their population? It's only the white countries. I need you guys to understand.
That sounds pretty low IQ to me too. I agree with that, Tim. I definitely agree with that. I agree with that. Why would y'all do such a thing? I don't hear y'all. How come every time we get to talking real, I don't never see y'all? Y'all just be typing in between the real stuff with the bull stuff. I don't never see y'all type nothing real when the real stuff is going down. What happens? Y'all getting tired? Is y'all racism slowing down? Huh? Man, this stuff is happening everywhere. There's cases upon cases. Why we just ain't safe around y'all? Have you asked yourself that? Why we ain't safe around y'all? Why we got to come up dead when we come around y'all? Have you asked yourself that? No, because then that would be looking at your people funny, and that's what y'all over here railing about. Because y'all don't want to be profiled. Too late for that. Too late for the profile. But mommy say this why her rules is so strict.
I decided to. So I have a black son,
Yeah.
and my black son has white friends.
Right.
And my black son has gone out by himself with his group of white friends.
Right.
They've been friends ever since they was in elementary school, a couple of them.
Okay.
So I told my son, I said, you need to go out with a group of friends that's more diverse. You do not need to be the only black child that goes out with your group of friends.
Good advice.
So he wanted to go out of town with them, right?
Uh-oh.
And I said, no, you're not going. And did he go? No, he did not go. So what I tell my son, first of all, their phone numbers, their names, their addresses, their parents' names.
Yeah.
That was the first thing that I did with him.
Right.
Well, since this little situation that has happened with Nolan Wells, I told my son, you would not go to their house. You would not go out anywhere with them. No, sir. Because see, this mama don't play.
Right.
So he would not be going out with these so-called friends of his ever again. He would not go to their house. He would not go out with them. You can talk to them on the phone and you can talk to them on the computer, but you would not be hanging with those people anymore.
Right.
Because we all know what they're capable of doing.
Right now, it's a little dangerous out there. The racial tension is a little too high for you to be letting your kid go anywhere right now, especially if they're the only token black kid. Let me say that. You talking about the Cyrus Carmack Belton, you talking about Carmelo Anthony case, now we talk about Nolan Wells. The tension is a little too high, and sometimes we have to protect our kids from themselves. You know what I mean? I don't care if it was the opposite. One white kid, all black kids. You got to protect your kids from themselves because they don't know what they don't know. And a lot of these kids grew up in an inclusive society where everybody get a trophy, everybody won, everybody participate. And we know that's not reality. I grew up in the 70s. I still hear stories of my people being hung in South Georgia. My people was being brutalized in South Georgia. There are stories out there. And even though I grew up in I live now in an affluent community, and my kids went to these type schools, I let them know the history. And I don't think that's wrong to let them know about their history. So we always have to protect our kids from themselves because they don't know. And they do think everybody's their friends. And everybody's not your friend. Let's move to the next one.
I decided to. So I have a black son. And
he broke that down. He broke that down. He broke that down. You know what's funny? When the real stuff he playing, I don't got nothing to say. I don't hear it. I don't hear you. I be trying to get a chance to speak up, but y'all don't be saying nothing. I don't hear you. Y'all just like to say BS. I'm convinced. Y'all. Man, I don't hear y'all. I don't hear y'all. I don't hear y'all. I'm just waiting. Where's the floods at? Damn, I'll be giving y'all a little second, but y'all don't be saying nothing. But y'all steady want to type the BS though. The BS is all y'all know, huh? Huh? I don't hear you. Okay. Well, the discussion does go on. Um, yeah, that's what that's what I'm telling them. Unmute. They had all of this stuff to say. I believe Kate was a plant and was used to find out what Nolan had to say about his so-called friends that was snakes. Yeah, I would agree with that. Thanks for tapping in, Doris. You family right now. Where you tapping in from? Where you tapping in from? Discussions everywhere. I kind of mess with the Jam podcast, but sometimes they be pussyfooting. Let me see what they got to say.
Mysteriously dies and nobody knows. Yet again, another black kid mysteriously dies and nobody knows what happened.
Are y'all like not asking the fucking question?
Nolan and 3 of his white friends decide to go on Horn Island. 4 people go to the island. 3 people come back. Miraculously, nobody knows where the fuck Nolan's at. Your homie that you brought there, you don't know where Nolan is at. Okay, can we take a look at what the 4th of July looked like out in Horn Island? This is how it looked.
First of all, good God.
Good fucking God, that beach is in a shape. Yeah, it looks like a shithole.
It's just a long strip of an island.
It's not ours.
Not really too much big trees, like flat land. July 4th, he goes missing. July 5th, his mom gets on Facebook and is like, yo, and this is at like 12 in the morning. She's like, yo, my son hasn't been home. If y'all have any like clues of where he's at, please contact me. July 6th comes and they find a body on the island.
They find him while the white boys were there, or did the white boys leave and then they found him?
The white boys left on the 4th of July while he was still there.
Back. Yeah, they left without him.
They never came back together.
I'm thinking this entire time Horn Island was like green. I didn't know that it was.
I'm thinking like it's Thick Tree Island.
I saw like a.
It's flat, nigga.
Yeah, I saw like a little video, and I'm like, oh, surely this is just one side.
By the way, completely forgot. After this situation, every single last one of his homies deactivated their account.
I did see that.
Yeah,
family members deactivated everything. Lawyered up,
which is just odd.
That's odd as fuck.
Odd reaction. You should be the first ones heartbroken.
Yeah,
and
wasn't you
out
just
here
with
about
this
yo,
nigga?
my homie? Where's my homie at? If it's your homie, where's my homie?
Complete deactivation is
not
their
one
first
of you.
response.
Maybe I delete my Insta. Maybe I deactivate my shit if one of y'all goes missing because of just all the news reports coming out. But like, you're going to hear me being like, "Where's my like?" I have no idea what happened. We was together and now the nigga's gone. And like, what the fuck? Like, we not even lose. Like,
well, because the reality of it is that doesn't just happen. Yo, it's not like that. Nigga don't just go to thin air and you don't know where your homie is that you came with.
Yeah,
I'm
thinking like they just went to like a cabin or wherever the fuck they were staying, and then they just left like I'm thinking forest. I didn't know they like completely just like left the fucking island.
Left the island. Yet again, another black kid mysteriously dies and nobody knows what happened.
Are y'all like not asking the fucking question?
Nolan and 3 of his white friends decide to.
Man, come on now. Come on now. Everybody having the conversation. I could dig that conversation that they had. They got some legit questions. I ain't mad about that. I can't argue with what come on now. I'm waiting to hear what y'all got to say. I don't hear y'all saying nothing. What did Dr. Umar Johnson have to say about Nolan Wells? That's a good question. I like Dr. Umar when he be talking. Oh, let me see. Nolan Wells, Dr. Umar. What did he have to say? Thanks for mentioning that. I do want to hear what he had to say about it. Hold on, hold on. Hold on. Let me see what he got to say. I'm gonna find it. You know I'm a scour. Oh, let me find it real quick. I know it's around here. No, it's on Google. Oh, yeah. Let's see it. Hold on, real quick. I definitely want to see what Dr. Umar. This video right here has been pretty popular. I'll tell you this. This one right here has been pretty popular. Real quick before I go on, I don't think I played this one earlier either, but this one's very popular, and he just lay it right down the middle. Check him out. You can't fault him for saying what he finna say now.
Got to teach your kids, especially your kids that are hanging out with rich white kids. That is not good. You gotta stop letting them hang out with rich white kids. This Nolan Wells situation never should have happened. The parents of Nolan Wells should have known better than to let him hang out with these kids. I have an older son. I'm not saying it's the parents' fault, but I'm just saying it happens all the time. My older son is half black. He looked more black than he did half.
Right.
But he got into a similar situation. He was fighting with a bunch of rich kids in North Atlanta, the North Atlanta suburbs, the richest neighborhood in Cherokee County, Georgia. And he was fighting with a bunch of boys over a girl. And lucky for him, he didn't wind up dead. He just wound up locked up for a while. But it could have wound up with him being killed. And, we as parents, we have to do a better job in informing our children about who they should and shouldn't hang out with, because matters. The color of your skin matters, especially when you're hanging out with a bunch of rich kids that have, doctors and lawyers and judges as parents. You know that your kid is going to either wind up locked up or dead. So my heart goes out to Nolan Wells' family. I really hate that it happened to him, but you gotta protect your children, because white people will kill your children at the drop of a hat. That's just the way it is, especially these entitled little rich white kids.
Sir, I venture to say it's not even just the entitled rich white kids. I think it's pretty much all of them, because it's not rich white kids that's going to go shoot up schools and shit like that. So I'm not going to let you go ahead and separate. See, that's that avoidance of responsibility, because basically he's saying like, me, I'm not a rich family, so don't be looking at me like that. Just look at the rich one. That's another one of that, trying to evade responsibility and that kind of thing. So stop it. So stop it. I'm not gonna sit up there and let you do that. Yeah, I'm not hearing that, broski. I hear where you're going with that, but that sounds like a lot of evasion persuasion right there, buddy. Um, somebody said, let's talk about these text messages. That was a really, really, really big thing. My thing is how they even get into text messages without the body for the forensics, like the facial recognition or the fingerprint.
Y'all, they done found out that them boys was deleting text messages. Ain't no way they gonna be able to close down Nolan's case and say it was an accident. Not with all of these discrepancies going on. So what I'm thinking about now is the messages that have been deleted from the phone, they should have backed up to, like if he has an iPad, they should have backed up to that device. So hopefully the parents can just get the iPad and see exactly what was deleted. And I don't care what nobody say. If you got to delete text messages, something is going on.
Yeah.
So let's think about it. Y'all all go out there. Nolan goes missing. First y'all said, oh, he went off with Katie. Come to find out, he didn't go off with Katie. He spent about 5 or 10 minutes talking to Katie, and then he left. And Katie said that she saw him going back to his boat. So therefore, the whole thing with them saying that he left with Katie, that's not true. It can't be true because she only spent a few minutes with him.
Right.
And I get it. We weren't all raised the same. We don't all think the same. But I know most of us who were raised right, we're not going to leave our friends. I don't care. Especially if we've been friends for 15 years. You think I'm finna leave my friend on an island that we had to drive a boat to?
Right.
It's not like I'm leaving you at the club that's at the corner of our house and you just walk around the block and come home. It's not like I'm leaving you at a restaurant up the street where you can just call an Uber. He's in the middle of nowhere. And you telling me that he just decided to stay behind. No. And not only that, the whole thing with the phone. Why wouldn't he take the phone with him? If he decided to stay behind, it only makes sense to take the phone with you.
Yeah.
Because think about it. Okay, yeah, he was in the water. He was in the boat. Yeah, but if he's staying behind, okay, once we ride the boat back to shore, I got to get home. Which means I'm going to have to call somebody to come pick me up. Or if Katie was supposed to take him home or whatever the case might be, which was the lie that they told the first time, that doesn't make sense either. Because, like I said, they only spent a few minutes together. You telling me from them few minutes that he was able to decide that, oh, I'm just going to go home with her. Hell, Katie didn't even have a ride. She didn't even have a ride. Her aunt and uncle or whatever came and picked her up. So y'all left him there.
Hold up. And then if her aunt and uncle came and picked her up, did nobody see nothing? Did nobody see the lonely black dude on the island by himself wandering around, so-called drunk or high or whatever? Nobody seen nothing floating in the water? Nobody seen nothing? Is that what you telling me?
On the darn island, right? Okay. Y'all get back home. And instead of you taking the phone to his mother had to GPS ping the phone. And that is how she found out that the phone was at the friend's house. What did she do? She went to the boy's house and got the phone. Why? Y'all came back the night before. Why didn't you go tell his mama that he was missing?
Right.
And y'all don't find that suspect. Y'all just like, oh, but he probably still drowned. And yes, it was good for them to lawyer up. It was smart and all of that, whatever. But it still shows that they were guilty. Because, I mean, yeah, you want to get a lawyer. But in this situation, you better get a lawyer. Because every single bit of the evidence is pointing to you. And it's foul play. It's looking like foul play. Because there's way too much lying going on. Now, y'all around here deleting text messages. Come on now. What's going to be next? I can't wait until we get the autopsy results back. They should be back on tomorrow. I can't wait. And yes, I know Ben Crump is Ben Crump. But at the end of the day, he's doing some work right about now. He's getting answers now. Because he done found out that they did get into an argument out there on the water. So yeah, I can't wait to see what happened. Stay posted.
Me neither, man. I feel you on that. I can't wait to see. I cannot wait to see. Because it's a lot of fish sticks going on in the areas. I think my boy had a little story time. I think he was kind of sort of like Nolan in a certain type of way. I didn't vet this one, so we watching this together. But if you say some bullshit, I got y'all.
Hey everyone, Steven from Blackluster. I make apparel for the unapologetic, but this post isn't about that. I grew up in a small town, predominantly white spaces, I was the only black friend in my friend group because there were really no other black people to hang out with. Definitely no black boys to hang out with. And I grew up next to this very, very big lake, Lake Powell. There were some high cliffs that we would jump off of. Our parents would drop us off out at the lake. We'd go cliff jumping all day. And damn sure, if 5 of us went out, 5 of us are coming back.
Right.
What's going on with the Nolan Xavier Wells situation in Mississippi, it is giving me a lot of pause and a lot of reflection. And it is also giving very Emmett Till vibes.
Right.
Because this is the same state, Mississippi, that killed Emmett Till.
Right.
I have more questions about those friends than any reasonable answers that have been provided so far. I'm looking forward to Ben Crump doing what he does and investigating this and hopefully providing those answers that we so desperately need.
Right.
And to bring some sort of closure for Nolan's family. But it is just crushing my heart.
Right.
And I think I'm going to, take a step back from socials for a little bit.
Damn.
Process, work on getting better. But, yeah, I'll see you guys around.
Damn, I think he has something that he kind of really wanted to share with us, but he ain't really want to let it out because he probably still cool with them dudes right now, like on some I know what you did last summer type shit. Cuz had a couple little secrets he wanted to share out, but he didn't feel like he was just necessarily safe enough to say it. Is he black? I don't know, man. I don't know. He looked like he got some black lips and a black nose. It looked like his beard got a little nap on it. You know what I'm saying? He could be a little mixed one. Little half a halfer. Little half staffer. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah. And I appreciate y'all for rocking and rolling with me, man. I was trying to do a marathon stream at some point and see how long I can actually go. I didn't even know I had it in me like this. Make sure y'all hit that like button, subscribe, because there'll be new people coming in here. Y'all be watching, but y'all don't subscribe. Throw your boy, you know what I'm saying, a super chat or some jewels or something. You know what I'm saying? Or something. Look, we rolling up on hour number 7. I've been holding it down for 7 hours. Who y'all know can do a stream for 7 hours and keep it entertaining and keep it rolling? Who do y'all know that could do that? That got to be worth something. Yeah. They got to be worth something, y'all. It's just got to be. Now, I wanted to allude back to what them folks was saying. You said that was nothing more than a shameless plug for him. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, he didn't really say too much of anything. You know what I'm saying? And you'll get that out here. Well, like I said, I didn't vet that video, so we discovered that one together. This one I did vet, and the dude that's in the picture down there, he's saying some BS, and then you got your boy on the clapback. But let's judge the clapback, and let's see if he really clapped back or he halfway somewhat sort of agree with what's being said.
Wasn't killed by his friends. And this investigation just started. I mean, his body was found just yesterday. Give the investigation some time before we start hearing these crazy ass stories. And the amount of people that are saying that he was killed because he was a token black guy in his friend group is fucking insane.
Yeah, we're not doing that shit. What you make it out to be is like some innocent, well, it's not the friends, don't get after the friends. No, what you're doing is you're victim blaming. You're putting this at the feet of Nolan Wells. Like he is somehow at fault for what happened to him. The fact that he is dead is on Nolan Wells and nobody else because it can't be his friends. Where's the human sympathy in this?
Right.
Where's the address of Nolan Wells, the person, and saying, I'm sorry for the loss, for the family's loss, who lost a son. for Nolan Wells, who lost his future. You're going to come on here and immediately take up the side of something you know nothing about? You say we know nothing about it. You know nothing about it either. So don't come on here and put this at the feet of Nolan Wells. The young man is dead. Somebody is responsible. And people need to figure it the fuck out.
Period.
No.
Period. I like straight to the middle. Straight up. Straight. I mean, just was there anything else about that he could have said? He wrote he he broke it down. Man, look, we even got white dudes busting coons down, which something I don't necessarily agree with. But let me see how he do it, because coons got to get ostracized too. But let me see how he do this.
I read that he was missing. I didn't think anything other than this was probably an accidental.
He cut that off real quick. And I'm gonna tell you right off the bat, John right here, John done had a couple black ladies in his life. I'm gonna just go ahead and tell you that real quick. Just looking at John real quick. That don't give him no pass or nothing. But I can I can almost kind of tell John and dipped in a little chocolate there. See?
Oh, you just keep on using me.
See, he's beginning to, he's telling you, look, man, I didn't read all the books, man. I didn't done the work. Shout out to John, man. John showing that he did the work and he trying to qualify himself for speaking about the people. So I'm gonna go ahead and give him a chance. Go ahead, John. Tell us what you know. What have you discovered, John?
Until you use me up. Until you use me up.
Definitely history of doing that.
Okay, so I'm going to speak to you.
Hey, if that's so, who that just chimed in? Because I always, I definitely want to be on code, and we definitely would stop all of this. Maybe not so much for the injustice part, but ain't no caping for the families that talk down on FBAs. Do you got a link or something about that? Thanks for tapping in too, you family. Once you start talking, so as you Disturbed Radical, right? Matter of fact, both of y'all, where y'all tapping in? And I see you in there, Sean Davis. What's going down? Mr. Lake Show been in there, kicking it in. People don't know anything using this case to project. Nah, I wouldn't say it's projection at all. I think pattern recognition is more like it. Like, you're not going to pull the wool over our eyes like we ain't seen this go down several times. But come on, we don't want to cut John's wisdom. Go ahead, John.
As an educator and someone who has 5 years experience on this app, okay? The temptation, right, from the right wing, from conservatives, the temptation to make a lot of money, to rage bait black people on this app is amazing. There's a lot of money to make. And you saying what you said, that would make a lot of people feel very betrayed because of everything we know for 5 centuries now. Okay? All right. Rather than chastise you, I'm going to suggest, because you have less than 5,000 followers, and I see you're trying to build this up, and rage baiting is a really brilliant way to get a lot of attention very fast. But let me say this. When the conservatives and the right wing is done with you.
Why they always gotta flip it political? Everybody don't always be on the liberal conservative shit. Can you make your point without making it political at some point? Come on now, John. I was with you now. I thought you had a little soul burger in you, but now you ruin it. Thanks, Mr. Lakeshaw. I appreciate the jewelries.
I want you to understand what I'm saying to you. When they are done with you, you will have nowhere to go. And don't you think for 1 second the Conservative Party is going to be a permanent home. Do you understand what I'm saying? This approach, this perspective about a place that I can tell you've never been. You have never been that far south. You have no idea what you're talking about. I could tell by the tone, the arrogance, the hubris in your voice, that you won the geography lottery. You live in a very convenient place to say such a thing. Because let me tell you something. When you are that far down, places like Magnolia, Arkansas, Lawton, Oklahoma, you feel what I'm saying?
Nah.
You know.
Trying to.
Gainesfield, you know, Lynchburg, Texas, Jasper, Texas.
Okay. Sundown town.
As a young black man, you are on your own.
Okay. Do this nigga got a kufi on? Is he black? Is he black, y'all? Is he mixed or something? Because I just noticed Cuz got a kufi on. Oh, he's speaking to black conservatives. Is he black though? Either he's a dipped in chocolate white man, or he like half. Like I'm confused actually where he coming from because he got some lips a little bit, but that kufi just threw me off.
And if you expect the world to think that for some reason a young, educated man told his friends, "Here, take my phone, give it to my mom. I'm going to stay here by myself 10 miles from shore with no way back." And my friends, instead of being out there looking for me, okay, went home, told their parents something, and their parents got them lawyers. What would there be a reason to get a lawyer for if you don't even know where your friend is yet? Your friend might have got drunk with somebody else, got in another boat. You don't know that. But before they found the body, your friends had lawyers. I'm going to suggest you read all the books I left out for you. And DM me when you're done.
I can kind of respect that a little bit. You know, trying to check the little nuts of the black conservatives. Yeah, I ain't think he was black too. You think he black? Diamond Sweet, you think he is? I don't know. Yeah, I heard of a white Muslim before. I mean, that's definitely the kufi. We know that, but he kind of giving me mixed Negro vibes. Like, I don't know. But if he check it, look, if he checking his people, if he checking his, it is what it is. I mean, every message ain't for us. You know, he talked about who he was talking about. Because I didn't even catch that part. I didn't even catch the part with and all of that. But whatever. This right here goes to the dichotomy of that friend group that we was around. I appreciate her. Shout out to my man's right here for putting this video. But she said some of the quiet stuff out loud, and he's a biracial Muslim. I know, right? Yeah, they lawyered up. We know that, fam. You going? This is hour 7 officially. Hour 7 and 2 minutes of the stream. I'm going on a marathon right now because I wanted to see if I could do it, and y'all helping me do it. So I appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all hit that like button so more people can come up in the stream. Subscribe so more people can come up in the stream and send them little jewels and them little super chats. You know what I'm saying? Because that'll bring more people up in the stream. Here we go. What my man talking about?
Shit's getting weird.
What?
Part infinity.
I was taught racism by my grandfather.
Fuck your grandpa. Let's just start there. Okay, continue.
I didn't realize I was being taught racism and to be a racist person until after he was gone, until I sat down and reflected and did the responsible thing for a white person to do and educate myself. And I learned very quickly, that everything I had been taught was a lie. I'm going to tell you what my grandfather told me. He said it with the most love I think he possibly could. I think we also have to take into consideration that this man was born and raised he was born on a farm in Alabama. He was very educated.
Educated? I don't know. That's hard for me to put educated and racist in the same sentence. That's very tough. Yes, you know A squared plus B squared equals C squared, but you don't know how to treat your own fellow human being? I don't know if you're educated.
But also I think growing up in that world, I hate making excuses for people. I'm not making excuses for him.
Don't make excuses for him. Just don't do that, you know? If he lived a racist and died a racist, fuck him. He's your grandpa, not mine. He's your grandpa, so I'm sure he treated you well, but he wouldn't have treated me well.
I feel as though if he were alive today, his opinions would not be what they were.
I guess we'll never know.
Suge, that's what my grandpa called me. Suge. There's big cats out there. You got your lions, and you got your tigers, and you got your cheetahs. And no one's better than another, but they all stay with their own kind. That's what I was taught. I remember the first time I was told that. I was in the 2nd grade because I told my mom that I had a crush on the boy in my classroom. He's Indian. And I guess she told my dad. My dad told my grandpa. My parents thought it was funny.
I'm leaning more towards fuck your parents now, too.
Right.
I am now extraordinarily anti-racist. If I hear you make fun of someone's accent, if I hear you say a phrase that you don't know is rooted in racism, I'm calling your ass out. Just goes to show racism is fucking taught.
That's gotta be tough. I was thinking about that, man. You grow up as a kid, your grandpa shows you that he loves you, your mom and dad show you that they love you, they take care of you, all these things. You built this love for them, all these things like that. And then you grow up one day and you find out that they were racist. And then now you're doing the work to move your generation in a different direction. That's gotta be hard.
Right.
I'm sure you're the black sheep of the family, maybe.
Probably.
That's gotta be tough. But I saw this video and I was like, man, I'm proud of people that do the work. Because it's not easy. Especially when you're in that inner circle of racist motherfuckers. It can't be easy. So, we're proud of you. If they don't tell you they're proud of you, we're proud of you. And I hope you're proud of yourself for moving your generation in a different direction. Oh, and before I go, another question. Where's Granny at? Where's your grandma? Is she racist? Because I'm just saying, these are important questions. Because you can't be like, oh, I wasn't racist, but you were gobbling down racist D. That's not how it works. You're racist by association. If she's racist, fuck her. If she's not, hey, my bad, disregard. Shit's getting weird.
You know, I don't really beat people up like telling the truth behind the wall type shit. I mean, I don't disagree with anything you said about the grandparents. I don't disagree with any of that. So I like how he spit that though. He said, "White supremacy hide in plain sight." Hell yeah, they do. They was them dudes that was marching up and down Washington the other day. It would be black cuz if he's Cyril Lincoln. What it do, bro? What's going on, Vince Jackson? How you feeling, fam? You done tapped in, so you family right now. You know what I'm saying? Where you tapping in from, broski? America is racist, electing a black man as president. Maybe you should get over it and get on with your life. Oh, we elected a tether as president. Barack Obama wasn't black, fam. Matter of fact, Barack Obama, we can thank for the crediting of waking up our people, because we put some trust in what we thought was a black man, and he turned out to be a Kenyan man raised by his white grandmother and didn't do nothing. So yeah, nobody's rocking with Obama, but he was an intricate part of the wake up, because he was like, oh no, it's Tethers in the mix. Where your people from? He said, Keep It P podcast, what is the proof that these boys are lawyered up? Is that just a rumor? No, that's not a rumor. Ben Crump said that himself, actually. Like I said, we on hour 7 of the stream. We done went through most of that. It's actually funny that you said that, because the next video I had was kind of talking about that. Here, this is for you.
Earlier, there are some contradictions. Yes. What gives you confidence or perhaps concern about the investigation so far?
Well, the fact that they continue to tell the family that we don't see any evidence of any foul play, even though you have students who recorded an altercation while they were on the boats of argument where you had Nolan and somebody yelling at one another on the boat. So that's the issue. And then you have the young lady make a statement, and she says, well, Nolan and I finished talking, and Nolan said he was going back to the boat. And then the boys on the boat said, no, Nolan told them he was going to stay with her. And so they are conflicting. She's saying he went and got on the boat. They saying he didn't get on the boat. So which is it?
Right.
And all we know is Nolan is dead.
They do not want it to come out. In this day and age,
right,
that white people are still lynching and murdering black people.
Straight up.
So they are going to do whatever they can do to make this story, to spin this story in a way where it was Nolan's fault that he is no longer here, even though the evidence is starting to show the contradictions of everybody involved. Even the official statement from the sheriff, where they say it's no signs of foul play. Meanwhile, other people, like the attorney, are talking to witnesses and nothing is adding up. People are saying different things.
Earlier, there are some contradictions.
Yes.
What gives you confidence or perhaps concern?
Man, come on now. We all there. We all there with what's popping off. Listen, your boy White Trash. I don't know if y'all know about White Trash. But White Trash, yeah, he was lynched. Yeah, he was lynched. Hey, thanks for tapping in. I'm glad you said that, though. I wish you could send me something on that, because I would play it. That needs to be broadcasted, because we need to know if that's the case. We can't be caping for nobody who off code, for real. This White Trash dude said this. Check this out, though.
Hey, this is White Trash Saint, and this is the icebreaker. So check this out. We have these guys that's tied in with the Nolan Wells murder, because why else would it not be a murder if people's covering things up? They're going into detail talking about they deleted their Facebooks, they're circling their wagons. Well, guess what else has happened? These families that were involved, with the boys that was closest to Nolan, they were seen meeting at a restaurant earlier today. It was a group of about 15 people, the boys' moms and dads and the wives. They all come together. For what other reason would they be coming together now? Are they celebrating? Are they mourning? No, I think they're coming up with a cover-up plot. The plot is thickening. It's getting deeper by the minute.
Right.
So let's get into this. We have a judge, we have a doctor, and they just cannot accept the fact that their sons are going to go to prison for a very long time. So they're doing everything they can in their power and possibility. They're greasing hands with money. They're lying. They're making false statements. And they're doing so many things that White Trash is not a fan of. White trash believes these rich scumbags, son, they should be in just as much trouble. If I would get in trouble for this, they need to get in trouble for this. If this was me, I'd be getting roasted. So these kids, they need to be getting roasted. We need to see somebody getting arrested. We need to see indictments. We need to see charges. We need to see toxicologies. We need to drug test these kids. All the kids are out this island. Why aren't these kids being drug tested? Their parents are not holding them accountable. Who's are these people's parents? Man, this white trash saying, America, this is part of the war. And I need you to man the gun line. Man the gun line one time for me, man. White trash saint signing off.
I featured him on a video the other day, and that eye of Horus over his eye, that really sends me for a loop. I don't know what that's about. But you know, a lot of times I have to play the messages from the other side, right? Well, my man's kind of broke it all down, but listen to this cringeworthy this cringeworthy right here. Y'all gotta listen to this one.
We got a crazy mob of angry black folks down on the coast. Would just love to find them at a gas station or anywhere else.
See, you got to be careful when the abuser starts to play the victim. Look at the language that he's using.
Imagine being an 18-year-old, 19-year-old accused of something like this. They're having to deal with the loss of their friend, and they're being found guilty in a court of public opinion and not able to leave the house.
Oh, they ain't getting demonized in the media like black victims do. What are you talking? In the court of, see, I told y'all what it's all about. They don't want y'all looking at white people a certain way, because we not all like that. But you all like that in these certain situations. Every time it's a black person alone by itself, y'all prove to all be like that. So suck it up, Buttercup.
Opinion and not able to leave the house. You got a crazy mob of angry black folks down on the coast. Would just love to find them at a gas station or anywhere else. These folks are fearing for their lives right now, and all they're guilty of right now is having a black friend. People, and I go back to what I said at the very top of this show. Situations like this are going to lead to parents having a tough, white parents having a tough conversation with their kids about who they hang out with for a whole different set of reasons than they should. You know,
I make it unsafe for you, and in return, you have a natural response, and then I play victim. That's a textbook strategy.
Right. Straight up. All day long. All day long. But see, what y'all gonna have to do is read the signs. He said both their parents were pro-white. I'm sure they was, because they let him go over there. That's one thing I've been saying from the beginning. We kind of already know why this happened. If you look at his mom, who's Korean, his grandma is full-blown Korean. So I'm almost thinking that his mom is like Korean and white, or Korean and half, or something like. The other parent definitely ain't black, and his dad looked like he's Jamaican or African, Caribbean for sure. So we already know that somehow the teachings didn't get passed down like they were supposed to. OG Kicks, what's going on? Hey, I'm in here. Lava Man, for sure. Make sure you subscribe and hit that like for your boy. You family right now because you tapped in. Where you tapping in from, bros? Yeah, so come on now. And I heard somebody in the comment section say something about segregation. Well, believe me, you ain't the only person talking about that.
Get white faces out of black spaces and keep your black face up out of white spaces.
You
We need to
heard?
be by ourselves right now. The problems that we got, we don't need no white. That's what I've been saying now for over 2 years. When I first said it, y'all dragged me and talked about me because I told y'all black Christians to keep your black hind end up out of those white-led churches. We need to be by ourselves right now. In the darn way. I'm looking at y'all online to my Nolan. I've been saying,
Get white faces out of black spaces and keep your black face up out of white spaces.
black people need black friends. We just need to know the difference between the white liberal and the white ally. We do not need white in order to liberate. Black folk fix your business, white folk fix your own business, and we holler at each other across the hallway. I am not saying that black people shouldn't have white friends. I'm not saying that white people shouldn't have black friends, but it should be strategic, and it should be for the purpose of growth and learning from each other. Let us all be who we are. fully in our identity and everybody respect what the hell the other one got going on and stay out of each other darn way. Sometimes I think integration was not the right thing for us. The problems that we got, we don't need no white. We need to be by ourselves right now. You need to have somewhere to go outside and beyond here. You need options. And those of you that decide to stay here because you got to stay here, you need to create safe black spaces.
I don't know what you talk about. Need to go somewhere because you got options. We ain't. He giving tether vibes to me, fam. We ain't with the fleeing, fam. I don't know. Yeah, we need to stay away, but we ain't. FBA don't flee though, so I really can't co-sign the flea ball message. But go ahead.
I've been saying that for years too. This ain't about me getting my props. This is about you getting proper, safe, prospering the best way possible in this place and abroad. You need to be thinking about what you're going to be doing because it's only going to get worse. I don't care how much blue take over in the midterms. We still got to deal with this.
I hate these dudes, man, that's always trying to tie something to voting. Fam, that's where you lose me at, man. Like, none of these situations can be solved or happen because the lack thereof or the over participation in voting. So, dude, miss me with that trying to see. That's that Democrat shillery that I can't stand. Like, come on, fam, with the shillery, okay? With the Chuck Willery shillery. You see what I'm saying? He said when he shown what his parents, he looked like he was adopted kid. Yeah, he looked like he was adopted the way he talking. My man's though, he say something ain't right about that case, man. Something ain't right.
So I was trying to take the path of waiting before I give my opinion on this Nolan Wells tragedy.
Yeah.
Because I was trying to let all the evidence come in before I say anything.
Yeah.
But then I seen where the police said that there's no evidence of foul play. But how can you know if there's evidence of foul play if he haven't even had a fucking autopsy yet? But anyway, that whole situation just reminded me of back in the day when I was in the streets and I was in my neighborhood and it was always this white girl that used to hang around all of the black girls. And when I used to come around, now I'm just thinking about how, she always looked comfortable. She never felt like she was in danger or anything like that. And that's the difference between us and them.
Yeah.
We are a welcoming people.
Yeah.
And then it probably was like, y'all better not letting it happen to this motherfucking white girl or we all gonna get locked up.
Right.
But anyway, I don't blame his parents. And the reason why I don't blame his parents is because they said that they was well off. And when you're well off, you tend to hang around well off people.
Okay.
So I can't blame them for that. But what I can say is this right here for future references. If you're black and you're in a middle class neighborhood and you're doing all right, even if it's a predominantly white neighborhood, be mindful of your kids being around other white kids unattended. Because when shit goes left, you can bet your ass they gonna get right. All of the friends lawyering up, scrubbing their social media pages.
Right.
Like, come on, man. Like, you hit dog on holler.
Straight up.
As simple as that. If they walk like a duck and quack like a duck, guess what? It's a goddamn duck.
Straight up.
Y'all have a good one.
Real talk. See, that's that black masculine energy coming through with that logic, right? You're not finna pull the wolves over our eyes. I mean, my man's gonna take it even a little step further because he like, what's the happenings?
They have found Nolan Wells' body. We need to be going to round up the people that he was with for questioning.
Straight up.
Everybody needs answers. Everybody wants answers. We're not going to get them through just basic comments and posts online. Time to force the accountability. We need to go and gather up the people that he was with, and we need to start having questions fucking answered. This is a shame, and this is very sad, very tragic. Someone lost their son.
Right.
A young man lost his life. And it's not being taken as serious as it needs to be. And if those were actually his friends, you would think that they would be openly showing concern about the well-being of their friend. Where are they at?
Right.
We ain't heard shit from them. Like, what's the real deal? What we we doing? And now that they have found,
I feel it, man. At some point, it comes to a head, and it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, man, what we doing, fam? How long we gonna let this? And I appreciate how he related the message, because sometimes you just because people ain't belligerent and saying it all out in the open, don't mean he ain't saying what he's saying. If you know, you know. But for real though, like, what we really doing? What we really doing? That's the question. So there's a that and that promotes a question twofold. Hey man, give it up for me, man. We had 7.5 hours on the stream side of the game. I'm like baby Kai Sinet or something like that. Hit them like buttons. Make sure y'all share the program so other people could jump in the stream and we can have it lit. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to go on the marathon. I'm trying to see how long I can go. We're gonna go till the people can't talk no more. Or till the damn till I see it's 0 people in the chat. And if YouTube people keep sending them to me, we gonna go on a marathon. But send your boy some jewels. You know, give me a super chat or something, because I'm working here. This is what you call passion. You understand? It's passion, dedication. You understand what I'm saying? Shorty got something to say about the phone. Go ahead, Tina Kane. Tina Kane.
Okay. So I go out with my friends on a large open body of water on a boat.
Right.
And they come back and I don't.
Okay.
But they got my phone.
Mm-hmm.
They question my friends and they all say, I don't know what happened. But we're all on the same boats. Nobody knows what happened, but they got my phone in their hand. They all got the same story. Everybody clueless, but they got my phone in their hand. Nobody knows what happened to me. And we were all on the same boat. They can't even tell the people if a mermaid came up or if a shark came up, but they got my phone in their hands.
I mean, but they got my phone in their hands. Like, straight up. They got my phone. What are you talking about? Which we already know ain't flying with nobody at no time. Never in niggerdom does anybody leave their phone. You don't go, you peeing with the phone, you pooping with the phone, you damn near in the shower with your phone, you're washing dishes with your phone, you washing your car with the phone, you doing laundry with your phone, you on the phone while the TV's on. I be on YouTube and on the TV and on my phone. So stop playing. But I know some of y'all ain't gonna like this message though. When y'all folks get to talking, that's either when the numbers go
Black
down,
people,
or the numbers go down or the comments go
black
down.
people
Because y'all
have got to stop.
Messages, but I gotta give it to you.
Black people have got to stop hanging out with groups of white people.
Damn.
I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, okay? I would trust one white boy with a group of black boys before I trust my son with a group of white boys.
Damn. And everybody would. I keep telling y'all, all the white boy got to do is come around in the group and halfway learn how to do the jerk or the stanky leg, or what's that? Or dab? Nah, if he dab, he'd be looked at real cornily. Yeah, he got to. All he had to do is do the percolator or do the wop or something real quick, and halfway be on beat, and they gonna hoist cuz up on the shoulders. Well, not none of my friends. I'm just saying in general, like he's gonna be good. He gonna mess around and get a number while he there, and then you gonna look up 2-3 months later, and now he your cousin on your daddy's side because he didn't got somebody pregnant. That's what's gonna happen. It's not gonna be the other way around. But go on, Mom. I feel you. Go on. Tell him what you got.
It's not me trying to be racist or anything.
Right.
Okay, because honestly, there's some cool ass white people out there.
It is.
I'm not gonna lie, okay?
It is.
I have so many white supporters that are so genuine.
I do too. We don't talk in absolutes around here. We don't have to say. I don't feel like I gotta say it all the time. I feel like if you know me and you know how I get down, you know it ain't no hate in my heart. You know what I'm saying? Like, and if you real in this world and you moving and shaking and doing things, you're gonna have to form alliances with all type of people to move and shake and make out in this world. For the person who closed-minded and ain't on that, you ain't trying to succeed or be successful. So no, of course initially it ain't no hate, no heart. Is there caution? Heavy on the caution side? Hell yeah. And you'll be fooling you, and you can lose your life without the heavy on the caution side. Let's keep that 100. But go ahead, Mom.
So caring, so loving, so optimistic, so full of just purr, you know. They just you could tell that they have, like I said, pure intention. But you never know how a person is raised.
Yeah.
I try to preach racism is taught.
Yeah.
You aren't born to be racist.
Yeah.
And 9 times out of 10, they don't believe that black people should be successful. And if they see that a black person is bound to be successful, and 9 times out of 10, you know, they know that they're better than them, baby, that becomes a hate crime at that point.
Now let's talk about Nolan, the football star that was what? He was finna get the scholarship and all of that, finna go on. You seen the boys' traps. If y'all don't know what traps is this part of your shoulder. That boy had cobra traps. I don't know what he was doing. He wasn't working out nothing else on his body but his traps. That boy looked like a bunny rabbit by the traps. That boy looked like a camel by the neck. He had 2 humps on his joint so big. So and he was getting up with the cute white girl too. You know they don't care if the white girl is ugly, but she was kind of cute. You know they ain't like that. Which and I feel like she might have was his downfall too on the setup side of the game. But go ahead, cook it out, Mom.
Right? And the way this world is set up right now, I also wanted to add, it doesn't even have to be the fact that you are, you know, like money-wise. It could be the fact that you got a loving family, a loving mother, a 2-parent household. It could
or
be
the fact that black people experience joy and happiness despite all the injustices and the terrorism and the targeting that we receive. I think that's the bigger part about it. Let's, like, as black people, we kind of forget that, you know, other than the genetic annihilation, if you know, you know, another part is, you know, the dominant society's barometer on how good they're doing is how much we're suffering. So y'all can see, you know, even with whatever micro come up, whatever advancement, whatever we do in the right direction, they're hyper ultra sensitive to that. Y'all can see what happened soon as they got the ability to redraw districts and take political power away from black people. Now, I don't know voting shit, but we just talking about what can happen. Soon as they had the ability to do that, they did it. Wasn't no question. They did it on the weekend. They came in on the Saturday. They draw that shit up quick. But I'm gonna let her cook out. Go ahead, Mom.
Something as envious as that, and you know the typical stereotype. Oh, a black person not supposed to have both parents in their lives. Like, you gotta think about stuff like that. It's not meant for black people. I don't know how many times I've stated this. It's not meant for black people. We already gotta fight our way through this fucking shit, okay? But to actually allow your child to hang out with a group of white people, white boys at that, no. I will teach my son, do not be the oddball of the bunch.
Right.
And I don't care how nobody takes it.
Right.
But as a black mother, I'm here to protect my son. Okay? It's okay to have a group of white friends, but make sure it's, other black boys, other black kids. It's a whole bunch of y'all. We got a whole different race of them.
Right.
We all together. And a lot of people in her comments mad at her talking about something. I don't need you to tell me that. Clearly you do, because y'all clearly ain't seen these other cases of these other people dying. These other black people dying. I remember this one black girl.
No. I love doing this because she just be setting it up. Y'all talking about these other cases. Allow me Exhibit A.
Hey, good morning. A moment in white history. Not only did they lynch children, but they also lynched pregnant women. This is the story of Mary Turner. On May 19th, 1918, Mary Turner was lynched from the Folsom Bridge just 16 miles north of Valdosta, Georgia. An angry white mob bound her by her feet, strung her up in a tree and hung her upside down, poured gasoline on her body and lit her on fire.
Damn, man. I understand why y'all don't want to teach history in school. We ain't learned about this in school. I understand where y'all coming from. The actions of others fall on you and it don't feel good. But these your folks, let me bring that again because that was heavy. Listen.
Turner was lynched from the Folsom Bridge just 16 miles north of Valdosta, Georgia. An angry white mob bound her by her feet, strung her up in a tree and hung her upside down, poured gasoline on her body and lit her on fire. They burned all the clothes and hair from her body, but Mary Turner was still alive.
Damn.
Enraged at her inability to die, somebody...
Hold on, man. Shout out. They say the sisters ain't strong. Oh, man. Oh, strongest in the strongest way possible. They tried to take her smooth out. Man, they had some impact. Let's hear again what they did to her, and she still made it. Ooh. Talk about resilience. Man, that's why I can't nobody ever make me feel bad about slavery or none of that. That's something we endured and came up out of because we ain't slaves now. Yeah. Y'all ain't doing this to nobody now, which is sadly what most of y'all want to be able to do. Y'all want to make America great again and go back to being able to do this stuff. Y'all feel like y'all missing out on something because y'all can't do the devilish deeds that y'all forefathers did, which is crazy. Instead of taking the time to be so far removed from it and going on to actually be good people, also repairing the damage that y'all messed up with reparations. No, y'all want to dip back and try to go relive the glory days. And these are glory days to y'all. What kind of effed up mind is that this is glory days? This what y'all aspire to? Y'all want to go back to doing this?
Of Valdosta, Georgia. An angry white mob bound her by her feet, strung her up in a tree and hung her upside down, poured gasoline on her body and lit her on fire. They burned all the clothes and hair from her body, but Mary Turner was still alive. Enraged at her inability to die, somebody from the angry white mob showed up with a massive butcher knife and stabbed her in the abdomen.
Damn. And I know where this story is going, but I don't want to spoil it for those that don't know. I know where this story is going because I've covered this story actually in a separate broadcast. But wait till y'all hear the rest.
Still alive, her baby fell out, and when it hit the ground, somebody else came up and stomped the baby's head in, killing it instantly. Mary Turner was still alive, so the whole mob grabbed their guns and filled her body full of bullets. Why? Because she spoke out about them lynching her husband the day before.
Damn. And you gotta know that the black man that was getting lynched, they was lynching him and made an excuse to do so, probably to take over his land and steal his business. And then his strong black queen try to stand up in his defense, and they take out the whole lineage. Ain't no more of them because of what they did. Think about that for a second, y'all. Ain't no more of that lineage. They took the man, they took the woman, and the unborn child. And not only did they take the unborn child, they took them in the worst way. Go look this story up if y'all don't believe it. Mary Turner was 8 months pregnant. Man. And so then we talk about, you know, the place that they grew up. We talking about Mississippi there, right? We talking about Mississippi. Shout out to Kiana Lawson. I feature her quite a bit on the channel. Go ahead and tell them about Mississippi, Ma.
So my brother lives in good old Mississippi, and we had a long conversation today about this Nolan Xavier Wells case, the death of Nolan Xavier Wells. As I'm talking with him about it, he knew nothing about the case. He's not on social media. He doesn't really watch TV like that. So he was oblivious to this story. So I got him up to speed on the story. And as I'm telling him the story, before I could even get to the point that Nolan never made it back, he stopped me in my tracks. He was like, well, let me guess. He never made it back. They made it back to shore without him. I was like, exactly. He was like, nah, I almost got caught up the same way. He said he almost got caught up the same exact way with one of his coworkers. He was like, he had started a job, and unbeknownst to him, he didn't know that there was some like thick racial tension happening on the job, where he works in like warehouse environment, where at this particular warehouse, the manager or the person that they reported to is a black man.
Okay.
And he was like, the white employees have a real hard time taking direction, orders, or even having a authority figure being a black person.
Right.
So it becomes very problematic because they don't respect the manager, and it just, as black people are watching these white people disrespect this manager, it gets them in defensive mode. So he's like, the racial tension within a company is thick when it comes to that. But he was like, you know, we from California, we're used to diversity, being from California, being from the Bay Area. We are used to being around all types of people. We were raised like that. We had neighbors to the left, they were Asian. We had neighbors to the right, they were black. Neighbors directly across the street from us, they were white. Our schools were very diverse, at least back during our, school years. It was very diverse in the Bay Area in terms of who we interacted with on a daily basis. But of course, when you come to the South, that dynamic shifts significantly. What people don't realize is in the South, the self-segregation alone within the South is insane. It's a lot of times it's in the deeper South. Not only are you self-segregating, but you actually see racism. You encounter it on a daily basis in a lot of these deep South places. And my brother, he's in the Hattiesburg, Mississippi area. So he was saying that he was cool with everybody. He understood at some point that there was some racial tension, but at this point he had kind of was befriending, various groups of people within this warehouse.
Okay.
And he was like, I guess the white people took a liking to him, and they invited him out to go fishing.
Uh-oh.
And he said he had to, respectfully decline the offer to go fishing, because he was like, what they not finna do, they're not finna set me up and get me out there and I don't make it back. Right. Like, it ain't going down like that.
Right.
Whether that was their intention or not,
Yeah.
I'm not a fool. I understand what's going on within this warehouse.
Right.
Y'all can't even respect the black manager. You can't respect a black authority figure.
Right.
I'm not finna be the casualty because y'all trying to prove a point for somebody on his job. He told me a story about a little boy from their neighborhood that came up dead. Little boy, a teenage boy, got into it with another little boy, a white boy. They were friends. They got, you know, kids get into arguments, disagreements. The disagreements spilled over to the parents, and the parents got into it. Ultimately, the kids got over their issue and started back being friends, but the parents never really got over it, got over their thing. They were still bickering back and forth, but the kids out playing. Some time passed, he said, and the black boy went fishing with the white boys and a group of other white children, and he never made it back home. He never made it back home from them going on this water excursion fishing. I can't remember what he said they were going to the water for, but nonetheless, he never made it back home. They found his body days later, washed up in another body of water in Mississippi, because where they went, he said it has like a strong kind of current, and it just pushed him downstream, and they found his body, and they ultimately ruled his death the accidental drowning. But he was like, we know it wasn't no accidental drowning. We don't believe that's what it was. We understood that there was tension between that boy's family and the white family that he was with, he went fishing with.
Right.
And they're patient. They probably can't get you when they want to get you.
Right.
But as soon as you let your guard down,
mm-hmm.
that's when it's going to go down. He said he don't trust none of them there when it comes to it.
Right.
It's the deep south, and a lot of people forget you are in the deep south.
Right.
Ain't nothing changed. They just do it in a different way. And they got people, family, friends, etc. in high places that can get them out of anything.
Emma, that's right. Sundown Town.
That can get them out of anything. I'm like, wow, I didn't realize that it was that thick and it was that deep in terms of just what you experience on a daily basis, just on a work site when it comes to racism. And he was like, oh no, it ain't no game.
Right.
He was like, it ain't no game down here in Mississippi. You got to be very vigilant. You got to be very cautious, have your eyes open, head on swivel. Look at things from a different lens. You cannot, you have to dissect everything he said, because what you don't think is something that you should be worried about is the exact thing you should indeed be worried about. So that's why you just got to keep your distance from them, because it can consume you, because now you think everybody out to get you.
Right.
But yeah, that's some of the stuff that he shared with me. I told him he needs to go ahead and create a TikTok page and start telling his stories. He's been there pretty much all his life, well, at least all of his adult life for sure. And I'm like, you need to get on here and tell these stories, because these are interesting stories that he was telling me. He told me so much more that I just don't have time in this video to kind of go through it.
Right.
But it was very eye-opening. I'm like, you need to get up out of there. You need to leave there. Because that's alarming if this is what you guys have to go through on a daily basis, especially when you're at the workplace, on job sites and stuff. But yeah, if you're in Mississippi, or if you've got stories, or you have family, drop in the comments and tell me what y'all experience has been, just being a black person in the deep south. Have your experiences been similar to my brother's? Have you had more positive experiences? And how do you navigate it? What does that look like for you? Let's talk about it.
Wow.
So my brother,
I just want to say, I want to dip over here to her comment section real quick just to see what I see. Just like if somebody wrote, I knew somebody was gonna write a big long ass paragraph. So I want to read it. It says, "Yo, brother is absolutely right. I stay in New Orleans, Louisiana, and I didn't see it at all. And I had some Italian friends that just wanted Italian. He didn't play about that Cole that a family wanted him to play, but so what he did, he showed me their whole playbook. It's amazing. It's my blue. When I try to tell other black people, they look at me like I'm crazy, but these things experiences with him you see, he told me a secret about him when he was 18 years old. He said, I have to tell you something. If you tell I'll tell you my family the truth, they will lose all respect for me. He was dating a girl who was in the community college, and the young lady broke up with him. He took a gun and shot himself. He took a gun and shot itself. He lived, shot himself, and he lives. He said shot itself. He shot himself and lived. His parents asked what happened. Remind you, his dad is a judge. His dad's brother is a judge. Their other brother is a judge. He told me his dad he told me he told his dad what happened, and he said the black guy shot him. The racists got so crazy in Louisiana, the police were stopping every black man there. He was talking all over all the anger out of every black man. It was crazy because I'm living it. But one thing I can say, when he told me that secret kept me protected, he meant he was not gonna let nothing happen to me. That day I became his secret family secret. That sounded like y'all was in a relationship and he was pillow talking. That sound like y'all was in a relationship and he was pillow talking, and you like, he ain't gonna get me good. My pussy good. Like, what the hell, nigga? What are you talking about? That was the worst. He could have kept that story. And then how could you still be friends with a dude like that after he told you he blamed shooting himself on a black guy? That would no longer be my friend. Because guess what? He's gonna blame something on you. He just told you what he getting ready to do to you, and you ain't taking the signs. See, that'd be the problem right there. People don't listen. They don't listen. I heard exactly what he said. That's comprehension. You just told me that a white person confided in you about a time that they did something heinous, not only going to go do something heinous and end up doing something heinous to themselves because they was a pussy, sucker for love, just shooting himself over our broad. Right then and there, you couldn't be my friend. You are goofy. Yeah, you can't. You shooting yourself over broads, cuz the friendship's over. But not only that, all your family's a judge, all the judges in your family, and you go tell them, and they immediately start looking for black people in the city, and you cool with that? You know it's black men getting pulled over for no reason because you done just lied to your judge family about shooting yourself? What a rotten person. Dude, you could have kept that comment. I don't know who you was, or it don't matter what color you was. I hope he wasn't black. If you was black, that's even worse. You're the worst type of nigga. God damn. You shut your ass up around cuz and let him tell you that story, and you still cool, and you think you his golden nigga now because he done told you the secret and he ain't gonna flip on you? Wow. Okay. All right, Broham. I like to see. I wish I get an update on that story and see how that shit works out. But I did cut old girl wisdom because she had another story about them folks. And I don't know if y'all remember that, but I didn't want to cut her wisdom. She had a story about them folks.
Sleep over with her white girlfriends. I don't even remember how that case ended.
Right.
But she was gone. She was gone. Carmela Anthony. That case that just went on.
Right.
He just boom. He locked up. Gone. Life. His life is all torn apart now. Basically, his life is gone. Moral of the story: y'all really need to start praying for your discernment, praying for your kids' discernment as well, praying that they know when a person isn't meant.
Nah, we can't. I'm sorry, Ma. We can't borrow this one to Jesus, right? Because that's solely up to the parents' responsibility to teach these babies about these situations. But you got a lot of people out here talking about they don't want to ruin, the child's innocence and this, that. Man, these people don't see them like children anyway. They see them as adults. If you're 7 years old and you're an adult. You're a criminal man child, adult, 7. So Man, we got to start keeping it real with the shorties, man. It's time out for that sugarcoating. Sugarcoating is what got your boy in this situation, unfortunately. I think so. It don't sound bad, not really. It was good before then. But guess what? That'll never be able to happen because you want to know why that'll never be able to happen? Because we've tried it with the 27 towns that are either under a lake or under a dam or that was bombed or whatever. We tried that. And guess what? They came over to see what was going on. And just like dude in Minister Society with the glasses and the banana, they ain't like that shit. They ain't like that shit. They ain't like that shit. They did not like that shit. Straight up. I've been debating whether or not I'm not really a big spoken word person. And this girl got a poem called Dear White People. I'm not really a spoken word person, but I don't want to, I don't want to stop y'all if that type of thing gets y'all. Y'all like spoken word? I'm gonna ask. Do y'all like spoken word? Hit the like button, man, and subscribe because I see it's another wave of people coming on here. We coming up on hour 8 of the stream. I'm on a stream marathon right now, just seeing what I could do. That was Minister. Oh, that was Belly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's been 8 hours, cuz. Come on, give me a little break, cuz. He's like, that wasn't minute. Hold on now. Might have to take your black card now. Nah, that was Belly. I'm sorry. Belly in the scene with Method Man and Crucial Conflict, and your boy Lorenz Tate. I think is not Lorenz Tate, but the other one. You know what I mean. The nigga with the 5.0 with the rims on it. But anyway, Kane, you know what I'm saying? I know I mixed it up a little bit. It's been a long time on the stream. Cut me some slack, brother. He said, I don't want to read a poem addressed to them. Yeah, listen. Me personally, let's talk about me real quick. Just a little I gotta preface this way too, just so you'll understand where I'm coming from. Secretly, I wish I was an R&B dude and I could sing. Because if I could sing, I'd be singing everything. I'd be singing all the time. But in that same vein, I'm a hater when it comes to sing. So I don't like plays with singing in it. I don't like the singing portion of movies unless it's the 5 Heartbeats, the Temptations, the Jacksons, What's Love Got to Do with It, and Why Do Fools Fall in Love, the Frankie Lyman joint. If it ain't them movies that sing in it, I really don't want nothing to do with it. Oh, Seventh Heaven, like Bruce Leroy, The Last Dragon. Other than that, I'm really kind of hating on the singing movies. Like I would never watch something with Fantasia in there singing and all of that. Like that really kills me. So the last thing I want to do is hear some spoken word. But in the same breath, I'm a poet. I mean, I rap. You know what I'm saying? I can put words together real good. So it's a real weird dynamic with me. So I had to musicals are corny. I hate musicals, man. I mean, like with a passion. I would, oh my God, I don't like if they bust out. Now I liked I did kind of cringe a little bit. I ain't even gonna lie on Sinners, on that long musical part, especially when they started mixing the different genres with the African and all. Come on, man. I like that. Like I was almost ready to give up on Sinners because of that one. Like I was almost ready, fam. Sinners was almost a Dun Diggleberry just because of that. But I gotta say though, like when they was in the car and they start singing, and like when he was just singing the soul, I could get with that. I could get with the soul part. No, the Wiz was pretty dope. Nope. The Wiz was dope. Not the Wizard of Oz, but the Wiz. Now, I didn't say the Wizard of Oz. I said the Wiz. The Wiz was dope. Yeah, man. I can't really do the singity dingity ding dings. But secretly, y'all, my R&B name is Levave. And you know who gave me the name Levave? My white homeboy,
Nick. That nigga called me Livave. So secretly, you know what I'm saying? My name is Livave, and I am gonna drop an R&B album on y'all. So I guess I didn't just gave away my alias. I was trying to be, you know what I'm saying? The Blues Brother. You coming with all the good ones, fam. You my guy right there. The Blues Brothers? Yes, I love the hidey. I love the Blues Brothers. That was one of my joints. That dates us a little bit there, sir. It's not a lot of people that really. The Willy Wonka? Yeah, I ain't really mad at the Willy Wonka. I'm not really mad at the Willy Wonka. You coming with the good ones, fam. Do we low? I guess we just selective. We selective on the on the musicals. Cause Willy Wonka, I can't. You know, funny story about Willy Wonka. Back in my sales days, I'm so intimately connected to that movie because I used to work for DirecTV. I used to do the DirecTV and Sam's Club back in the day, where you know what I'm saying, get people to your table and bust down the bill and write them up. And right next to us was the TV display. And boy, they played Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory for about 3 months, fam. Like I know every word, every twitch, every pitch of that darn movie. It brings back bad memories, actually. Like I'm intimately involved with Willy Wonka and the Chocolate. You know the other movie too, while we off subject, is Wreck-It Ralph. They played that for about 4 or 5 months, dude. Like I know every part of Wreck-It Ralph too. Every part of it, which is actually a pretty good movie. But I guess you can't help but like it if you watch it every day while you at work eating that Sam's Club pizza, that triple meat pizza. Y'all know about, and that parfait. I used to eat triple meat pizza and parfait all day. Real Sam's Club people can relate. You know, I'm a regular dude. You know what I'm saying? It's black empowerment all the time, but I still live life, right? You know? Although, even though in life, I'm always scouring the internet for videos for my next live stream. So y'all just throwing me behind. You know the live stream tomorrow going to be a little later in the day. Probably not, because I'm going to still probably bounce up at the same time I do. But give a shout out to me, man. Hit that like button, man. Throw me some jewels or some, or hit me with a little what they call them, super chats. You know what I'm saying? Them is cool, Jew. We running up on hour 8 of the stream, fam. I can't believe I done did this, man. I'm gonna tell y'all real truth. Like my stomach got the little bubbles in it, like the little nervousness, and it's like maybe like adrenaline keep going on, because I got like over 5,000 videos on my channel, so it ain't like I'm new to streaming or nothing like that. Like, but like this long, like the other day I did a stream. I had went over like some of the George Floyd protests, and that was like 7 hours long. But keep it real talk, I just played a bunch of long videos, and I was able to take a little nap between them. I wasn't really doing this like I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, I'm trying to get it in, and I've seen a lot of y'all have been in here rocking with me, like Mr. Lake Show. You've been there. What you at work, fam? I'm getting you through your little work schedule. I done seen a bunch of y'all in here for a long damn time. Shout out Southern Breeze. I see you just stepped into place. What it do? Oh, shout out to all the members that I acquired on this stream, man. Y'all been looking out. I guess I got to stream longer, you know, because I done got several members to the channel from this stream, and I appreciate y'all, man, because I already know they is going to snatch all the revenue from this stream because advertisers don't want to advertise on content like this. Now go ahead and talk about Trick Daddy and talk about Sosa, you done left and came back. Oh, you done left. Listen, I'm on the marathon, boo. You see me? It's 8. You just popped in at the 8-hour mark. I've been on here rocking it for 8 hours, straight content, straight getting it in. You trying to keep me up, G? That's what's up. Manny, where you at, man? Why are you up so late? watching me on this damn stream. What's that with you? Where you at, dog? You at work right now, Devin? That's what's up, man. I just see you over there giving some of them folks the blues, clapping back in my comment section, and I appreciate that. Thank you, boo boo. She started the trade, man. Go ahead and get them little jewels and stuff like that up there, man. Ain't nothing but a couple hours. You know what I'm saying? A couple hours. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing but a couple this, that, you know what I'm saying? Smothers brothers, you know what I'm saying? Well, I got y'all all here real quick because I know it's a Tucson. Okay, that's what's up. Man, listen, this is a personal challenge for me. I ain't never did it. And I was scouring the internet the other day and I seen some dude's channel. And he had a stream on there that was like 10, 11, 12 hours long. And you know, he all he did was sitting there reviewing crime content. He was doing the little crime content, like just going over, and you already know who was on all the crimes too. Y'all already know who was on all the crimes. He was doing crime content, but I was very impressed because Cuz rocked the whole. I skipped through it. Of course, I ain't watched the whole 12 hours, but this man rocked the whole 10, 11 hour stream, back to back crime shows. And I like the way he was, stopping it and analyzing it and doing this, that, and the third. And I was like, man, I was like, I could do that. It's like, I could do that. I kind of took it like it as a challenge, like challenge. I'm like, could you rock a stream for that long and keep it entertaining? And I gotta say, I'm a little impressed by myself because I've been monitoring the numbers, and Keeping Pete podcast been over 100-something viewers the whole time. And I gotta know that a lot of y'all been riding the storm out with me, but it's been a fun ride, man. We had this Mexican lady on here saying her little testimony with the unos dos tres beeper in the back with this fire. Oh man, this has been a great stream. Now you know what's gonna be terrible about this stream, and this is on some YouTube. I'm gonna share some behind the scenes stuff about this, but this stream is gonna be hell to cut up and make shorts from. However, if I find out and manage to do it, I'm going to have shorts for like a month. So many shorts that the shorts is probably going to be way out of style by the time they come out. So this is crazy. He said, what do I want to discuss? He said, I'd be interested in watching a series on similar case like Noah. There's been a pattern. Well, for tomorrow, unfortunately, there's some new cases that came out that I got privy and got wind to that I want to touch on because I like to be, you checked in on the crime show too? Okay. Mr. Lake, you know what I'm talking about then, right? I caught him live the other day too. I watched for a little bit. I'm a consumer of people's content too. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but cuz he amazed me, man, by going that long. Even me, I didn't got up, I didn't got food, I didn't got drink. I'm sipping Pepsi. That's a little caffeine for me. I really don't drink a lot of pop. So I got me a little Pepsi, you know what I'm saying, blowing. You know what I'm saying? I ain't perfect. It is what it is. You might forgive me. I know this is late night. We shouldn't have no kids on here. But yeah, I'm sitting back, maxing, relaxing with the I got a Rumble channel, and I do got a Rumble, and I've been trying to go live on there too. I got this set up. Oh, thank you, Caramel. I appreciate that. Caramel bottom. All right now. Okay, now. Little sweet cheeks, literally. All right now. On the late night type tip now. Where you tapping in from, Caramel Bottom? That's a hell of a name there, shorty. AKA Little Sweet Cheeks. Where you tapping in? But yeah, I got a Rumble Solstice, and I've been trying to stream on there. Sometimes, like when I set it up, it gets a little funny because of the name and the description and da, 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 da. But yeah, I done did a couple of the broadcasters already to Rumble. It's already some over there. I've been trying to branch out. This one right here is supposed to be we on this particular broadcast right now is on if you go past 12 hours, you can't go on Rumble. Okay, that's good to know. Phoenix, Arizona. All right, now I'm in Vegas now. Don't be playing with yourself now. This stream particularly is on the J Lava channel, the Keep It P podcast channel, the Keep It P Raw channel. It's on the Facebook group, and it's on TikTok right now. The only thing I hate about TikTok is I know that I'm live over there, but I don't be seeing like none of the reactions or the talk from the people. I don't know if this program I got set up that I pay $75+ for a month gives me the ability to see the TikTok people on here. So, and when you go like to your your profile and you go back, you can't even really see the lives like that. They like suppress the lives. TikTok is real funny like that. Look, this is my TikTok over here. If y'all see it, I didn't even know I had it on there. I just started going to there. I don't even know if I messed up that video, but my look, and this is all my lives. I tell you, I've been chopping up them lives and putting them up there, man, trying to get my TikTok cracking. So again, I might have to chop up this live. And y'all can even go back. Y'all will see some of yourselves in these lives, or you'll hear me talking to y'all in the lives, all type of stuff. But I've been trying to get the TikTok cracking. Matter of fact, y'all go follow me on TikTok, man, so I can get past 1,000 followers, man, so I can get monetized over there. I just need 1,000. I know I'm gonna be good after that. I'm FBAJ Lava over there. My little handle is Keep It P Podcast. And with that being said, y'all gotta go get me y'all gotta go get me over here on the Book of Faces. Y'all gotta go get me over here on the Book of Faces too, because my reels, man, I just stepped off in the reels. Y'all over here on Facebook, I like really kind of got serious with it because they trying to get me monetized, right? Look at this. I put this reel up a day or two ago. That joint at 100. That like they is so mad. I called this lady a devil. It ain't no other way. It ain't no other way. They is so mad that I'm over here on this thing calling these folks devils. Thank you. I appreciate you saying that this is lit. You like staying at the Circle Resort? Oh yeah, that's right. That's what's up. I was just there a couple weeks. Celebrate your birthday. You ain't no Gemini, because my birthday is June 19th. I'm my June 9th. My birthday is the day. It's just so. Look, she like, let's go back. Also, y'all gonna go back and come meet up with me. And then I'll stream it too. I'd love to stream something from the fans. Like, yo, these people came get up with me, and you know what I'm saying, in the Woot Wham Wingle. You know what I'm saying? You said Keep It P meets Caramel Bottoms. I'd watch. Y'all, I forgot we is on the late night. We all adults though. It's all in fun though. He said, drop the channels in the chats. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's the stuff that I don't be thinking about. Okay. Boom. Here go to J Live. Boom. 23rd. Yeah, you right there on the you kind of cancerous. You're like a cancerous Gemini is what you are. That's my Facebooky book. And then hold on, y'all. Good, thank you. I appreciate you. With the whoop whoops. And then this is my TikTok. Boom. Is that the TikTok? Yeah, see if them links work. I think so. You know, I don't want y'all to leave the broadcast, save them or copy them to your phone or something like that or whatever, you know. But yeah, I'm trying to get on over there. Everybody's a devil. I put up a let me see what happened to the devils I put up today. What's the new devil popping off? This is the new devil on the rise. I just put him up today and he's already at like 10K. This devil, it says rage-filled Georgia Trump supporter in custody after he pops his wife and daughter in the head, murking them. And this is a news story that's out right now. I literally just scrolled left on my Google thing, and this is a story. And so I'll be on it, and I woo 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 wop 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 wing 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 wing, and put it together, turn him to a devil. You know what I'm saying? Put it together, turn him to a devil. But yeah, my joints over there be lit too. I'm lit on all these platforms. Yeah, I done been all over the place. I done been all over this joint. I done touched down in pretty much every major city there is except for Houston and Louisiana, unfortunately. My brother's down there right now. Shout out Ace. I don't know if you're watching, cuz, but my brother's down in Louisiana right now. But yeah, I done pretty much been everywhere. Also, Seattle. I want to go to Seattle and Oregon. Seattle, Washington, and I want to go to Portland, Oregon. I ain't been to San Diego yet either. I ain't been to San Francisco yet. I done been through LA a couple wupple times. You know what I'm saying? I done been down there to Zona a couple times. You know, that's where TZ at. TZ Von Savage. He down in Arizona. I'm from Minneapolis, Minnesota. I was born in Chicago. I used to go spend summers in Gary, Indiana. I lived in Memphis, Tennessee for a couple years, in Orange Mound, right in the heart of that. I didn't been to St. Louis. I had got a gold tooth in East St. Louis and Washington Park when I was young. Nah, I can't. Nope, ain't been to Louisville. Ain't been to Louisville. Nope. Thank you. I appreciate you, Solstice. Yeah, you know, and y'all can tap in with me. Y'all can send me stories. You know what I mean? We can keep the ecosystem going. Also, that Hot Lava, the Keep It P podcast group is private too, so we can post amongst ourselves. And I got to make sure I go in there tomorrow. Make sure the vet process is good because I ain't really got no questions up there to ask. You from Indiana? That's what's up. I spent a lot of summers in Gary, Indiana, right there in Glen Park on the east side, on the same block as that IGA, right there on 46 in Georgia. You in Knoxville, Louisville. I know you got to say it a certain way. You can't say Louisville. Y'all be looking at people funny like that. You got to say Louisville. I know. I got a homegirl and a homeboy down there in Louisville right now. Shout out to them. I got some homies down there. But yeah, man, I'm over here doing the marathon stream, feeling pretty good. Showing y'all how I get out, turning everybody into the demoness heathens that they are. Rick Child, demoness heathen. I just put these up today. I'm gonna see what the numbers is gonna be on these a couple days. Seems like the algorithm ain't catch those, and I don't think it like this one that I did with Trump. I turned Trump into a demoness heathen too, because just like if we got to keep that same energy. Y'all want to go in on R. Kelly. Y'all want to go in on Bill Cosby. Y'all want to go in on Diddy and all of that. Well, this one say a federal judge rules that a writer can collect funds held in escrow since 2023. Verdict found the Orange Man is liable for sexual abuse and defamation. The Orange Man is liable for sexual abuse and defamation. His legal team calls it a hoax and is appealing the decision. But as it stands, that boy had to pay $5.8 million. $5.8 million. Okay, yeah, drop that link for the Keep It P podcast joint. Yeah. Yeah, your boy had to pay $5.8 million in a settlement.
for being a little touchy feely with the private parts when he wasn't supposed to. This what the Keep It P podcast joint look like with me and T's on there. We got to get this one up too. YouTube has been a big focus on of mine, so I really neglected these others. I'm like really a recluse type person, so you don't really see too many personal things on my Facebook. Only when it got something to do with like Fam Bam or this business type thing. Yeah, he also needs jail time too. I'm giving him the flux, but that's the Keep It P podcast group right there with me and my man TZ Von Savarino, Al Pacino, Clorabino. You know what I'm saying? Look, we got them shorts from them last broadcasts going out now. They going out now. Oh yeah. The work is being done. You know what? I bet y'all don't know. I guess we can get candid, a little bit. But I had took a break from the pod for a long time, man. I don't know if y'all know, but the biggest fan, man, of Keep It P podcast. If y'all go look back on a bunch of episodes we did, you will always see Mary Grandma's Baby Starks in there. That's my mama. She'd be on she comment on every episode, liking, sharing every episode. She was the biggest Keep It P podcast fan, and when she unfortunately passed a couple years ago, I was a little shook up. I ain't gonna lie, because we was going at a staggering pace before that happened. Y'all, the reason why we got 5,000 videos, because we used to put up. At one point, we was putting up like 6 videos a day. I'm not even playing. Like when me and TZ first started the podcast, we was going actually live 3 times a day at 8:30, 12, and 6 every day when we first started. And I think about going live 3 times a day with only getting 10, 15, 20 people in there, or sometimes none at all. You gotta pay the cost to be the boss in this, man. You gotta go through a lot, fam, to even I appreciate that. But Mom's was the biggest Keep It P, and one thing she said, because we was all there the day she died at the hospital and whatever, with some of her last breaths, she said, "You gotta keep it P forever." And this is a part of that, and that's a part of the brand, the dissemination of information. But man, we wasn't functioning like that for a long time, and I kid you not, y'all. Just in June here, right before my birthday, you know how you be getting that little feeling. Thank you, I appreciate that. You know how you get that little feeling right before your birthday when your mood be starting to change and you be getting a little older and you be thinking about life and all of that. I was in a little slump and I was a little down. And something told me, just get online, man. Talk to the people. And sure enough, y'all, I did a couple videos, got back in it. And then boom, I did a video about the boycott, and that joint just shot up to like 100,000 views. And I'm gonna keep it real. As far as the Keep It P podcast goes, that's the highest amount that I've gotten on one of my episodes ever. Like, I got other viral videos in the millions. I got a video on my channel with 10 million views. Right, I got a lot of high ranking views videos, but I'm talking about for this, the Keep It P podcast, I'm talking about I wasn't even monetized. Matter of fact, just to tell the truth, they had took my monetization on this channel, and I've been losing subscribers
for the last 3 years. If you don't believe me, you can go to this site called Social Blade. Matter of fact, I got it pulled up because I'm always looking at the numbers. It's not that far. I can show you. If you look at this, like this is like all the way back to at least 2004. Look at this. It was just recently. That ain't even showing the June. Hold on, let me see. Let me see if we get to the June where it show this little jump that I just had. But I just got a little major jump, and I'm telling you. Oh, here you go. Look, you can see it right here, over here on the. Oh, wait, I don't know. It's on the long orientation for y'all. So I don't know if y'all can see all the details. That's why I always say y'all should go view the video on the long form one. That's another way to help out the channel, you know, if you care. The long form. So even if y'all don't get to watch the screen while I'm doing it, when you come back, watch the long form one, because not only do you get to see more of the whole screen, but the way the monetization works, they pay more for the long form ones. But that's because the short form ones is the ones that be on the short feed, and that get a lot of people in here a lot. Oh, soccer. I ain't never got the trophy. Thank you. Thanks, Dave. I appreciate that. So it'd be the long form, but check it out. I was losing subscribers. And look, that's the Keep It P podcast. Hold on. I ain't even looking at the J Lava because I got 3 channels. Hold on real quick. You can look at whatever channel you want. That don't reflect that big margin because I was mashing for my rations and that channel. This is the one. This is the one right here. Yeah, this reflected. Look, if y'all can see it, damn, let me see if I can manipulate it so everybody can see it, because I want y'all to kind of see what I'm saying. Yeah. So look, this is the chart, right? Of like just recently. Let me look at both screens and see if y'all can see it. I know it's kind of small or whatever. I know it's kind of small, but hold on. Anyway, if y'all see, man, I was losing subscribers every month, man. Every month for years. Like I used to have, like, on the J Lava channel, I used to have like close to 40,000. I lost like 3,000 to 4,000 subscribers. They took it. And the reason why is because, like, what blew up on my channel was the Walk It in My Pocket. It's some stuff that I did for kids, right? I can't play it, but maybe I can show it to y'all. But I did, me and my homeboy, we rapped a Dr. Seuss book, and it blew up crazy. And because I was spamming my comments, just trying to be a hustler, like putting the Spotify link and all of that in there, like they shadow ban my channel. It's just a lesson that you learn, you know what I'm saying, and what you can and what you can't do. You know what I'm saying? But this video changed my whole life, right? This really, and this was 9 years into the game. I had already been on YouTube for a minute, but this happened in March on the 18th. March 18th, 2028. I mean, 2018. I never, no, March. Was it March 18th? I think it was. I think that, hold on. No, the date's on the video. Duh. What was that date? This was 8 years ago now. Get March 31st, 2018. Me and my boy, we had wrapped this Dr. Seuss book to Walk It Like I Talk It. It's Walk It in My Pocket, and it just goes really. I can't play it because of copyright, because they'll give me a strike for playing my own joint. But this was my introduction to the game, because as y'all can see, like with the chart, like I had been on. Oh no, you can't even see it. I'm sorry, my fault. I thought I had it. This is the video. Walk It in My Pocket. Me and my homeboy rapping the song to the video. And look, if y'all don't believe it, I found this the other day too. This is crazy. I found the background of me holding the book. So like y'all can see the front of the book, right? But there's actually a picture of us holding, I mean, there's a video of us floating around, me holding the book that his son put up that I never really knew was out there, but I found it the other day on some whoop-de-woo. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, let me see if I can scroll through and see it real quick. And look, if y'all don't believe me, look, Walk It in My Pocket was a phenomenon over there. Look, I just put in Walk It in My Pocket rap over here on the left side, and I'm talking about everybody had that video up. It was a phenomenon. We was on TMZ, all of that. Look, baby's rapping the book. This baby. Look, we got fathers rapping it. Look, they're rapping it in classrooms like me. Everything. Like this little video right here had changed your boy's life, right? Dr. Seuss had bars and like everybody was talking about this video. But this was a catalyst to it. This what kind of made me get serious and knew that it was real. So I would tell everybody, man, if y'all doing something, man, keep going and keep doing it because you never know what will blow you up. I did not know this was going to do that. And look, you can even see the song I posted. This is the first song I posted to Spotify back in 2018, right? Some of y'all probably seen the video. Some of y'all probably know me from that video. Real talk. She's like, I remember that. I love that. I swear. Yeah, I mean, like, this was a real big deal, but I had to learn how to juggle the joint. Look, we got kids watching my videos all in school on this joint. Look, Walk It in My Pocket version. I'm talking about everybody was doing it. Kids was rapping it. Like teachers was rapping it. Like it was a huge thing. A huge thing. But I was looking for, hold on. I was looking for this. Like, you know how like you got them save videos? How do you see the save videos that you be having? Oh, let me see if I can find that real quick. You know, while we chopping it up on the stream, I guess I take the time for y'all to get the know a little bit about me and my backstory, right? Not only did I do the Walk It in My Pocket, I did a whole bunch of different Dr. Seuss books. I wrapped a whole bunch of different ones. Look, that's Shorty copying me right there. I bet you if I turn this on, she doing that. Let me see.
Have around, and so are many other friends that I have found, like the teller and the neller.
Yeah. I sparked a whole little thing. Teachers is rapping it and everything. Look, they got me all up on the whiteboard in the back. I had people calling me accidentally like, "Hey, can we do your rap at our school?" Like emailing me and all of that. Like this was a real crazy thing, y'all. Sorry if I'm extra excited about it, but it is what it is because it was special. I still can't find the background of me, though. Like somebody had put up, my man's had put up the background of me. How do you like go to the save, like the save ones? Because I remember I saved it so I wouldn't have to look for it yet again. But I don't see that on here where you can go look at your little save joints. Hold on, let me see something real quick. Let me see if you can find my little save joints. I cannot. I ain't gonna worry with it because I know it's there somewhere. I done got way off topic. We got to talking about this, and I done got way off topic. No, I'm talking about I was really, really serious with the Walk It in My Pocket. I was this serious. I wish I could play. Y'all don't know how much I wish I could play what these songs sound like, but y'all can go on the channel and see. Look, I just clicked on the channel. All you got to do is scroll down a little bit, and I got my little commemorative little joint, all my little Walk It in My Pocket songs. Mr. Brown Can Move, One Fish, Two Fish. This is my favorite one that I'm most proud of, though. Like the Hop on Pop, where I like really did a whole video. Like this is dope. I wish I could play the song because I did the beat. I made the song and everything. I wish y'all could see that because it's really dope. And I'm telling you, I done tried everything on this channel, y'all. Look, that's back when my hairline wasn't receding too. Look, I could just wear it without my hairline receding. I had some hair. I had some hot. Y'all, I was rapping. I really took it there. You ain't know that was me, man. I didn't got recognized by people in the Uber and all of that. Like somebody kid recognized me one time, which was really damn weird. She kept saying to her mom that she knew who I was. And even I was dismissing it till I turned down the radio and we really got to what she was talking about. And she was like, Mommy, that's the man that sing that song. I swear to God, it freaked me out one day. I drive Uber and Lyft. That happened to me one time. But yeah, that's your boy right there. You know what I'm saying? I'm a good dude. I do all type of stuff. I do stuff with the cheering, all that. Man, I've been, boy, if y'all look at my life and the stuff that I done on this channel, boy, I done been all over the place, baby. I've been all over the place with this channel, trying to find my way, right? Let me see. Let me look at that folder real quick. There's some stuff in this folder. Y'all know I be rapping, and I got music out too that y'all need to go listen to. I got a couple songs. Matter of fact, I told y'all I'm low key a R&B dude, and I'm about to drop an R&B album, and my name is gonna be Levave. I don't know why that sounds like an R&B dude name to me, but that's what it's gonna be. It's gonna be Levave. Let me see. I remember when I was really first starting off as like a YouTuber, like you know how you got them what you call it, like your promo videos. My little promo video is funny, y'all. I'm gonna show y'all my promo video because it's really actually quite dope, but it's funny at the same time because I remember how I was trying to get it in, like I was just on the YouTube crazy like my little I can't play the music either too because I do music, you know. I don't know if y'all know, but if you go to the releases tab of my joint, all of these is instrumentals. I make beats. All of these is instrumentals, right? Especially if you see my face on it. And that's one with my mom and my kids on it. But I do a lot of instrumentals. So all of them is albums, instrumentals. Y'all go get into my music. But I also got a few singles of me rapping, you know what I'm saying, that I can't play on the stream unless I want them to ding my own stream. I like that they get the money for me, but sometimes it makes it kind of bogus. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like when you can't play your own stuff, you know what I'm saying? That's kind of whack. I'm gonna just say it what it is. It's like it's super whack. Like look at the old J Lava. Look, I've been on J Lava since I've been on YouTube since I look like this. Look at the old J Lava, y'all. Look at young J Lava with all that robust FBA hairline. That robust SBA. Boy, that picture so old. That robust FBA hairline, boy. You know what I'm talking about? I can dream. I can reminisce. I can reminisce. Look at that boy. I love that picture. Hold on, let me see if I got another old J Lava picture. Oh yeah. Me in the studio. Check me out, y'all. I don't know if y'all could like really see this one on the thing like that. Hold on, let me see. I try to put it in the middle. No, it's too big. See, that's why y'all should be on the vertical one. I guess y'all can slightly see it on that one. That's me in the studio trying to look all cool back in the day. That was me in the studio trying to look all cool and shit. You know what I'm saying? I do beats. You know what I'm saying? I do beats. You know what I'm saying? I do a little sauce. You know what I'm saying? little old J Lava for you. Y'all go through, go get into it with me, man. I got a year's worth of because I let it all hang out. I ain't really look. Look at the close up, J Lava. Hold on, man. The boy was, you can't tell me, rocking the Starberry fit. Y'all remember Stephen Barry's? I was rocking the Stephen Barry's. Check. Whoo, do you see that hairline? Whoo-wee. That boy hairline is That boy hairline is crispy Von Wispy. Jerry Von Grispy. Boy, I wish I had a hairline like that, boy. That type of shit make you want to go to them foreign countries and get it back. Because that boy hairline right there, B. Man, you can't tell me J Lava wasn't that thing, boy. I'm not even really trying to hear what you was talking about. I'm not even really trying to hear that. That's J Lava right there. Y'all better recognize. Of course, it's attached to a song too that I can't play. And it's funny too. I used to rap. I used to be on Straight Ignorance back in the day. Yep. I ain't afraid to say it. Keep in mind that video alone is 16 years old. So yeah, man, y'all can go back and check my Liz Ife out, the guy that y'all be listening to streaming. Y'all can see my evolution. I mean, I even got I even got some jewels for y'all. Hold on, real quick, some real jewels. I'm just thinking about this now. I forgot when I at first I always been talking in front of the camera. Look, check OJ Lava out. I don't know what I was doing. I think I was doing some type of challenge at work or something. But I've been doing this. I ain't just started doing this. Check this out. This is funny to me. I laugh. You work it. I laugh at this type of stuff because it's all about evolution. But this is me, and I'm not ashamed. This is me.
Good day, my Facebook family and friends. I've been doing this little challenge, and at first I wasn't gonna put it out public, but now I feel like I'm confident enough to do it. So here we go. So I am finna embark on a 30-day work challenge, which is actually potentially gonna turn into more days than that. But if you're following me, listen close. You got a job, you work it. If they got any kind of overtime,
hey, y'all wonder why I'm dressed like that. I gotta get some. I guess I gotta put some context to that. I used to call myself the bow tie bandit, and I used to always dress up like, yeah. You said JX. The channel is named is J Lava. This is my main regular channel. Y'all might be watching on the Keep It P podcast or the Keep It P Raw because I'm streaming on all three. That you ain't call me JX, did you? God damn it. Nah, I was the bow tie bandit, fam. I used to dress like that, fam, all the time. No matter what. I'm kind of fanatic in that way. Like that's one of my things. When I do something, I do it. So I was like the bow tie bandit at that point. And that was like kind of sort of like my thing, right? I just used to look, and I'm going to work like that. That's how I used to go to work every day. And trust me, I didn't even work at a job. I didn't even work at a job where you gotta dress like that. Like that's just how I wanted to dress, I guess, back in the day. Like, you know how you go through phases in life. That was my clean cut, you know what I'm saying, indubitably phase. That's what I used to call myself, indubitably. Look, I'm talking about, look, that's how I was always, look, check it out. This is me. Check it out. Confessing. Look, I had hair, look, swinging that ponytail, had them dreads, swing, shake them dreads. I make me sick too. I go back and I look, I didn't try everything on this here podcast, fam. Y'all can't tell me nothing about streaming and like I didn't try it all. I didn't tried and failed and tried some other stuff and that didn't work. I got beats up there. I got old videos of me trying to rap. I can't even play that song because they get me. I'm talking about look before the dreads, look old J Lava. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, y'all can go peruse. My life is an open book for you. I ain't got really nothing to hide. I'm glad I came from where I came from. He said we need to call out anti-FBA whenever we see it. Hell, that's what my whole thing is, fam. That's all I'm doing is calling out anti-FBA. If it ain't that, it ain't that. Matter of fact, look at this old show. Like my first attempt at a podcast was called Scatterbrains. And I was doing it with my homeboy. This how far podcasting go back. It's like my first podcast was like this. I think this was episode 12. I ain't got them all up, but this how it used to look. This I can't even play the background because it got the music in there. But that's my best friend, and we was doing this. Look, this is the intro to the show. This is how I used to go. Scatterbrains, and then I wrote the music. J Lava, Big Haas. Look, nice little show intro. I've been doing this, man. Scatterbrains. You know what I'm saying? I went to school for graphic design and all of that, so I've been doing this. Scatterbrains. You know what I'm saying? I've been when this was 12 years ago, man. Y'all don't stop. This is 12 years ago, y'all. So you might not get it right. You know what I'm saying? Might not get it right all the time. You know what? Matter of fact, I met the co-host of this podcast long ago too. Like we wasn't even thinking about doing no podcast. I was actually doing a video from my homeboy's rap, and he had bought this dude to the video shoot named Teasy because they had a song together, and that's how I met Teasy Von Savage. Like that's young Teasy back in the day with my cousin Haas. And look, I had you know how you rent the equipment from school. I had rent the equipment from school, and we did this in cousin's dining room. I was just trying to use like the green screen. I was just getting acclimated to the green screen, and you know this video is busy as hell. But you couldn't have told me I ain't think I was doing something back then. But this is the first day in life I met TZ Von Savage. It was up until 5 years ago when he called me and he was like, "Man, I see what you're doing out there on the podcast, man. I want to get down, woo, 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 woo." And then that's how we start working together. But this is when I met T. When I meet him, that was 14 years ago. 14 years ago, I met TZ Von Savage. It's weird how stuff work. I ain't know cuz or kick it with cuz. Now here you go. I'm sorry, I ain't show it to y'all. My bad. I ain't know cuz and I ain't kick it with cuz or nothing like that. I met him on this video shoot when I had like rented some cameras from school. And I can tell I'm getting real tired because I'm just rambling. I'm talking about goofy shit. Like I don't even have the mind capacity right now to be programmed at all anyway. Y'all like really seeing the real me. This is like what I really do. I be on the internet looking at shit, consuming shit. He said, was the old channel you said called No. Grandma's Babies was my mom's name that she used to show up on the channels in the comments. Granny's Babies. That was my mom's name on her handle. The channels is J Lava, which is, hold on, I'll show you real quick. Let me just show you real quick there. Play a partner. That's a video I made when I first started making videos, y'all. That was like one of my school project videos called Trying to Get This Money. If you can't tell with all the money in the goddamn video. But this is the main and first channel that I kicked off with on YouTube, the J Lava channel. That's the one, you know, that some of y'all might be on. And then the second channel that I started was the Keep It P podcast channel. Right? It's almost coming up on 10,000 subscribers. Yeah, hey. If y'all look there, that say 5K videos. This is the channel I really see. This the reason why the Keep It P podcast got 5,000 videos on it, because I had abandoned the J Lava channel because they had shadow banned me, and I was trying to build up another channel, this one, and like I said, for whatever reason with my mom and, you know, slowing down, woo 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 woo. So I decided to go live, like I said, last month. And lo and behold, I cracked off that video that kind of got the J Lava channel back moving. You know what I'm saying? So I got back in the door with that. And then we even started another channel because they was messing with the Keep It P podcast channel. So that's what we started the Raw channel for, as a backup. Like, because they was stifling and stammering the other channel. And I'm like, dang, you know, can we live? So that's how I end up streaming on 3 channels at once. 1, because I got them. 2, because they all monetize. Why wouldn't I? Right? 3, because they're all separate audiences. They're all separate audiences. You know, some people, the J Lava channel is a lot younger because, again, a lot of people came in on the Walking in My Pocket. The Keep It P podcast is much older because everybody came in on this channel. I guess I got to keep it real because of the Shrine to the Pimpin' that I did. If y'all don't know, the Keep It P podcast channel, in the beginning, like I said, doing all type of content, trying to find my way, I was fascinated by the P game. And that led me, you know what I'm saying, to hooking up with some heavy hitters in the game and getting invited into the church and some more stuff, and being honored and blessed enough to be able to shoot some of the last moments of some of the biggest people in the game, like shoot Kenny Red's birthday party, shoot Fillmore Slim's birthday party. You know what I'm saying? I rubbed shoulders and gave interviews with some of the dopest P's out here. Pomona Pimpin' Young, when he won Pimp of the Year, I got to interview him. And you know what I'm saying? I just looked at, I built a shrine to all of these brothers because, you know, regardless to what y'all may say and what you may think about them, these dudes found a way to get it out here when nobody giving nobody no slack. I even got to interview my boy Lil Sody. Rest in peace, Lil Sody. If y'all know who Lil Sody is tight homeboys with the dude that Gucci shot. A-Tray mascot, Lil Sody. We doing a candid interview, you know what I'm saying, before he untimely passed. But yeah, man, I done a lot of stuff out here in this game. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about, I'm sitting, hold on, y'all, I'm sitting up in the room with the bishop and all of them chilling. This me behind the cameras getting that good game, getting chopped up by the bishop. You know what I'm saying? Telling stories about the game in the 50s. You know what I'm saying? We up in there chopping up me, Mr. Afro Man, and Bishop Don Magic Wine. You dig? That's that J Lava camera work right there. You understand what I'm saying? I'm a little seasoned in the game. You hear me? Just a little seasoned. Got a little sprinkle of the game on me. It's in me, not on me. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. In case y'all didn't know. You know what I'm saying? Just giving y'all a little glimpse of the boy, you know what I'm saying? But not only that, I balance it though. Look, I done tributes to black leaders and all of that. Like, I do it all. I'm not one-sided. I'm not one-sided at all. Look, I got them all up there. Look, this is an introduction to a world y'all never see. I would say it's fascinating. If y'all ever got time, go look at some of them videos J Lava did. Rest in peace, Kenny Red. I'm saying these brothers, you know what I'm saying, let me enter into their world real quick. And they got me, they let me, you know what I'm saying, record and shoot how the players play, how the players get down. You see what I'm saying? That was an experience I'll never forget. Times like this. You know what I'm saying? We coming up on 9 hours, and I think I did good. It's 100 of y'all still left in here. It definitely ain't the biggest crowd that I had before. So that must mean y'all getting tired. Plus, it must seem that the people that's rolling with me is at work, and I'm glad I can get y'all through y'all shift. If y'all think I'm good enough to, you know what I'm saying, ride with through the shift, I appreciate that. You know what I'm talking about? While I, show y'all a little bit of me. Like, real talk. Look, the first episodes was Keep It Pimpin' podcast. That was kind of like the catalyst for the thought. Then I'm like, man, it's a little bit more than pimping. What else could that P stand for? And that P became the people. I'm kind of like Malcolm X in that. Okay, I'll give you J Lava X, because I used to deal in some unsavory things, and now I didn't turn it around. I give you that. I give you that. I give you that. I give you that. But yeah, I didn't cover it all. Iceberg Slim. You know what I'm saying? Like, played the book on the joint. I'm talking about I done done it all, man. Is what I'm trying to tell you, man. Matter of fact, you can go get your little history on the game. I even made songs called Cut the Check Reparations. I don't even never talk about this song, but I got the straight FBA anthem, Cut the Check Reparations. I wish I could play it for you because it bang. But that's a little bit of the video. I put a little slideshow video together, Cut the Check Reparations. You know what I'm saying? Cut the Check Reparations. I'm multifaceted, man. I'm a complex dude. You know what I'm saying? We coming up on 9 hours, man. I'm really proud of myself. I didn't think I could do it. I thought I'd been folded. I thought y'all would been gone. It was y'all that had me streaming so long. If y'all wasn't on here with me, I probably wouldn't be going like that. I wouldn't have been going like that. Yeah, I got it's a lot of stuff. I'm a multifaceted dude, man. Y'all see who popping up on that scene? Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. You know what I'm saying? The Elders. Y'all should hear this song and watch this video. The video is pretty good. What's going on with the song? I'm always pretty creative. I'm always pretty creative, man. And that's what I try to what y'all should expect out of me. Nothing but creativity. Like I'm even push some boundaries and try some things. I might not always hit, but best believe is gonna be for the best of the group. Like, I'm not finna do nothing that's funny, you know what I'm saying, on behalf of the group. That's my mom right there too. I was testing out a camera one day on Family Time. Look, both of them is gone. Rest in peace, my Uncle Mike. My Uncle Mike, rest in peace. She gone too. That's my ex-wife. Rest in peace, her. And rest in peace, my mom right there. Y'all see she got the little thing on there, the little oxygen. She was kind of like, that was something, but that was like a little moment. You know what I'm saying? Rest in peace to the fallen soldiers, so to speak. Yeah, I'm getting goofy. It's getting late. We got a couple more minutes. Everybody that's in here, and y'all know how I get down, I need y'all to go ahead and do this for me. I need you to go ahead and subscribe for the vibes. I need you to like for the spike in the algorithm. Y'all already been commenting your vomit, and I appreciate it. But one thing you can do is share if you care about getting Black empowerment everywhere, because YouTube don't boost these messages, and I'm more than guaranteed they about to snatch all my little ad revenue for all the people that I let curse and saying a little message and all of that. But I did have some people looking out with some stars and some soccer balls and some trophies and some things I ain't never seen before tonight. Also, we had several members come along on board as well, and I appreciate that to the fullest. One day I'll have enough members looking out for the boy where I can do this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We like, if y'all want to know the vision or the philosophy of keeping it P forever, like my mom say, it's to turn this into a Black media conglomerate that definitely does everything from a B1 perspective. And if y'all don't know what B1 is, that's Black first. So like, we want to run 24 hours a day. We want to run. If it was up to me, I would have a group of creators, you know, of different type of subjects, you know, comic book Black people, cooking Black people, financial Black people, health Black people. I want to incorporate people who got their skits going down. You know what I'm saying? I want to incorporate people who got animation or whatever, but I want to run a 24-hour network of good old fashioned wholesome Black entertainment. Not no housewives type crap, or no Raising Canaan. We got enough of the dope boy drug stories. I want Black Friends. I want Black Seinfeld. I want, you know what I'm saying, just Black, good old Black Jeopardy, Black Wheel of Fortune. I want my vision, y'all, J Lava vision for the Black entertainment. I want y'all to help. And then my promise is it's going to be good old fashioned B1 entertainment with no shucking and jiving, ostracizing coons, giving them folks the beeswax. Like, you know what I'm saying? None of the fluff, none of the bluff, just good old good representation of Black people. Stuff like Kev on Stage. You know what I'm saying? I love what Kev on Stage is doing it, because he's showing that people can have good, wholesome entertainment. He do sprinkle a little bit of ratchet in there, but he do it in a controlled environment, and he does it intellectually. I know my people. I know we need a little bit of ratchetness every once in a while, but you know what I'm saying? As long as we know that it's purely entertainment and it's covered by a lot of consciousness, right? And with that being said, let me look. My light done went out and everything. Let me brighten up the screen. Yeah, man, just I you know, because I'm getting tired now, y'all. Whatever little caffeine on the Pepsi side of the game is, that shit's wearing off. I need to go put a little hot pot of coffee on or something and see if I can go. My goal is to reach 12 hours, but me doing 9 right now, I know I can do it because that's really only 4 hours more. And there's actually really a ton more videos that I could play, but I got to save some for tomorrow, y'all. Because Friday I got a stream. You know I got a stream. It's going to be lit tomorrow. It's going to be lit tomorrow. But I love y'all, man. Like, you know, one thing about it, two things for certain. If y'all wasn't around, I'd be on here talking to myself. You know what I'm saying? If y'all wasn't on here talking, I'd be talking to myself. You understand what I'm saying? So y'all know what I leave y'all with. Y'all know how I say it. Love, peace, blessings, and aloha. I'm out the Doha for show high. I don't watch TV either. So it's just for real. I can't even tell y'all the last time I was watching TV, Dexter and True Blood was out. If y'all could tell me what years them was. I used to love Dexter and True Blood. I ain't even gonna lie. Like that little vampire shit. Oh, and Walking Dead before it got all weird. I used to love them shows. Them little shows had me in a little chokehold. It's Friday now. Just stay on. You know what? I'm gonna keep it all the way 1,000 with you. I am so curious to see what YouTube is gonna do about this stream. Are they gonna let me get some ad revenue off of it, or is they gonna find some little petty little reason to take away my ad revenue after all of this hard work that I did? And I know it's not work done in vain, because again, they can't take away from like the jewels and the super chats that I get, and they can't take away from the subscribers and the connections that I make, which builds the community. You know what I'm saying? So all in all, it's still a win, even, you know what I'm saying, even if from what I say, they done ticked off one of my my sources. That's why I'm trying to get over there on Facebook, and they told me I got to get 100,000 more views. They said my little threshold was 300,000 views in 30 days to get monetized over there. And that's why I've been going heavy with the devils. And like I said, that one devil, it's so funny how things happen. The devil responsible for making that statement in this case right here that we talking about, the Nolan joint, making her a devil. I got 100,000 of them 300,000 real quick right off the top. So that's why I was advocating for y'all to go over there and mess with my Facebook, because realistically, wherever I can disseminate the message is where I can disseminate the message. But if I'm gonna be taking the time out to do it like I'm doing it on a high level, you know what I'm saying, it's got to be worth something. You know what I'm saying? Fortunately, I'm in a position, and you know what I'm saying, where I can spend. I'm blessed to be able to spend the time that I can spend on this and do what I do. And I recognize the momentum and the boost and, the miracle that I got by being thrust back in the game. And, it's been cracking more now than has ever in my whole 17 years. So I can't let it go right now. I got to go extra, double, super duper hard. That's the problem. People start to quit when it start to get. And when it start to get, that's when you're supposed to start to work even harder. So this was like a little test of endurance, you know what I'm saying? Just to see if I can, if I could keep it cohesive, if I could keep it interesting, if I could do what I do on the fly, which means that I might not even have the whole thing prepared, but I can still interact with a clip while it's playing, while researching for another clip, referencing if it's good enough and it's the right kind of message, and then ripping or supporting it on the fly. This ain't easy, dog, especially for a little 9-hour little stint. I just ran the gauntlet. Nigga, this is this is like a triathlon or something like that. I don't know how. I got a little bit more respect for Casanat and them brothers from doing this. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, I gotta get the diseases one time. I'm gonna go ahead and take my little medicine. You dig what I'm saying? That's another reason why I'm probably getting sleepy. I know that too, but it's got to come with the progress. I mean, with the program, it's just a part of what it is. But love, peace, blessings, and aloha. I'm out the Doha for Shoha. You already know, yiggity. I did a 9-hour stream on your head, little boots.